Welcome back, ladies. Welcome back, ladies.
Mic on now? I'm just not used to streaming on YouTube, so always problems with checking them. I feel like, yeah, filters are wrong. Let me see if I can fix. Filters are off. Oh, and I can't use OBS. OBS has, I believe, mic. It is what it is. Click this. I have compressed here. 4, 6. Okay, after that we have expander. Let's move it up here. Okay, expander ratio 2 minus 8.4. Sounds a bit rough. 2ms 200 and 0 RMS. Good. After that we have VST 2.x plugin here. Marvel, is that the one? Marvel GEQ, open plugin interface. Yep, that's the one. Let's see, it's the same. No, I'm using the upper one here, but I'm pretty sure I used the lower one on this one. Yeah, pretty sure I used this one. Right, after that we have noise suppression minus 10, minus 9, same shit. Low CPU, yep. Noise gate I actually don't have, so let's get the noise gate out of here. But we do have a limiter, so let's put the limiter on. Minus 6.3 on a 60 ms. Well, hopefully these are the ones that I was using before. And alright, let's do a quick test. We'll go to my channel, we'll go live, and we'll see how it sounds. 6.3 on the 60 ms. Well, hopefully these are the ones that I was using before. And alright, let's do a quick test. We'll go to my channel, we'll go live, and we'll see how it sounds. 6.3 on the 60 ms. Okay, doesn't sound too bad. I'll check later again with the configuration from what I had it on Twitch. But yeah. Anyways, let's go. This is League Lore Part 96 Kindred, though I believe for me it would be like Part 15 or something, because this is new canon lore. Fucking A, let's go. And this shit doesn't change later on, so that's good to hear. I think, I don't know, maybe it does. As far as I know, these stories about the characters now are canon. But we'll see.
Ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of League of Legends.
Yeah.
This next installment, we're going to be covering the latest champion to be released into the league. Without further ado, I present to you the lore of Kindred, the Eternal Hunters. Enjoy. Maga was about to die for the 14th time. She had bitten into a rotten apple yet again.
Is her name Maga?
Its putrid flesh had, as always, infected her with carrion shame. The actress went through the motions of stumbling to her death while shouting her final words for all to hear. Oh, but how wondrous a dream is life! Only now, too late, do I wake to see its myriad of splendors, she bemoaned. With a puff of smoke and glittering powder, Kindred made a grand entrance upon the stage. As per tradition, they were played by one actor, his head covered by two opposing masks. He approached the white mask of the laugh faced him. Hark! Do I hear a plea for my keenest arrow? Come, child, let the warmth of your heart fade with the cold embrace of oblivion. Maga refused, as she had 13 times before. Any nuances in her performance were buried beneath the ear-splitting delivery of her scream. On cue, Lamb spun around, revealing the second mask, that of the wolf.
Okay.
There is naught you can do to stave off thine end, growled Wolf. I am but a poor young maiden.
Wait. Is this the Kindred champion skin? Was she always standing on top of somebody? Huh.
Please let my piteous cry fall on 4 of thine ears. The audience seemed enraptured by the unfolding dramatics of the Orphelin mechanicals. With the twin threats of plague and war on the tongues of those in neighbouring protectorates, death dramas were all the rage. Denji, the actor portraying both Lamb and Wolf, descended upon the young actress.
Lamb and Wolf.
Bearing wooden fangs. Maga offered her neck.
Maga.
Wolf's bite. She triggered the device sewn into her blouse's collar. Ribbons of red fabric unspooled to the delighted pips and yelps of the audience. They'd gotten what they paid for. By the time the mechanicals had staggered back to their wagon and set off in the direction of Needlebrook, there were no stars to be seen.
I'm so confused by the background story, like where are we, what's the situation kind of thing, like why is this an act, is Kindred an actress too, is this like part of the act, is this not a part of the act but the audience thinks it is, what is going on?
Instead, a veil of clouds stretched across the night sky. Needlebrook always delivered a good audience. Illusion, the company's owner and sole dramaturg, explained once more. He staggered around, drunk to his own accolades as well as the wine Park gifted from the locals. The night wore on, and the troupe had descended into bickering. Trier and Denji lambasted their playwright over the quality of his plots, which fell into the predictable structure. Tragedy strikes maiden, death finds maiden, death takes maiden. Illusion argued that complicated plots detracted from a good death scene. Maga, the youngest of the bunch, agreed with Trier and Denji's diagnosis, but kept her mouth shut. Had she not stowed away in the wandering troupe's wagon, she would certainly be somewhere far more miserable. Luckily for her, the mechanicals had recently lost several actors due to Illusion's insistence upon complete artistic control. Because of his attitude and obvious mediocrity, they were facing a drought of fresh faces. And so, the Orphelin mechanicals agreed to contract Maga to die in all their dramatics with a foreseeable future, for which she had been grateful. Illusion was still smarting from Denji and Trier's words when he motioned to Park, their wagoner, to stop the late camp.
Dude, I'm so confused by this story, what the fuck is happening?
The inebriated auteur set out his bedroll and private place next to the wagon. He then threw the rest of the bedding into the long grass nearby. Ungrateful players can sleep in the wolves' illusion spell, where they shall hopefully find their manners.
Yo, look at the. Wow, I haven't seen this. Look at this. Look at the face of this character.
The rest of the troop built a fire and swapped.
Like when he comes in, you can see it's like a mini X-ray going on. When he leaves out, it's like a human. Yeah, that's cool.
Whispering potential names for their unborn child into each other's ears. They had nattered on about the day the travelling company would stop in Janden, a town so perfect and peaceful they would set aside their vagabond ways to raise their child. Maga moved closer to the crackling fire, so its pops and whistles would drown out their affection to their travelling companions. But sleep never came. Instead, Maga tossed and turned, thinking about the looks on the audience's faces as the coiled spurts of blood unfurled from their neckline. A pretty maiden, struck dead by her own naivety, was all the theatrical pomp illusion could muster. The crowd lusted after the gruesome facade. Eventually, she left her bedroll and set out into the woods to soothe her unsettled mind. In the dead of night, Maga came upon a low grassy mound with slabs of standing stone at its base. Although she could not read the inscriptions, her fingers traced the familiar etching of Kindred's twin masks. This was a place of the dead, a burial site built long ago. She felt a chill on the back of her neck that compelled her to look up. She was not alone. Maga immediately understood what she saw, for she'd encountered a crude impersonation of them night after night. Poor Denji couldn't begin to instill the dread washing over Maga. Before her, perched on a weathered barrow archway, was Lamb herself, flanked by her ever-faithful counterpart, Wolf. "I hear a beating heart," said Wolf, his black eyes twinkling with delight. "May I have it?" "Perhaps," replied Lamb. "I sense she is afraid. Speak. Tell us your name." "I would have yours first," stammered Lamb. Stepping backwards, her slow escape was halted by the speedy wolf, who materialized unsettlingly close behind her. He spoke directly in her ear. "We have many names. In the west, I am Ina to his Ani," said he. "In the east, Faya to his Walyo. But we are kindred everywhere. I am always lamb to wolf, and he is always wolf to lamb." Wolf reared up and sniffed at Ina. "She is playing a boring game," said Wolf. "Let us play a new game, one of chasing and running and biting." "She is not playing, dear Wolf," said the lamb. "She is frightened and has lost her own name. It hides behind her lips, afraid to come out. Worry not, dear child. I have found your name. We know it as you know us, Maga." "Please," Maga stammered. "Tonight is not a very good night for—" Wolf's great pink tongue lolled out the sides of his mouth as he proceeded to cackle. "All nights are good nights for pouncing," said Wolf, laughing. "All days are too," Lamb said. "With light comes a clear shot." "There is no moon tonight," cried Maga. She used what illusion had taught her to gesture grand, so those in the back could see her movements. "It is hidden by a blanket of clouds, tucked away from my eyes and yours. Without the moon, what would be the last thing I would see?" "We see the moon," replied Lamb, as she caressed her faded bow. "It is always there." "There are no stars," said Maga, trying again, this time gesturing small and speaking quietly. "No menagerie of twinkling diamonds, glittering in the midnight hue. What more beautiful view could one hope for whence one meets Lamb and Wolf?" "This Maga thing is playing a new game," growled Wolf. "It is called Story."
Yeah.
Wolf stopped moving and cocked his head to the side. He turned his sideways snout towards Maga. "Can we play chasing the Maga thing and bite her to bits?" Wolf clacked his fangs together loudly for effect. "Let us ask her," said Lamb. "Maga, do you prefer Wolf's chase or my arrow?" Maga was trembling now. Her eyes raced to take in every last detail of her world around her. It wasn't such a bad place to depart. There was grass, there were trees, there was the ancient archway, there was stillness to the air. I would prefer Lanzaro, she said, looking at the rough crust of bark on the trees. I'll imagine myself climbing to the highest boughs, like when I was a child, only this time I will never stop climbing. Is that what it is like to go with you? No, said Lan, though it is a nice thought. Fear not, little maid, we are just having fun. You have come to us tonight, we have not come for you. I cannot chase Maga thing, said Wolf with a hint of disappointment in his voice.
Fucking wolf.
But there are other things nearby, other things ripe for chasing and the fighting.
Yep.
Hurry, Lamb, I am hungry. Now know that your theatrics have pleased us.
I have no idea where he took the story from. Like, I actually, like, on the other screen I was looking for Kindred's story. Like, what the fuck is Kindred and all that stuff. In the bio or in the Kindred story, there's nothing about Marga or Maga or Mega or Margit. I don't know what her name is. Margot. Interesting. I don't know where he took this story from.
Until the day we meet again. Wolf passed over Maga and disappeared into the woods.
Might be one of the comics, but it's not in the bio.
Tall grass. Maga looked back towards the weathered barrel. Lamb was gone. The actress fled. When Maga returned to the encampment, she found on taboo. The wagon she had only just begun to call home had been ransacked and reduced to a smouldering husk. Bits of clothing and ruined props lay strewn across the campsite. She found Denji's body near where he'd slept. He had died protecting Tria, whose corpse lay behind him. Judging from the trails of blood, their deaths had not been slow. They had dragged themselves towards each other, their fingers entwined in one last caress before death. Maga noticed that Illusion had managed to kill 2 of the bandits before being burnt to a crisp along with Para in the wagon. The only thing that remained untouched were Denji's lamb and wolf masks. Maga picked them up and held them in her hands. She placed the lamb mask over her own eyes and heard the voice of Wolf. Chase the Maga thing! The maiden ran the distance to the evil, never once looking back. The golden round was filled to the brim with a sea of twinkling eyes, all glittering in excitement to the velvet curtain. The king sat in the theatre with the queen and their advisers, all eagerly waiting the onset of the dramatics. Everyone hushed as the black curtain lifted to reveal the actors. Maga sat in a quiet dressing room on the stage. She heard the crowd fall silent as she studied herself in the mirror. The luster of youth had faded her eyes years ago, and left her with a long shock of silver running through her hair. Madam, said the stagehand, you're not in costume yet. No, child, Maga said. I only dress at the last moment. It is the last moment, said the stagehand, holding 2 final pieces of Maga's costume. The same lamb and wolf masks from her days with your fellow mechanicals. May your performance be blessed tonight, the stagehand said. Maga prepared to leave for the stage. She slipped the masks over her head. The old chill from the dark barrel crept down her spine. She welcomed it, as always. She enthralled the audience as she glided onto the stage, embodying Lamb's graceful movements. She thrilled the crowd with her rendition of Wolf's playful savagery. She, as the twin death personified, eased the suffering of her fellow actors, or ripped it from their throats, until the crowd stood on its feet and erupted in thunderous applause. It was true. All audiences loved a good death, and they loved Maga's more than any other. Even the king and queen were on their feet in praise of her work. But Maga heard no applause and saw no ovations. She didn't even feel the stage beneath her feet, nor the hands of her fellow mummers in hers as they bowed low. All she felt was a sharp pain in her chest.
Oh, the arrow.
When Maga looked out over the audience, every single face was either a lamb or a
Not gonna lie.
And that's
Like I said, this is like similar with Kindred. I don't like these stories. It feels like it's trying too hard to portray this story through the eyes of somebody else that is not the character it's about. But for example, this video is about Kindred, but it's trying to portray Kindred through the eyes of Maga, or Marga, or Margie, or Marjo. I don't know, whatever the F her name was, right? It's like, I don't care, kinda, you know, I just want to know about Kindred. Like, I understand what Kindred is, I get it, but it's like, I want to know Kindred's story kind of thing, not people experiencing Kindred in their life, because this doesn't tell much about Kindred, aside from, well, she just brings death, for some reason. You know, she's just like, it's your time to die, so, you know, we come and kill you. She's like the Grim Reaper, basically. Or some shit like that. But it doesn't tell me anything about how she came to be, or like what motivates her, like doesn't tell me anything about Kindred herself, like personally, you know. But anyways, that's the video. And yeah, let's see. So here I was reading the biography, right? And it's like, Kindred did turn huntress, everyone never parted. Kindred represents the twin essence of death. Lamb's bow offers a swift release from the mortal realm for those who accept their fate. Wolf hunts down those who run from their end, delivering violent finality within his crushing jaws. Though interpretations, Jesus Christ, of Kindred's nature vary across Runeterra, every mortal must choose the true face of their death. And that's all it is, right? It's like, that's what I want to hear. Like, it's very straightforward, tells me about her. She's basically the Grim Reaper, but she gives you the choice of how you want to die, and stuff like that. But like how she came to be and whatever is not there, and definitely it's not here. Here it's like, I can't even understand necessarily what the F is going on. What does the actress have to do with anything, you know, kind of thing. It was so, like, I just don't care about the actress, you know, stuff like that. Anyways, that's the video. I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Alright, cool. So we're done with Kindred. Now before we move on to the next one, I think I'll do it like this, actually. Take videos from here. Yeah, because I'm running out of space on my drive, so I'll put it on a different drive. Upload queue, let's call it that way. And then we'll go to videos again. Gonna take these guys. I'm pretty sure these are. Wait, is this also not? And this is what? Good. And this is what? Okay. So these are all non-league related. We're just gonna put them in the D drive, what she said. And we're gonna release a lot of space on my C drive. Because my C drive is fucking full from all these videos. So I'll take the longer videos, put them on the D drive, call it a day, and move on with my life. So we are here. That was Kindred 96. Shurima. Oh, nice. We get a zone. Get a zone story. Let's go. We like zone stories. Shadow and Fortune. Shadow and Fortune. Shadow and Fortune. Interesting. Oh, we got some space. And it's not all of it yet. Still moving them. Damn. How big were these 6 videos? Jesus Christ. So much room. Alright, well, we're good to go. There's plenty of space, so let's do it. Alright, next is League of Legends lore Shurima. Isn't Shurima Azim's thing. He's the Emperor of Shurima, right?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
My ears, bro, my
In this
ears.
episode, we'll be taking a step
Holy
back about
fuck.
to Shurima. It would seem there was quite a bit of lore released for the Sands that I wasn't actually.
God, why are his videos so loud sometimes and sometimes they're silent? Jesus Christ.
Bad move on my part. So, without further ado, I present to you the lore of Shurima. Enjoy.
Oh man.
1,000 years.
Bro, look how big it is because these are all people here. Holy fuck, that's massive. Such a much better story than Arcane this would have been.
Years ago, the glorious empire of Shurima shone like a second sun across the desert sands.
God damn, where's the flying
City,
rock?
however, was reduced to ruins after a flawed ascension ritual.
Yeah. Azim fucked up. Zerath took over, taking advantage, and yeah. Here's a good video on Kindred. Which one is a good video on Kindred? Okay. I'll go to that after this. This is only a 6-minute video, so we'll check that in a sec.
For all eternity. Oh, sorry, would have seen it. There is an often repeated legend that stirs in the desert of Shurima. The swirling sands carry rumors of ancient Emperor Azir making a glorious return to the land of the living. The capital of the once great city is now nothing more than a waste.
If it's a video by Necrit, I will be going over all the Necrit lore videos after I'm done with these ones. So my plan is to watch all of these ones, which is 148 episodes. Then I want to watch, well, depends on where they end. If they end where I hope they end, I want to watch all of the cinematic by League of Legends and then watch Necrit. But if the stories on these episodes doesn't end far enough, I will watch all the Necrit videos about lore and then I'll watch the cinematic. 25 minutes? Okay. Can you post it? I'll watch it after this one. Thanks. Nice. Even better. Good. So I'll watch it, yeah.
Exists in the desert which fell to ruins after Zerath's flawed ascension. However, with the help of the resurrected Emperor, it has once again risen. In its prime, it was the centre of Shuriman society, and because of its immense importance as the centre of trade and culture of the Empire, many cultural, educational centres and markets bringing goods from all over the Empire sprung up. It also housed special burial grounds for its most influential of citizens, such as the Tomb of the Emperors.
Yeah, I'm totally down to watch it after this one, but what's the? I'm thinking I don't see you wrote the name of the video or anything, so just give me the how to search for the video or something like that.
Divided by
But yeah, thank you. That's great. By the way,
its most wealthy
I do want to hear a better story about Kindred because I didn't really like the previous one.
lived in the top rings of the city, whilst the middle and lower classes lived mostly in settlements built on the rocky cliff sides of the outer and lower rings. The Imperial Palace, Grand Temple and Oasis of the Dawn were located nearest to the city's centre. The capital was built around the ancient sun disk that floated above the Circle of Ascension and the city itself. The Circle of Ascension was the main focal point of the city, the place which most privileged beings of Shurima's past harnessed the powers of the sun disk, allowing them to become ascendant beings. Unfortunately, however, it was also the centre location of ancient Shurima's destruction, and its modern rise from the depths below the sands. Accessible with the stairs of ascension and the
I wonder if we get a history of the sun disk. Like, what the fuck is that shit?
Emperor's Way, the most important road within the city. Deep within the city lies the Tomb of the Emperors. For the last millennium it has acted as the prison of Zerath, the Magus Ascendant, and Renekton, the Butcher of the Sands. Guarded by the statue of a huge serpent, the statue itself came to life upon the opening of the tomb.
Secrets of Kindred by Bet at this game. Yeah, I'll definitely watch it after this.
Impaling Cassiopeia on its fangs, its venom transforming her into a terrifying snake.
What did you just say?
And Renekton, the Butcher of the
Oh
Sands.
yeah. This is like in the future when Cass and Sivir went to explore. Yeah.
Guarded by the statue of a huge serpent, The statue itself came to life upon the opening
Yeah,
of the tomb,
stabbed Cassiopeia,
revealing
turned her
the massive venom
into
in its
snake.
fangs, its venom transforming her into a terrifying snake-like creature.
Yeah. I love that they
Oasis-
changed the reason she turned to a snake from the previous iteration.
The Dawn is often described as the mother of life. Located near the tomb of the emperors, it is the bloodline of the entire city, providing it with its main source of fresh water. The water itself was fused with unknown magical properties, providing the waters with immense healing powers.
What is that?
It's said that any edge dipped into this pool will stay sharper and strike truer than any other sword. By the time of the resurrection of Azir, the oasis had nearly dried up entirely, until Azir brought the dying Sivir to the magical pool.
Yeah.
The powers of the water healed her fatal wounds, and it was this act of selflessness
Oh.
from Azir that made him worthy of the ascension, which ultimately revived his broken city.
I am curious to know, how does Sivir have the blood of Azim in her? Because like, didn't Azim, Jesus Christ, Azir, how she has the blood of Azir in her? Because didn't his whole like fucking nation collapse upon itself when the ascension failed? Did he have like relatives on different zones? Like, how does one pass on his genes if he's dead, kind of thing, you know?
But before the resurrection, the fallen empire littered the Shuriman dunes with ruins. But it has been far from barren. Ramus, the armadillo, could be found wandering the desert.
Fucking
Skarner, the crystal vanguard, could be found defending the entrance to a realm deep beneath the wastes.
Bowser.
What he protects, however, no one knows. There are also buried tombs which hold ancient secrets.
Yeah.
Amumu rose from one such tomb. And
I'm more interested in like how it connects to the void. I know that right now like the void is like there's a zone that has the void portal, but isn't there the cinematic with Kaisa and Talia, where Talia opens the basically she opens the sands in Shurima, it looks like, and Kaisa jumps in and it's like all void going down. So I'm kind of interested about that story a lot more, like how it connects all the way to that void stuff.
Ezreal claimed an ascendant artifact with incredible mystical power from the void. Shurima's current
Azir did have kids, maybe some survived. Yeah, I figured, because they don't really talk about this, at least he doesn't talk about the cinematic. So yeah, maybe he had like, you know, a bastard kid somewhere or whatever. The call cinematic, yeah, that's the one, right? With the case of jumping into the void sands or whatever.
inhabitants are mainly descended from the survivors
Dude,
of
I
the
can't
void,
wait to watch all the cinematics and actually understanding what is going on.
the ancient empire. The origin of their culture reaching back
That
to
would be the
time
day.
of the ancient emperor Azir. After the fall of the empire, however, the society has evolved as they eke out an existence in the harsh
Except the KDA ones. The KDA don't really make sense. It doesn't matter.
environment of the desert.
I hate the KDA ones.
The nomads such as Sivir practice tomb robbing and mercenary services. These people are also known to produce seers blessed with foresight. Malzahar, the prophet of the void, was born
Yeah.
with such abilities.
Yeah.
The southern desert is also plagued by the Zersai, vicious creatures that originate from the void. Caravans travelling through the desert often employ bell riders as scouts and sandwalkers that unfortunately act as decoys for the Zersai whilst their employers outrun the attacks.
Okay. That's it about Shurima, I guess.
And that's all I've got for you this time
Yep.
around.
That's it about Shurima. Nice little background, basically connecting the dots that were connected throughout the stories. That's pretty cool. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna go next, and for the next one, we're gonna watch the video that you just recommended. So this is Secrets of Kindred, and this is by Bad at This Game. All right. Let's see, better this game. I apologize for the music being too loud. I fixed this in future uploads and will find the time to re-upload this video. Oh, he sounds just like me. Real nice video, mate. I will just tone down the music. Yeah, everyone's like people are complaining about. Okay. Alright, let's see. This is another Kindred video. Let's see what this is about. This is the actual story. Oh, actually, yeah. Pre-split Kindred. Smoke and Mirrors. Smoke and Mirrors, I think, is the story on the bio. The poet. Oh, this is okay. So this is the actress part. Okay. And after that, I don't know anything. Okay, cool. Let's go.
Impaired duality of calm tranquility and ravaged ferocity. These two beings lie in tandem with each other, moving through Runeterra as an embodiment of death itself.
Funniest thing is the format of this, because of how loud the music is and like the graphics and like the voice. If you ever watch a video on acid, that's kind of what it feels like. Like the music is just there and like the voices are kind of like cool, whatever, and you're just looking at the visuals and you're like, holy shit. That's pretty much what it feels like right now.
Lamb and Wolf, Kindred are one of the oldest characters within Runeterra lore and will be there until the very end of the universe. Who were they before this though? How did Kindred come to be? Through a mythos created by the Maskmaker, the idea of death itself was stitched across the lines of Runeterra
I see why people complain about the music.
Something often forgotten lies in the background. The third member of Kindred, known by names such as the Ethithene, the Vulture, or the Second Death, they will wait in life the end. Kindred is so much more than a pair of hunters.
Oh.
They are in essence part of understanding the inception of death itself throughout Runeterra. Before we talk about Kindred, we need to talk about the Pale Man. The origin of Kindred is one surrounded by mystery and legend. Pre-split Kindred is a myth that has become widespread across Runeterra. Though the myth will be present among its people, Kindred have always been kindred. The story of the Pale Man is not intended to be literal, but a coded origin story.
Basically, what he's saying is that kindred exists in the story of every nation. They just tell the story differently, I'm assuming. Like, because I read in the bio quickly where it says that, like, in Freylord, they only think about the wolves or something, or it's like when the wolf comes to get them, they're like thankful or some shit. But like in Demacia, it's more about the arrow from kindred or something like that.
One most
But it's like
likely made up by people.
it's just different based on the region.
Truths, but fails in the details. The true origins of Kindred may only be known by Kindred themselves.
Okay, fair enough.
A version of this story from Bilgewater appears in all Kindred Eve.
Nox only has the wolf,
Story
yeah.
of a pale black rider who
So it's like the story just differs in, like, it tells part of it, but for the most part, the essence of Kindred is always there. Just how it's told is different, kind of thing, right?
black beast who people avoided since looking at him meant death. One night he came upon a forked path with an erdlock tree in the middle. He then knelt before the ancient tree and cut himself right down the middle using an axe so he could go through both paths. One road led to a deep, dark wood, and another towards a city of light. The two paths meet again, and the Pale Rider's halves greet each other. They had grown different despite being the same. They drowned his axe in a river and decreed to forever walk side by side so they would never be alone. Other characters such as Fiddlesticks, the Ancient Fear, will also acknowledge this pre-split kindred by calling him Grey Man, directly representing Kindred's pre-split form. Kindred is a tale, a walking duality of purpose. Lamb and Wolf are two parts of the same original person, and this is why Lamb will forever be explaining how things work to Wolf. It's why Wolf will always seek to chase and never grow. Kindred are in effect perfectly balanced by each other. Kindred do not appear as they've been seen. In fact, to other regions of Runeterra, they may appear as a completely different visual. Different cultures have different perspectives and opinions of the Kindred. In Demacia, Lamb's arrows and swift deaths are praised for the release of death and execution of fashion.
Yeah, that's what I said, like, they only care about the arrow and the Demacia and stuff.
In the Freljord, warriors fight for their lives,
And they only care about the
they
wolf.
suffer violent death in battles with wolf,
Yeah.
seeking to battle death itself, while children and weaklings will be claimed by the land.
Mm-hmm.
In Noxus, it's found that they lean towards wolf, or his viciousness represented by tooth and claw.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Freylord has both of them. If you're a warrior, you get chased by the wolf, but if you're like a child or a weakling, the lamb kills you. Okay.
In Bilgewater, Lamb is seen as weak and cowardly, whilst Wolf is praised and an entire festival is held around the kindred to decide how Bilgewater will behave for the next year.
Hmm.
In Shurima, the kindred are seen as elegant tusked gazelles partnered with speckled hyenas,
Oh.
by Ionians as a snake and a sparrow. Some Ionians also imagine them as the Taken, represented as a little
Speck and a
bird
sparrow.
and a beastly companion.
Hmm.
Because of this, it means that it's hard to tell whether or not kindred has a true form or not. In the story of A Good Death, however, it's hinted that Lamb and Wolf are their preferred forms, as Lamb explains that in the west I am Ina to his Arnie, in the east Fire to his Rollo, but we are kindred everywhere. I am always Lamb to Wolf, and he is always Wolf to Lamb.
Hmm.
This hints that maybe kindred may appear under many forms, depending on who is looking at them, and that person's cultural understanding of death, but that is only the perception of the living. Kindred see themselves as lamb and wolf regardless.
Okay.
The story
Interesting.
of Unfinished Soates is about the unfinished and final playwright written by the poet Soates on her deathbed. The play itself was called Lambs in the Orchard and was referenced as Soates' final gush of madness. Through unknown means, Soates had in her possession the masks of Lamb and Wolf.
Okay, so this is the story that was in the other video. So we pretty much know how that goes, but I want to see what the text is.
Found in forest with a trick fled to hunt.
Wolf licked the last drop of the youth's life from his canine jaws. I want to chase again, little lamb. There are always more, she whispered, until the day there's only kindred. And then will you run from me? The lamb turned back to the battle. I would never run from you, Judith.
I'm nowhere near talented
Hmm.
enough to try and mimic the voices of these characters, but the dialogue on the screen. Soates foresaw the end of kindred, when there was nothing left for Lamb and Wolf to hunt but each other. Look at these masks. I want you to pay
Interesting.
attention to the fact that there are 4 different masks here.
Yep.
Because we're going to come back to this once the foundation for understanding the importance of these masks can be set. For now, we just need to understand that there will be an end of the universe of Runeterra, and this will mean the death of kindred. But how can death die?
When it served its purpose, there's nothing else to kill.
Runeterra has seen many spirits, and amongst these lie gods. There are many types of spirit god throughout Runeterra, however, and they all have different rules and definitions of their existence. Spirit gods of the Freljord, such as Volibear, Orn, and Anivia, are old gods from before the Freljord was inhabited by mortals.
Was Anivia a spirit god? Oh, I guess she's she's a protector. I didn't know she was a spirit god.
And are well known throughout Runeterra's history. Known by many names, in the Serpent Isles lies Nagahevoros, the spirit god of the Boo. These are the spirit gods that existed long before the mortality of Runeterra, ancient beings of living history that reap themselves in power and knowledge. There are, however, gods that were put there, spirits woven into the timeline by a macabre
Kind of similar to the other two masks, huh?
civilization speaks of only two gods. The first wave, who cradles life in its warm waters, and the last wind, who snatches life with its final frigid sighs. A duality paired in the idea of life and death. The first and last wind seemed almost related to kindred. A handful of Typhonian tribes speak of the astral fox, a god of death seen as a lone star in the night sky. As the legend goes, the fox descends upon the mountain with each death, and takes the soul to the skies to create his own dark constellation. A singular and much lonelier existence, the astral fox is yet another incarnation of death within terror. Within the clutches of the abyss, the shadow
Oh, Master Yi.
personal incarnation of death threads and weaves their fine art across the macabre canvas they are given. The soul spinner, a second party to the actions of Vilemore, is known to be the representative form of death within the Shadow Isles. These entities know of each other, and in some cases even interact.
Like they all work together. They just have a different territory they're responsible for. They're like a Santa Claus, but he can't be everywhere at once. Such grace in the spider's dance and strength in its jaws, soul spinner. It is nothing to the elegance of the kindred's hunt.
Grace in the spider's dance.
And strength in its jaws. It is nothing to the elegance of the kindred's hunt.
Yet, there is something unmentioned so far
Hmm.
in the Shadow Isles. Kindred cannot go there.
Yeah, they're just like responsible for territories, so and you don't go into others' territories, kind of thing.
When interacting with the blade of the ruined king, Lamb will say,
Forged in a land unwelcome to us.
a place where kindred are unwelcome, where they have not passed, the site of ruination and the culmination of Diego's madness have created the Shadow Isles, a place surrounded by
Oh,
death.
shit.
Yet the kindred are unwelcome here. They may be free to pass through the spirit world, but it seems that the Shadow Isles are beyond them. People die in the Shadow Isles, though. Lots of people.
But they don't stay dead.
The Shadow Isles has its name Godspire, the oft-forgotten Vilemore, a giant hideous creature of nightmare feasts on living sacrifices brought by its followers. But the Shadow Isles themselves are special. They are a kingdom that cannot walk. Elise is constantly taking new victims back to the Shadow Isles as sacrifices for her god's patron.
Yep.
So what happens to those people? How do they pass on with
Well, the way I see it, it's like when they die. So you like when Kindred kills somebody, their soul moves on, right? Stars, whatever, afterlife, who cares? But on the Isles, the souls are consumed and or. Oh, thank you. Yeah, the way I see it, it's like in the Shadow Isles, the souls are consumed. Therefore, there's Kindred's not welcome them because Kindred kills and transfers the souls to the next, like the next step in fucking regeneration, whatever. However they do souls in League, I don't know. But Shadow Isles consumes the souls, so it's a bit different. Also, undeath and all that stuff comes from there.
outside to the afterlife? The Soul Spinner is a representation of death within the Shadow Isles. They act to guide those who died within the Shadow Isles beyond the spirit world and serve the gods by the Vilemore.
Yeah, just it's like you're supposed to go this way, but in the Shadow Isles, it's like, nope, you're taking this turn. You're not going there.
The threads of the dead across a tapestry of woven time. Our unspoken death
Has its own recycle system for the souls.
older than those who had claimed to be death itself. Within Rune Terror lies more than one form of death, more than one incarnation of the aspect of death itself. Death
Okay.
Last time we spoke about the one behind the curtain, the patron to the theatrical performance of death. The Masked Mother is a primordial
The Masked
being
Mother.
who accepted the notion of God's death into the minds of Runeterran people. Surrounded by mystery, we know nothing of the Masked Mother's past.
Why is there a
only
pig?
that they are responsible for the creation of
So that looks like probably one of the cutest pigs you've ever seen, except like you can't even see its features. It's just a blue pig.
The Masked Mother references and understands all forms of death that they have created.
Okay.
They recognize the forgotten icon, the kindred, the first wave, the last wind, and the soul spinner. In turn, all these incarnations of death will recognize the Masked Mother, each expressing a form of gratitude, blame, or recognition for her responsibility in their existence.
It's like if you watch Supernatural, like the TV show, and there's this whole thing where they deal with the Grim Reaper, and the Reaper has like the agents Grim Reaper that work under him, and they each have a zone, like areas that they work in. This is pretty much it. So she's the massive, like she's the mother Grim Reaper, and everyone else just has their areas in the world that they're responsible for, and they can't go anywhere else.
But what if I told you that the Masked Mother is keeping kindred alive deliberately, spreading their story by her own hand, as to keep the legend living onwards?
Could be.
Hidden within the artwork of Finishing Zoid's Story Universe page lies the collection of 4 unique masks of death. The Vulture, Lamb, and Wolf lie amongst the already known.
Also, like when it comes to like the Masked Mother, it could also be like Kindred can be a part of her, right? A detached part that eventually she can just retract if she wants to, and that's how she spreads the story.
But the mask of the Masked Mother herself is also directly there. It matches the mask shown in the splash art and design concepts. The Masked Mother is the mysterious guest within the story of Finishing Zoids, the one responsible for the actors being possessed by the spirits of the masks and enacting the final moments of kindred, resulting in the death of all 3 actors. The implications of this information are confusing.
Yeah,
If
just a bit.
anything, this actually just raises more questions than it helps to answer.
Not really. Like if you just think about Kindred, I mean, I think this covers a good chunk. Obviously, like the whole like cycle of death and souls and stuff like that is a more in-depth discussion. But as far as it concerns Kindred, I think it's fine.
Why is the Masked Mother there? Did she make her own mask? If not, who gave the Masked Mother her mask? Where do the Eldlock trees used to make these masks grow?
See, these are all questions that you don't care about when you think about Kindred. These are like way beyond the scope of Kindred. So that's why like I don't care about that much. I just want to know about Kindred itself. Obviously, as far as like world building and stuff, you can really do like a massive deep dive into like the world of reincarnation, which can play into like how they do it in the MMORPG, where obviously you're gonna die, but like you're not really dead. So they can play into the whole death cycle as a player character as well later on in the game. But like right now, I would rather not delve into how the cycle of death and resurrection works, because usually there are too many holes in those stories and it just fucks up immersion. So I usually stay away from that.
But now we need to discuss the realm of which she represents.
Yeah.
The realm of death itself in Runeterra.
The Shadowlands.
Death visits all who perish within Runeterra, though they are most at home in the spaces between the end of life and the afterlife, where they may serve as guides to the hereafter. This is why Kindred prefers to stay within the spirit realm and only tend to venture out For many, the flow of air and water signify the inexorable movement of time and mortality. We have only two images of the realm of death, and I think
But then what came first? This is what I mean, like about the if you start thinking about these like reincarnation and death realms, too complicated and difficult to implement in a yeah, 100%. Yeah, you don't want to mess with like death, life, and time travel. It usually fucks up your story. Here's a good example. Right now he's like, okay, so the death realm consists of people's imagination of what death is, something like that. That's basically what he said. What did people do before death? Did people just not die? How did death come to be? How did that realm manifest? Did people start believing in death for no reason other than to believe in death? Did people actually die? Well, how did they die if there was no death? Right, so it's like, why, like, don't go there kind of thing, you know? It's like, was it just a blank white space or a blank black space? And then it's like, because people start dying, people start imagining what's there and then created it. You better not go there. It's too, like, leave that room for the imagination, you know? It's like, it's not that important.
really worth just showing the beams this starts to add up quickly.
Yeah.
In the first image, we see a lonely spirit walking through the realm of death. Far in the distance, we see another figure walking through, again, alone. Notice the colors they've chosen here are a soft blend of light blue and white to depict the spirits.
Yeah.
Scattered around the roots of the forest lie skulls of all assortment with glowing blue eyes. Fate
He says skulls. I actually thought these were masks. But okay.
carved into the trees, screech in silence as wind blows through the gentle eeriness. In the second image,
I do love the ambient music in the background. Except it's not so much in the background, but...
we see a bird staring out across the stream of water running softly.
Bird. Penguins.
Floating above the reflection,
Dude.
dead waters surrounded by yet more birds. And then, far out in the distance, stands the lonely silhouette of a pale man, the grey man, the lonely figure. The realm of death is as
More masks, by the way, or skulls.
a land forged by the perception of mortals, may constantly shift and turn with the tide of consciousness. Our newest champion, Mila, the Joy Arvan,
Oh god, how did this jump to her?
is knowledgeable about many things. One of these
Is
things
she?
happens to be an interaction with kindred that reveals and confirms some of the more mysterious lore surrounding them.
Interesting.
Encountering kindred, Mila has this to say.
Strange. I feel a third presence. Something far older.
This is a
Oh.
reference to the vulture, the
This is the pre-split kindred, like the third person or whatever.
or the second death. Of all the marks,
Makes me remember the City of Tears OST from Hollow Knight. I haven't played Hollow Knight. I know I should. I heard it's a fantastic game, but something about 2D games since Mario has been just like off for me. But I should play it. I heard it's actually a really hard game. This is the vulture, yeah.
is the first and the empathy is the last. A duality in and as of itself that manages the masks of death throughout terror. While the masked mother creates stories of new representations of death, the epiphemed is there to collect those who have been forgotten through the passage of time. Who could forget their own god of death, other than those cursed with immortality?
Who is this though? What's this dude over here? You can't see it. One sec. Okay. Who is this guy? What's this?
And what fear can a god of death have, other than being forgotten? This is the description of the fading icon, a key component in understanding the cycle of death. The fading icon was once known
Oh, Well, now we're gonna talk about him. The one he's hunting. Yeah, I mean, I guess the one that the vulture is hunting, but it's like, let's be real, bro. Let's be real for a second, okay? This, where is it? You are not hiding from anyone when you have so much light around you, okay? There's no way this vulture cannot see you. It's like you're not hiding from shit.
This is the defendant
Alright.
to the Shuriman Bakai and was conceived to be their god of death. However, the Bakai are no longer around, and the fading icon is cursed with immortality.
Hmm.
The fading icon began to forget their own name until eventually
Interesting.
in an almost cruel fashion,
Interesting.
Shadow will begin to explain to Wolf that the fading icon is still being hunted by the apathy for being forgotten.
By the vulture.
The real threat to kindred, the looming shadow over their hunter duality that hopes to envelop their story in nothingness. They are the inherent end to kindred, and truly deserve the title of second death. Death within Runeterra is a wider cycle than mortality of the physical realm. Kindred perhaps mocks Narcissus because they have the knowledge of this cycle, the understanding that all things die, even the incarnations of death.
The cycle begins anew.
He thinks he understands.
Fool.
Kindred are a duality, originally known as the...
I'm assuming those are like in-game interactions, like when Nasus meets Kindred for the first time or something like that, or when he dies or some shit.
They found themselves in the presence of the Mask Mother during an event they refer to as the beginning. The Mask Mother found the Pale Man and gave them the masks of Lamb and Wolf, so that they may hunt eternally throughout Runeterra as a duality. But Kindred represents a larger mystery. They are the most widely known god of death, but they are by no means the first or the last. Upon the day that Kindred are forgotten, they will enact one final hunt. The
Themselves, right?
lands in the orchard made it clear as day. Lamb and Wolf will hunt each other.
Yeah.
Kindred are aware of the existence of the apathy. They understand what will happen should the mortals forget their own sake. Those who lose their name lose themselves and are no longer hunted by death, but by the apathy. Kindred will one day be forgotten, and they too will find themselves in the position of the fading icon. Luckily, neither Lamb nor Wolf will be alone, and when the time comes and all things end, they will dance one final time to the song of their hunt. I think that
It's the one after Nasus revives after being killed. Oh. Yeah, would make sense. And it's like the whole map hears it, or?
Kindred are something special, lore-wise, and despite the fact that this has been by far the hardest video to try to collaborate all the information for, it's been well worth it to finally understand just a bit more about the Eternal Hunters. So there we have it.
And it's still a bit confusing, but yeah. How would Kindred be forgotten? If Kindred is forgotten, it moves on to like the guy above them, which is the vulture, I guess. I don't know if the vulture is actually above them, but like it feels like, based on like the faded icon, or whatever they talk about here, because they can't hunt him. Only because the vulture is hunting him. So is the vulture above them in authority, or is it more like respecting each other's boundaries kind of thing?
Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please hit the thumbs up button. Consider subscribing if you're interested.
Trying to make sense of this with my mortal mind. Come on, man. It doesn't have to make sense.
Twitch, and you can find the links down below. Take care.
Bad at this game. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Let's see what he's saying. There's still
Don't
lots.
I'll do it. Okay, but how is Mordecai not dead? You can't expect me to believe it's because he's never heard of death.
No, isn't he just like super angry, so he stayed alive? Isn't he the one, like, based on what Necrit said, isn't Mord the one who created Noxus, but he was too angry to die, so he became a spirit? Sound like that. Alright, cool. So that's, yeah, extra kindred stuff. That's pretty cool. That makes a lot more sense than the story the other guy told me about some drama act. But yeah, here's what it is. Anyways, we'll go on to the next one then. Let's see. Who we got two already? Did Shurima? Alright. Shadows and Fortune, a harrowing story. Do I care about this? Okay, so we got Olaf, we got Misfortune. Obviously, Shadows and Fortune, you would have Misfortune. I don't know if this is, I guess this should be relevant. This is more of a, just a story kind of thing. And then we go into Ilawi. Alright, cool. Jesus Christ, these are long as fuck. He put so much effort into these. Ilawi, Jin, Twin Dawns. Oh my lord. And here I thought I'll get close to 148 today and be done with it. But no. He had to make 25-minute videos. Alright, anyways, so yeah. So that's League Lore, Shadow and Fortune, part 1 of 4. See what this is about. Ah.
Shadow and Fortune, a harrowing story. Chapter 1.
Nope, let's go.
The butcher blades had hung the jackdaw from a rusted marlin spike through his jawbone and left him for the quayside scavengers.
So is this Zaun or is this Bilgewater? It's hard to say with all the green.
This was the 17th murdered gang the hooded man had seen tonight.
I'm assuming it's Bilgewater, yeah.
At least since the Corset King had fallen. Red-fanged wharf rats had already eaten most of them.
So a different conception of death, so he didn't meet Kindred, realized death is nothing special like he was told, became angry and started controlling death. Yeah, basically, that's Mord right there.
Man's feet and were perched on snapped creels.
It's like, you can't kill me, I kill me.
The hooded
And I don't want to kill me.
Help me. The words were wet, squeezed up through a throat clogged with blood.
Fucking Mord, what a Chad.
Hands reaching towards the
Mord is the biggest Chad of Legends.
back slung with his wide belt. Incredibly, the jackdaw was still alive on the bone-handled spike. The hooks stuck deep into the wooden frame of a loaded crane. No way to get the jackdaw down without tearing his skull to splinters. Help me, he said again. The hooded man paused, considering the jackdaw's request. What for? He said at last. Even if I get you down from there, you'll be dead by morning. The jackdaw carefully lifted his hand to a concealed pocket in his patchwork jerkin and removed a golden cracker. Even in the dim light the hooded man saw it was genuine. The scavengers hissed and raised their hackles as he approached. Wharf rats weren't large, but meat as warm as this wasn't a prize to be surrendered lightly. They bared long, needle-like fangs, spitting diseased gobbets of saliva. He kicked one rat over the water. He crushed a second underfoot. They snapped and bit, but nimble footwork kept any from tasting his flesh. His every movement smooth and precise. He killed another 3 before the rest scattered to the shadows, sullen eyes glaring red in the darkness. The hooded man stood beside the jackdaw. His features were hidden, but the light of a rogue's moon suggested a face that no longer smiled. Death is here for you, he said. Embrace it, safe in the knowledge I will ensure it is final. He reached into his coat and drew a glittering spike of silver, 2 handspans long and engraved with curling symbols spiraling along its length. It resembled an ornate leatherworker's oar. He placed the tip under the dying man's chin. The man's eyes widened and his hands scrabbled at the hooded man's sleeve as he looked out over the vast expanse of ocean. The sea was a black mirror shimmering with the glow of myriad candles, quayside braziers and lamplight warp through salvaged glass from 1,000 cliffside hulks. You know what lurks over the horizon, he said. You know the horror it brings, and yet you tear at each other like rabid beasts. It makes no sense to me. He turned and hammered the heel of his palm against the flattened haft of the oar, driving the spike up into the man's brain. A last corpse rattle and the jackdaw's pain ended. The gold coin fell from the dead man's fingers and rolled into the ocean with a soft splash. The man withdrew the spike and wiped it clean on the jackdaw's ragged shirt. He returned it to the sheath inside his coat and removed a golden needle and a length of silver thread dipped in waters drawn from an Ionian spring. Working with the skill of one who had performed many times before, he
See what I mean when I say like I don't like these kinds of stories? Because it's like you're trying to be like an audiobook where you're like narrating the story and stuff like that, which is like, give me the story. Stop building it. Give me story. It's like, I appreciate his effort. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's great effort. But that's not what I'm looking for. I don't care about these side details. I don't care about the coin dropping and rolling and softly dropping into the water. Like, I don't care. Give me the details. What is this about?
Words taught to him a lifetime ago. Words first ill-spoken by a long-dead king. Now the dead cannot claim you, he said as he finished his work and replaced his implements. Maybe not. But we ain't leaving empty-handed. Sure we ain't, said a voice behind the hooded man. He turned and pulled back his hood to reveal skin the colour and texture of aged mahogany, cheekbones that were angular and patrician. His dark hair was bound in a long scalp lock, and his eyes that had seen horror beyond measure surveyed the newcomers. 6 men, dressed in aprons of blood-stiffened leather, cut to display limbs of cornered muscle wrapped within tattooed thorns. Each carried a serrated hook and wore belts hung with a variety of meat-workers' knives. Petty thugs made bold by the fall of the tyrant who ruled Bilgewater with an iron fist. With him gone, the city was in chaos as rival gangs sought to carve out fresh territories. Their approach hadn't been stealthy. Hobnailed boots, awful stench, and muttered curses had announced their presence long before they revealed themselves. I don't mind a coin going to the bearded lady, sure I don't, said the biggest of the butchers. A man with a gut so prodigious, it was a wonder he could get close enough to a carcass that gutted at all. One of ours killed old Knock John there, fair and square, sure they did. So that gold serpent there was ours. Do you want to die here? Asked the man. The fat man laughed. You know who you're talking to? No. Do you? Go on then. Tell me so I can carve it on the rock I'll use to sink your bones. My name is Lucian.
Hey.
Back his long frock coat and drawing a pair of pistols wrought of knapped stone and burnished metals unknown to even the most reckless alchemists of Zorn. A bolt of coruscating light punched the fat butcher from his feet with a scorched hole where his grotesquely swollen heart had been. Lucian's second pistol was smaller, more finely crafted, and fired a searing line of yellow fire that cut under the butchers in half from collarbone to groin. Like the wharf rats before, they fled, but Lucian picked them off one by one. Each burst of light was a killing shot. In the blink of an eye, all 6 butchers lay dead. He sheathed his pistols and pulled the coat back around him.
Wait, did he say that the guns were made in Piltover? Is that what he said? Wasn't he born of like a stone or some shit, him and his wife? And he just had the guns with him? I didn't really understand the origin story. I don't know if it's even canon. But it's like he's not, as far as I understood, him and his wife are not actually human. They're like born of like some stone or some shit.
Others would be drawn by the sound and
Obviously it's like old lore, so I don't even know if it's proper.
Lucian sighed. It had been a mistake to stop for the jackdaw, but perhaps the man he had once been was not entirely lost. A memory threatened to surface, and he shook his head. cannot be him again, said Lucian. He isn't strong enough to kill the Chain Warden. Olaf's frost-scale hauberk was covered in blood and viscera. He grunted as he swung his axe one-handed, bone sheared and muscle parted before the weapon. Its blade quenched on a bed of true ice deep in the farthest reaches of the Freljord. Bearing a spitting torch in one hand, he waded through the dripping innards of the Kraken worm, hewing deeper with every swing. It had taken him 3 hours to reach this far, cleaving through its enormous glistening organs and dense bones. True, the beast was already dead, skewered a week ago after a months-long chase down from the north. Over 30 harpoons cast by strong arms and broad backs from the decks of Winter's Kiss pierced its scaled hide. It had been Olaf's spear that finally ended its fight. Killing the beast in the heart of a churning storm outside Bilgewater had been exhilarating, and for one brief moment as the ship heeled over and almost tossed him into the beast's maw, he'd thought this might be the moment he would achieve the glorious death he sought. But then Smarvel, the helmsman, cursed his mighty shoulders, centered the rudder to right the ship. And sadly, Olaf had lived. Another day closer to the terror of dying peacefully in his bed as a grey-bearded ancient. They'd berthed in Bilgewater, hoping to sell the carcass and strip it of battle trophies. Vast teeth, black blood that burned like oil, and titanic rib bones fit to roof his mother's hall. His fellow tribesmen, exhausted from the hunt, were sleeping aboard Winter's Kiss. Olaf, ever impatient, had not rest. Instead, he took up his glittering axe and set to work in dismembering the colossal monster.
Yeah, you gotta work, man.
Finally, he saw the beast's inner maw. A ribbed gullet large enough to swallow a clan whole or crush a 30-oar-long weaver in a single bite. Its teeth were chiseled fangs like obsidian boulders. Olaf nodded. Yeah, fit to ring a hearth circle of the Windwalkers and the Readers of Bones and Ash. He jammed the spiked base of the torch into the meat of the Kraken worm's flesh and set to work, hacking at the jawbone until a tooth came loose. Hooking the axe to his belt, Olaf lifted it clear and set it upon his shoulder, grunting at the enormous weight. Like a frost troll gathering ice for his lair, he said, making his way out of the beast's innards, wading knee-deep in blood and caustic digestive juice.
This has nothing to do with the story, but I feel like his quads are not connected properly to his knee, you know? I feel like that's not how, like, swole quads look. Can't think of the top of my head how it looks like, but I'm pretty sure that's not it.
The Kraken worm's rear and drew a lungful of slightly fresher air.
His anatomy is weird.
Even after the innards of the beast, Bilgewater was a rank soup of smoke and sweat and dead things. Its air was heavy with the smell of too many people living packed together like swine in a midden. He spat a rank mouthful and said, "The sooner I'm in the north, the better." The air of the Freljord was so sharp it could cut you to the bone. Every breath here tasted of rancid milk and spoiled meat. "Hey!" shouted a voice over the water. Olaf squinted through the gloom, seeing a lone fisherman rowing out to sea beyond the line of floating water markers hung with dead birds and bells. "That beast just shit you out," shouted the fisherman. Olaf nodded and said, "I had no gold to pay passage on a ship, so I let it swallow me in the Freljord and bear me south." The fisherman grinned.
But here, see what I mean? Look at this. Right, this is the inner thigh he has here, right? This is the inner thigh of this. See, his is going like way too low. The quad ends here, right? Like kind of like middle of the knee. His goes already like towards the back of the knee, towards the hamstring. That's what I'm saying. It looks weird. Alright, this part looks kind of fine. This is okay because there it is, right? Is that the femoris? I'm not even sure. Right, this one I guess is kind of there. It's this one. This one is this one. It's like that's, I mean, overly grown, but still, that's kind of correct. Like I can't see how far it goes. But this one, it goes all the way to the back of the knee, man. That's not how the quad works. See, it like cuts off here. This is that muscle. Anyways, yeah, that's like a random ass rant. Fucking like, because I'm looking at it and it's like just The quad just looks off for some reason. I can't tell why. And this muscle just looks like it's a balloon.
Ringing right from a cracked
It's so random.
You shouldn't listen to
Oh,
that tall
God.
tale right enough. Come to the winter's kiss and ask for Olaf, he shouted.
He's
Share
swollen a
keg of
different
gravel
way.
And honor the beast with songs of doom.
Songs of Doom.
The air around the White Wharf usually smelled of gold crap and rotten fish.
Misfortune.
Today it tasted of scorched meat and wood smoke, a flavour with which misfortune was coming to associate with ever more of Gangplank's men dying. Ash darkened the sky and reeking fumes drifted westwards from burning vats of rendered leviathan.
Just remember, kids, if you ever think Misfortune is like super hot and all that shit, just remember the environment she lives in probably doesn't brush her teeth, probably smokes, definitely drinks. You do not want to make out with that, I'm just saying.
And blubber on the slaughtered docks. Misfortune's mouth felt greasy, and she spat onto the crooked timbers of the wharf. The water below was scummed with residue, spelled by the thousands of corpses sunk beneath the water over the years. You and your men had a busy night, she said, nodding towards the smoke rising from the western cliffs. Aye, that we did, agreed Raffin. Plenty more of Gangplank's men going under today. How many did you get? Asked Misfortune. Another 10 of his crack-side lads, said Raffin, and the boneyard scallies won't be bothering us again. Misfortune nodded in approval and turned to the ornate bronze cannon laid on the quayside. Jackknife Byron laid inside the barrel, finally dead from the gunshot he'd taken on the day everything changed. The day the dead bee exploded in full view of Bilgewater. A gunshot meant for her. Now it was time for Byron to go down among the dead men, and she owed it to him to see him go under. Around 200 men and women had come to pay their respects. Her own lieutenants, Byron's old gang members, and strangers she thought might be former crewmen or curious golfers hoping to see the woman who'd brought down Gangplank. Byron said he'd once run his own ship, a two-masted brigantine that was the terror of the Noxian coast, but she only had his word for that. Maybe that was true, maybe it wasn't, but in Bilgewater, more often than not, the truth was far stranger than any tale spun by the city's many chanty men. I see you got them fighting each other out on the slaughter docks as well, said Misfortune,
Cool background
brushing
music.
particles of ash from her lapels. Long red hair
Celtic
spilled
party
from beneath
music.
a tricorn hat and gathered on the shoulders of a formal frock coat. Yeah, it wasn't hard to turn the rat town dogs and war kings against each other, said Raffin. Van Galler's always had his eye on that patch. Says Travin's boys took it from his old man a decade ago. That true? Who knows, said Raffin. Don't matter nohow. Galler would say anything to get control of that part of the docks.
Yep.
I just helped him along.
Mm.
Not much left to control over there now. No, agreed Raffin
No.
with a grin.
No.
They pretty much killed the hell out of each other. Don't
No.
reckon we'll get trouble from either of them gangs anytime soon. Another week like this and there won't be any of Gangplank's people left alive.
Yep.
Raffin gave her a strange
Kind of what
look and
happens when you kill the...
Misfortune
Well,
to notice.
the thing is, he's technically
on.
not dead.
Let's get Byron's son.
No
said Misfortune.
way.
They walked over to the cannon, ready to roll it into the sea. A forest of wooden markers dotted the scum surface of the water, ranging from simple wooden discs to elaborate sculptures of sea worms. Anyone want to say anything? Said Misfortune. Nobody did, and she nodded to Raffin. But before they could tip the cannon into water, a booming voice echoed over the wharf. I bring words for him. Misfortune turned to see a giant of a woman clad in colourful robes and acres of fabric striding down the docks towards them. A posse of tattooed menfolk accompanied her, a dozen youths armed with tooth-bladed spears, wide-mouthed pistols and hooked clubs. They swaggered like the cocksure gangers they were, standing with their priestess like they owned the dogs. Seven hells, what's she doing here? Did Aloy know Byron? No, she knows me, said Misfortune. I heard that her and Gangplank used to, you know.
Hey, is the priestess Ilawi? I know that Gangplank was in love with Ilawi, but wasn't Ilawi like a sea monster or some shit? Oh god. Alright, Ilau is in town. Alright.
Really? So the scuttlebutt goes. By the bearded lady, no wonder Okau's men have been giving us such a hard time these last few weeks. Eloy carried a heavy stone sphere that looked as if it weighed about as much as a siren's anchor. The towering priestess carried it everywhere she went, and Misfortune assumed it was some kind of totem. What everyone else called the bearded lady, they called something virtually unpronounceable. Eloy produced a peeled mango from somewhere and took a bite. She noisily chewed the fruit with her mouth open and looked down the barrel of the cannon. A Bilgewater man deserves a blessing of Nagakaboros, yes? Why not? Said Miss
Oh, that's the
Fortune.
thing she's carrying.
He's going down to meet the goddess after all. Nagakaboros doesn't live in the depths, said Eloy. Only foolish Pelangi think that. Nagakaboros is in everything we do that moves us along our path. Yeah, how stupid of me, said Misfortune. Eloy spat the fibrous mango pit into the water and swung the stone idol around like a giant cannonball, holding it up in front of Misfortune. You're not stupid, Sarah, said Eloy with a laugh, but you don't even know what you are, what you've done. Why are you really here, Eloy? Is this about him? Ha! Not even a little bit, snorted Eloy. My life isn't for Nagakaboros, a god or a man, what a choice is that? Not at all, said Misfortune. Bad luck for Gangplank. Eloy grinned, exposing a mouthful of pulped mango. You're not wrong, she said with a slow nod, but you still don't hear. You let a razor eel off the hook and you ought to stamp on its neck and walk away before it sinks its fangs into you. Then your motion will be gone forever. What does that mean? Come and see me when you figure it out, said Eloy, holding her hand out. Nestled in her palm was a pendant of pink coral arranged in a series of curves radiating from a central hub like a single unblinking eye.
So far, it's been like almost 20 minutes of basically... Okay, after the story of Gangplank losing his ship and shit like that, okay, Misfortune is dealing with the aftermath. Most of Gangplank's people are being hunted down, and then Ilawi came and talked to her about their god, whatever, Ouroboros, what, I don't know, and said that who cares about Gangplank? That's not why I'm here. 20 minutes to say that! Fuck's sakes.
Said Eloy. What is it? A token of Nagakaboros to guide you when you're lost.
Oh, God.
What is it really? Nothing more than I say. Misfortune hesitated, but too many people were gathered for her to openly offend a priestess of the bearded lady by refusing her gift.
Bearded
She
lady.
took the pendant and removed her tricorn to loop the leather thong around her neck. Eloy leaned in to whisper. I don't think you're stupid, she said. Prove me right. Why do I care what you think? Said Misfortune. Because a storm is coming, said Eloy, nodding at something over Misfortune's shoulder. You know the one, so you best be ready to turn your prow into the waves. She turned and kicked Barnes' cannon from the dock. It splashed down hard and sank in a froth of bubbles before the fatty surface residue reformed, leaving only its bobbing marker crossed to indicate who was below. The priestess of the bearded lady marched back the way she had come, towards her temple in the cliff crater, and Misfortune turned her gaze out to sea. A storm was brewing way out in the deep ocean, but that wasn't where Eloy had been looking. She'd been looking towards the Shadow Isles. Nobody ever fished Bilgewater Bay at night. Piet knew why, of course. He'd known these waters all his life. The currents were treacherous, hull-splitting rocks lurked just below the surface, and the seabed was littered with the wrecks of the ships whose captains had not accorded the sea with its proper respect. But more importantly, everyone knew the spirits of those drowned at sea were lonely and wanted others to join them. Piet knew all this, but still needed to feed his family. With Captain Jeremiah's ship burned to cinders in the crossfire between Gangplank and Misfortune, Piet had no work and no coin to pay for food. He drunk half a bottle of the scrumpy just to pluck up the courage to push his boat out onto the water tonight, and the prospect of sharing a drink with the giant Freljordian helped steady his nerves. Piet took another slug from the bottle, tugging the scruff of hair on his chin, then pouring a measure over the side to honour the bearded lady. Warmed and numbed by the liquor, Piet rowed past the warring boys and their dead birds until he came to a stretch of ocean where he'd had some luck the previous night. Jeremiah had always said he had a nose for where the fish were biting, and he had a feeling they'd be gathering where the remains of the dead pool had drifted. Piet pulled in the oars and stowed them before finishing off the scrumpy. Then, making sure to leave a last mouthful in the bottle, he tossed it out to sea. With tired, drink-addled fingers, he baited his hooks with grubs he'd scooped from a dead man's eye and tied his lines to the gunwale cleats. He closed his eyes and bent over the side of the boat, placing both hands in the water. Nagakaboros, he said, hoping that using the native's name for the bearded lady might grant him a bit of luck. I ain't asking for much. Please help this poor fisherman and spare him a few morsels from your larder. Watch over me and keep me safe, and if I die in your embrace, keep me down among the dead men. Piet opened his eyes. A pale face stared back at him, wavering just below the surface. It shimmered with cold, lifeless light. He cried out and jerked back into his boat as, one by one, his fishing lines were pulled taut. They spun his boat round as thin coils of mist rose from the water. The mist thickened swiftly, and soon the light from Bilgewater's cliffs was lost to him as cold, dark fog rolled in from the sea. A cacophony of once dead birds squawked from the warning markers, followed by the clamour of bells as their convulsing bodies swung the buoys back and forth. The black mist. Piet scrambled for his oars, fumbling in terror to fit them to the rowlocks. The mist was numbingly cold, and lines of necrotic black threaded his skin at his touch. He wept as the graves of chill frosted his spine. Bearded lady, mother below, Nagakaboros, he sobbed. Please guide me home, please, this I beg of... Piet never finished his plea. A pair of hook-headed chains erupted from his chest, droplets of vividly red blood streaming from their tips. A third hook punched through his belly, another his throat. A fifth and sixth gouged his palms and pulled them down hard, pinning Piet to his boat. Agony surged through him, and he screamed as a figure of purest malice emerged from the black mist. Emerald fire haloed its horned skull, and sockets gouged by vengeful spirits burned as they savoured his pain. The dead spirit was robed in ancient black vestments, and rusted keys scraped at his side. A chained corpse lantern moaned and swayed with monstrous appetite from its clenched fist. The glass of the infernal lantern opened to receive him, and Piet felt his spirit tear loose from the warmth of his flesh. The wails of tortured souls shrieked from its depths, maddened by their unending purgatory. Piet fought to keep his spirit within his body, but a spectral blade scythed and his time in the world was ended as the glass of the lantern snapped shut. A wretched soul you are, said the reaper of his life, its voice like gravel on a tombstone, but only the first to be claimed by Thresh this night. The black mist rippled, and the silhouettes of malefic spirits, howling wraiths and ghostly horsemen swelled within. The darkness boiled across the sea and swept onto land, and the lights in Bilgewater started to go out.
Okay, Thresh made his appearance. That's cool, I guess. This chapter 1 told me absolutely almost nothing about anything that has to do with anything. It's like, fuck my life, bro. What is this video about then? Oh my god, damn, love this vid. TFW, Thresh can hit 5 hooks at once, but you can't hit one on a stunned Cho'Gath. Basically. Heard the new champ name is Izuna. You're wrong! So this started 2016, right? 2015, but the comments are 6 years ago, so that means... Oh, well, 6 years and 11 months, so whatever, it is what it is. Okay, anyway, let's go next. Alright, okay, so first I need to do this real quick. Where is it? Where is it? Oops. Here we go. Let's do this new project real quick. And these two. Was this Shadow and Fortune Part 1. Why? Why can't I add? There you go. I don't know why I can't add if it's not maximized window. That's so weird. And I can't move it. Here we go. Jeez. Jeez, Louise. 99. Okay.
Shadow and
Fortune Part 2. First, let me just finish that thing. TikTok clock, man. I'll just do it after. We'll just do it after. Anyways, yep, there it is. Shadow and Fortune Part 2. Hopefully this is more interesting than the first part, which basically told us almost nothing about anything. Again, a little background about Ilawi, some more background about what happened after Misfortune blew Gangplank's ship. That's about it.
Fortune, Chapter 2.
Let's go.
Misfortune snapped the barrels of her pistols shut and laid them down on the table next to her short-bladed sword. Scores of frantic bells and shouts of alarms echoed from the panicked city below. She knew well what they signified. The harrowing. In defiance of the incoming storm, she kept the shuttered window of her newly acquired villa open.
Okay, so this is happening somewhere towards Halloween, I guess. That's when the harrowing happens in Runeterra, or whatever the place is called. Yeah, Runeterra. We watched a video about harrowing. It was like, for some reason during the harrowing, the Shadow Isles become loose, and like the monstrosities leave that isle for like the day or two or whatever, and they cause chaos, mostly in Bilgewater because that's the closest area. So I guess that's kind of like where this is leading to.
Daring the dead to come for her. Muttering winds carried their hunger, and a cold that settled bone deep. Perched high on Bilgewater's eastern cliffs, the villa had once belonged to a hated gang leader. In the chaos of Gangplank's
harrowing is Halloween,
he'd been dragged from his bed and had his brains bashed out on the cobbles.
It's just that during Halloween, during the harrowing, the Shadow Isles, because usually the Shadow Isles, like, stuff don't escape from there, except during Halloween, basically, and that's when, like, and mostly they cause chaos. They go to the Bilgewater because it's like the closest area to them or some shit.
Belonged to
with life.
And she'd be damned if she'd go the same way. She reached up and ran a fingertip around the curves of the pendant Eloy had given her at Bayern's sinking. The coral was warm to the touch, and though she didn't truly believe in what it represented, it was a pretty enough bauble. The door to her chamber opened, and she let the pendant drop. She knew who was behind her without turning. Only one man would dare enter without knocking. "What are you doing?" asked Raffen. "What does it look like I'm doing?" "Like you're about to do something damn stupid."
Always,
said Misfortune, placing her hands on the table. "We shed blood and lost good people to bring down Gangplank. I'm not going to let the harrowing just what? Take this place from me," she snapped, lifting her pistols and jamming them into their custom tooled hip scabbards.
See, women, so impulsive, man. Just wait it out. Just wait it out. The harrowing lasts only like a day. Just wait it out. Why fight it? Just hide, wait it out, and you got another year, and then you can make your preparations and shit.
And you're not
so
going to
impulsive.
Stop me. We're not here to stop you. Misfortune turned to see Raffen at the threshold of her chambers, a score of her best fighters waiting in the vestibule beyond, armed to the teeth with a mixture of muskets, wheel-lock pistols, clanking bombs and cutlasses that looked like they'd been looted from a museum. Looks like you're about to do something damn stupid as well, she said.
Yeah.
Aye.
Follow the captain.
Walking over to the open window and slamming the shutters closed. You really think we'd let our captain go out to face that alone? I almost died bringing the damn plank down, and I'm not done yet. I don't expect you to go with me. Not tonight, said Misfortune, coming to stand before her men and resting their hands on the carved walnut grips of their guns. This isn't your fight. Of course it bloody is.
Of course it is. What do you mean?
Raffen. Misfortune.
It's more interesting that Misfortune thinks that this is her fight, which is like, it's everyone in Bilgewater fight. Like, what do you mean it's your fight? Like, who died and made you queen? Even if you are, you have the queen's guard too. You know, it's like.
A breath and nodded. There's every chance we won't live to see morning, she said, unable to keep the hint of a smile tugging at her lip. This ain't our first harrowing together, Captain,
Yep,
said Raffen, tapping the skull pommel of his sword. And I'll be damned if it's our last. Olaf was in sight of the Winter's Kiss when he heard the screams. He ignored them at first. Screams were nothing new in Bilgewater. But then he saw men and women running from the quayside in terror, and his interest was piqued. They scrambled from their boats and fled for the crooked streets as fast as they could. They didn't look back and they didn't stop, not even when a shipmate tripped or fell into the water. Olaf had seen men run from battle, but this was something else. This was naked terror, the kind he'd only ever seen etched on the frozen corpses spat out by glaciers where the Ice Witch was said to dwell. Shutters were slamming shut all across the wharf, and the strange symbols he'd seen on every door were frantically being dusted with white powder. Enormous winches were lifting timber structures formed from bolted together hulls of ships high up the cliffs. He recognised the tavern keeper who ran a drinking den where the beer was only slightly stronger than troll piss and waved to him. What's going on?
It's like such random details where the beer was only slightly stronger than troll piss. I don't know about you, man. Troll piss sounds pretty damn strong to me. Something I would never ever want to drink.
The tavern keeper shook his head and pointed to the ocean before slamming his
Random details.
Olaf set the Krakenworm's tooth on the stone wharf and turned to see what all the fuss was about. At first he thought a storm was coming in, but it was a thick black sea fog, albeit fog that approached with unnatural speed and fluid motion. Ah, now, he said, unhooking his axe from his belt. This looks promising. The feel of the weapon's battle-worn leather grip was pleasing in his calloused palm as he passed it from hand to hand, rolling his shoulders to loosen the muscles. The black mist swept over the farther ships, and Olaf...
It's the leadership thing. When she became head honcho of Bilgewater, she took its order and protection her shoulders. Yeah, on her shoulders. Yeah, I get it, but like, as far as I understand, so right now they're still dealing with the aftermath of her blowing Gangplank's ship up. Like, she's like the de facto leader, but she's not leader yet. Also, the whole harrowing thing, again, it's not like it's only her problem, because like she lived in Bilgewater for a long time. During harrowing, kind of like everyone participates, you know? So it's like, just because you came leader doesn't mean like you're changing how we're dealing with the harrowing kind of thing. It's like, if it was her first harrowing, she just came to Bilgewater out of nowhere and took over, and then the harrowing starts. I'm like, okay, maybe. But it's like, everyone who lives there knows what the harrowing is. There's no reason for her to be like, well, I'm gonna take care of this on my own. Bitch, no you can't. What do you mean?
His eyes widened as he saw spirits plucked from the blackest nightmares writhing in the mist. A towering dread knight, a monstrous chimera of warhorse and man, led them alongside a black-clad reaper limed in green fire. These lords of the dead left the spirit host
Hecarim and Karthus?
They flew into Bilgewater proper, with predatory speed. Olaf had heard the natives speak in hushed whispers of something called the Harrowing, a time of doom and darkness, but hadn't expected to be lucky enough to face it axe in hand. The host of the dead tore into the wallowing galleys, merchantmen and corsair ships with claw and fang, ripping them apart like an ursine with its snout in a fresh kill. Sailcloth tore and rigging lines snapped as easily as rotten sinew. Heavy masts splintered as boats were tossed into one another and smashed to kindling. A host of screaming wraiths flew into the winter's kiss, and Olaf roared in anger as the Long Reaver's keel heaved and split, its timbers freezing solid in a heartbeat. The boat sank as swiftly as if its hold were filled with rocks, and Olaf saw his fellow Freljordians dragged below the water by creatures with cadaverous limbs and fish-hooked mouths. "Olaf will make you wish you had stayed dead!" he yelled as he charged along the wall. Spirits boiled up from the ocean, icy claws slashing towards him. Olaf's axe sang out, cleaving a glittering arc through the host. The dead screeched as his blade sundered him, its true ice edge more lethal than any enchantment. They howled as they died a second time, and Olaf sang the song he'd written for the moment of his death with lusty vigour. The words were simple, but the equal of any saga told by the wandering poets of the ice. How long had he waited to sing these words? How often had he feared he might never get the chance? A shimmering mist of snapping jaws swarmed him. Spectres and things of mist, webs of frost patterned his...
You know what I find funny about these people? Like, the type of person like Olaf, where it's like, I can't wait to die in a glorious battle or some shit. It's like, bro, it's so easy to find a glorious battle. Go to Noxus and be like, I'm gonna kill everybody here. And just go and fight until you die. Like, it's not that, like, every time like you see the Viking shows, whatever, it's like, I wanna die in glorious battle. Meanwhile, they survive after the defeat and all that shit. It's like, like clearly, there's like more to it, you know?
His hauberk and the deathly touch of voracious spirits burned his skin.
Like, Sparta was the only one who actually followed this code, where like the women or like the mothers said like, I'd rather my son return on a shield than return without one. Because if he returns without a shield means he ran away from the fight. I'd rather him fight and die. You know, there's like, the only defeat in Sparta means everyone died. There's no such thing as ran away. That I understand. But these guys, like, oh yeah, man, I can finally die in an honorable battle or whatever. It's like, you can always do that. You can just go find a bunch of opponents, man. It's not...
And it fired his blood to heights of fury unknown to all but the Berserker. He shrugged off the pain of the wraith touch, feeling reason recede and fury build. Crimson froth built at the corners of his mouth as he bit the inside of his cheeks raw. He roared and swung his axe like a madman, caring nothing for pain, only that he slew his enemies. That they were dead already meant nothing to him.
Yeah, whatever. Kill them even if they're dead.
Back, ready to strike another blow, when a deafening crash of splintering columns...
Olaf had done that? Well, yeah, now he's doing it. He's going into, like, that shadow to fight. But I'm saying, like, it's like he says that like, what the narrator said, it's like, Olaf feared that he would never have a chance to use that song that he prepared for his death. And it's like, bro, like, it's not that hard to find a fight you're gonna die in, you know? He has faced overwhelming odds before hoping to die, and he walked away disappointed. Yeah, I get it. But I'm just saying, it's like, it's not that hard to keep finding fights. Also, let's say this, if you go and like you invade a whole nation by yourself, right? It's like, you will either die, you will either like kill a bunch, get exhausted and then die, like, you know, use up all your energy, or you will die fighting, you know? It's like, it's not that, like, do you think Olaf can take down all of Noxus? You know, it's like, do you think Olaf alone can take down all of Demacia? You know, it's like, probably not, right? So it's like, it's not that hard for him to find a fight where he would die.
Flames erupted behind him. He spun to face this new foe as a blizzard of smashed wood and stone crashed into the quayside. Bladed shards sliced his face, and fist-sized chunks of stone pummeled his arms raw. Rendered fats and animal fluids fell in a rank drizzle as a horrendous groaning issued from the black mist.
It's like, imagine like some crazy guy walks into your town and be like, fight me! Fight me! It's like, I wanna fight! Just fucking start hitting shit with axes.
Then he saw it. The spirit of the Kraken worm arose from the remains of the slaughtered dock. Titanic and filled with fury, its ghostly tentacles lifted into the air and smashed down like thunderbolts hurled by a wrathful god. An entire street was smashed to ruin in the blink of an eye, and Olaf's berserker fury surged as he finally beheld a foe worthy of claiming his life. Olaf raised his axe in salute of his killer.
And it's told by an oracle or something that he would die an old man, and Olaf hated that as a berserker, so he is looking for that glorious death, and everything so far he has walked away. Yeah, no. Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying. I didn't know the thing about the oracle, I get that, but like, and I get why he hates it as a berserker. And I understand he's looking for that glorious death, but I'm just saying it's like they're overthinking. Like, I feel like, again, it's for the story. I get it, why he like rushes into danger and shit like that. I get that. I'm just saying that's like he could go into Demacia and just start fighting. I'm sure he won't survive. You know, it's like I'm sure he would get outnumbered and eventually killed by a bunch of fucking people attacking him. He will take a lot of them down, sure, but it's like I'm sure he would not survive, you know, until, because like if he just goes all in and he doesn't leave Demacia until everyone else is dead, I'm pretty sure they will stop him. You know.
"Your beauty!" he yelled, and charged to his doom.
Ah, Lucian. Why is Lucian
The woman
here?
was beautiful, with wide almond-shaped eyes, full lips, and the high cheekbones common to
Is Lucian here hunting Thresh? Is that why he's there? Would make sense, I guess.
Marcia.
Yeah, right? It's like, I don't know. Like, I don't get it. It's like when, like, it's the same as, like, the Vikings and stuff like that, where they, like, dying in battle, like, that's the only way to go to Valhalla. Meanwhile, if they're losing a fight, they run away. It's like, no, why are you running away if you're losing? Fight to the death. That's how you go to Valhalla, kind of thing, you know?
The portrait in the locket was a miniature masterpiece, but it failed to capture the depth of Senna's strength and determination. He rarely looked at her picture, knowing that to carry his grief too
Yeah, he's
close
here
was
hunting for
hard
Thresh,
him.
right? Got his wife back.
Grief was a chink in his armor. Lucian could not allow himself to truly feel her loss, so he snapped the locket shut.
That's a cool part of the picture here, which you don't really see when it's animated and you see the guns blazing and shit. You don't really see this head exploded. That's nice. It's a nice touch.
He knew he should bury it in the sand of his cave beneath the cliffs, but could not put her memory below the earth as he had her body. He would shut the grief away until Thresh was destroyed and Senna's death avenged.
Yeah.
Then, and only then, would Lucian mourn his lost wife with tears and offerings to the veiled lady.
Little did he know.
How long had it been since that terrible night?
How long
He
indeed?
felt the bottomless abyss of sorrow lurking in ambush and viciously suppressed it as he had so many times before. He drew on the teachings of his order, repeating the mantras he and Senna had been taught.
I honestly, out of all the ADCs, I'd say, and I don't really like ADCs, I'd say Lucian is probably my second favorite after Kaisa. But I'm biased with Kaisa because of Kassadin. Lore-wise, I do love his story. Especially, like, I read his story when he came out about, like, Thresh and his wife, and I was like, that's really cool. And then when Thresh was released, which was, like, I think Thresh was released, like, right after Lucian. Or like maybe right before him, I don't remember, but they were released very close together. And I was like, oh shit is about to go down in bot lane. What the worst part was that Thresh and Lucian was one of the best combos for bot lane. One of the best duos for bot lane, which was so fucked up.
To close themselves off from emotion. Only then could he reach a place of equilibrium that would allow him to face deathly horrors beyond imagining. The grief ebbed slowly, but it remained. He opened the locket only reluctantly, feeling a growing distance between himself and Senna's memory. He found he could no longer recall the exact sweep of her jawline, the smoothness of her skin, or the precise colour of her...
Yeah, it was kind of annoying, huh? It's like, lore-wise, it doesn't make sense. Like, wait, if they cooperate, they're way too strong. Doesn't make
The
sense.
longer his hunt went on, the
Like, you
further
think
away
they kill each other in lane, you know?
Lucian lifted his
Yeah,
head,
yeah.
let
Lucian
his
Nami
breath
right now
ease
is really
his
strong
lungs,
too, yeah.
Forcing his
Well, it depends on the Nami, let's be real. It's like it really depends on the Nami.
Heartbeat to slow. The walls of the cave were pale limestone, gouged in the cliffs upon which Bilgewater was built. The motion of water and the stone picks of the natives had crafted a labyrinth beneath the city few knew or even suspected existed. The pale rock walls were etched with looping spirals, rippling waves, and things that might have been unblinking eyes. He'd learned these were symbols of the native religion, but whoever had carved them had not visited this place in many years. He found it by following the secret symbols of his own order, symbols that would guide him to places of refuge and succor in any city of Valoran. Only dim reflections of light shimmered on the roof of the cave, but as his eyes followed the spiral of carvings, a shimmering radiance spread from his palm. "Let me be your shield." Lucian looked down, the memory of her words as clear as though she stood next to him. The locket glistened with lambent green flame. He looped the chain of the locket around his neck and swept up his twin relic pistols. "Thresh," he whispered. Bilgewater's streets were deserted. The bells from the ocean were...
It's like such a random intermission into Lucian. It's like, yeah, he misses his wife. Back to Bilgewater.
still ringing with cries of terror.
The way it's edited, it's so weird.
Rat Town was completely covered by the black mist, and howling storms raged over Port Morn's desolation. Fires burned all along Butcher's Bridge, and a shimmering fog clung to cliffs above the grey harbour. The people in the upper reaches of the city hid in their homes and prayed to the bearded lady that the harrowing would pass them by. That grief would fall upon some other poor unfortunate. Warding candles of ambergris burned in every window, shimmering through bottle green sea glass. Burning roots of Empress of the Dark Forest hung from doors, shutters, and nailed-up planks. "People really believe in the Empress?" asked Misfortune. Raffen shrugged, his mouth a thin line and the creases around his eyes pulled tight as he searched the gathering mist for threats. He pulled out a smouldering length of identical root from beneath his shirt. "It's all about where you place your faith, isn't it?" Misfortune drew her pistols. "I have faith in these and in us," she said. "What else are you carrying?"
Fair.
"This cutlass has kept me safe through 6 harrowings," he said, tapping its pommel again. "I offered up a bottle of 10-year-old rum to the bearded lady, and this knife here was sold to me by a man who swore its edge was pure as sunsteel." Misfortune glanced at the scabbarded knife, certain without even seeing the blade that Raffen had been swindled. The workmanship around the quillons was too poor.
It's all about faith, Misfortune. It's all about faith. Doesn't matter if he was actually swindled or not. It's all about faith.
But she wasn't about to tell him that. "What about you?" he asked. Misfortune patted her pouch of pistol shot. "Every one's been dipped in Myron's dark," she said loud enough for every one of her 30-strong company to hear. "If the dead want to fight, we'll meet them with spirits of our own." The oppressive gloom made it hard to laugh, but she saw a few smiles, and that was about as much as she could expect on a night like this. She turned and pushed down into Bilgewater, descending crooked stairs cut into the rock of the cliffs, crossing secret bridges of half-rotted rope and threading forgotten alleys that hadn't known the tread of feet in years. She brought them into a wide square on one of the floating wharf shanties, where swaying dwellings leaned together as though their twisted eaves whispered to one another. Every facade was a mishmash of driftwood, and patterns of frost clung to the skewered timbers. Frozen winds blew through the patchwork dwellings, freighted with sobs and screams from afar. Flaming braziers hung from hundreds of mast lines strung between buildings, smoking with strange herbs. Pools of water rippled with reflections of things that weren't there. With stalls. Most days this was a thriving marketplace, packed to the gunwales with stalls, rattling meat vendors, drink hawkers, merchants, pirates, bounty hunters, and surly flotsam washed in from every corner of the world. Just about everywhere in Bilgewater had a view of this place, which was just how Misfortune wanted it. Mist clung to every outcropping of timber. Discarded figureheads wept frozen tears. Mist and shadows gathered. "Cut per square?" said Raffen. "How did we get here? I ran this place as a wharf snag." Thought I knew every
I really love the background music. It reminds me of Witcher 3, like some taverns and shit. Like straight up, it's so close.
in and out like any good little thief. Not every way, said Misfortune. The counting houses on either side were silent and dark, and she resisted the impulse to look through the torn sheets of flapping canvas nailed over porthole windows. How do you know these routes and I don't? Lady Bilgewater and I are two of a kind, said Misfortune, her gaze narrowing as black mist seeped into the square. She whispers her secrets to me like an old friend, so I know her every hidden wind and jitty like you never will. Raffin grunted as he spread into an empty square. What next? We wait, said Misfortune as they reached the centre of the square, feeling terribly exposed. The black mist twitched with things moving in its depths. A disembodied skull of ghostly light stretched from the darkness, empty-eyed and with sharpened teeth. Its jaws stretched wider than any natural bone structure would allow, and a keening wail built in its gullet. Misfortune's bullets punched through each of its eye sockets, and the skull vanished with a shriek of frustration. She twisted the wheel lock on each pistol, and ingenious mechanisms within reloaded each.
You know what would be cool? If they make a mode for Halloween specifically, but like it can be like for multiple weeks, not just like straight up Halloween, where you're actually like being chased by the harm. Like let's say you start Bilgewater and like you have to get the fuck out of Bilgewater because it's being attacked by Harrowing. Obviously the Harrowing at some point catches up to you and you get to fight it and shit like that. But it's more of a sort of like the usual League of Legends where it's like, you know, conquer the enemy team, make it a PvE event where you just level up as you go, kill some shit, whatever, buy items on the way, like make it like maybe a mini roguelike kind of thing as you escape the Harrowing. I think that would be pretty cool, like a pretty cool mode.
For a moment,
and it's like, you know, for a couple weeks, nothing big.
Then the black mist erupted in a screeching howl as the spirits of the dead surged into the square. For the second time this evening, Olaf cut his way inside the dead Kraken worm.
PvE mode one time in all their years, and it was great, but it was for Star Guardians. I think, yeah, I remember something. I'm pretty sure I played Yasuo in there. It wasn't just Star Guardians. I don't know if that's the same mode. I remember there was a PvE mode with, yeah, Odyssey. Yeah, that was the one. That was the one I played. I didn't do the Star Guardians one. Did Project have a PvE? I don't remember Project. Odyssey, yeah. Odyssey was hard as fuck, by the way. it's like I died almost like, I think it was like within like something fifth. I don't know if it was like the fifth tower or like the fifth something, but like it was, yeah. I do not remember Project PvE. Yeah, that would be cool. I want them to make more of these like mini PvE events. I think that was like really cool. I don't know how successful it was, but I think it was pretty cool. Also gives you something else to do than like a break from like the usual League stuff.
He wielded his axe like a crazed woodsman, hewing left and right with
triangular map.
The beast's vast limbs were insubstantial as mist, yet the ice of his blade clove them like flesh. Tentacles flailed and slammed down on the stone of the wharf, but Olaf was fast for a big man. Slow warriors.
Yeah, no, I think I didn't play League at that time. I know like during Project, when Project came out, because like I remember when I came back to League, I was like, what the fuck are all these Project skins? Like Project Z and all Project stuff. So I was like, I guess I totally missed that. Because I did take like half year here, a year here of breaks and stuff like that, because just get stale a bit.
He rolled and slashed with his axe, severing a suckered length of limb.
Still pretty cool. Like they should bring these back, like kind of like a season thing, where it's like whenever it was made a year anniversary, they do it again for like a week or something like that. Like I don't see why they wouldn't, like anniversary type of stuff.
As it was parted from the monster's body.
It's like they have the modes.
Even in the grip of the red shroud, Olaf saw the creature's skull and the thrashing chaos of phantom limbs surrounding it. Its eyes were afire with the enraged spirit of its life. A moment of sublime connection passed between them. The beast's soul knew him. Olaf laughed with joy. You see the taker of your life, and we are now bonded in death, he roared. Mayhap if you kill me, we shall battle forever in the realms beyond mortal ken. The prospect of eternal war against so mighty a foe poured fresh strength into Olaf's aching muscles. He charged towards the creature's maw, caring nothing for his pain as each brush with the Krakenworm's tentacles burned his skin worse than the splinter winds of Lockfar Coast. He leapt into the air, axe aloft. He looked glorious death in the face. A tentacle whipped out and lashed around his thigh. It swung him around in a dizzying arc, lifting him high into the air. Come then, bellowed Olaf, punching his axe skyward in salute to their shared destiny. Unto death!
When he narrates.
A wraith creature with grasping talons and a mouth of icy fangs lunged from the swirling mass of spirits.
Unto death.
Misfortune put a bullet through its face and it vanished like smoke in a gale. A second shot and another spirit vanished. She grinned through her fear as she spun into cover behind a weather-worn stone bollard of the River King to reload. On impulse, she leaned over and gave his toothy grin a kiss. It's all about where you place your faith. Gods, bullets, or her own skill. The grin fell from her face as one of the pistols jammed with a grinding crunch of metal.
Oh.
Her mother's admonishing words arose from the dark recesses of memory. That's what you get when someone else mixes your powder, Sarah, she said, holstering the gun and sliding her sword from its sheath. She'd looted it from the captain of a Damascian galliot running north up the Sherman Rust coast. It was as fine an example of the artificer's art as any she'd seen. Misfortune spun from cover, firing her loaded pistol and slashing her sword through the mist creatures. Her shot plucked another spectre from the air, and her sword's edge bit as if cutting flesh and bone. Did the spirits of the dead have a physical component to them that could be hurt? It seemed unlikely, but she was wounding something inside of them. She didn't have time to think too hard on the matter and suspected that whatever power she tapped into would be undone if she did. Men and women screamed as the howling storm of dead spirits filled Cutpurse Square, slashing with claws that froze their blood or reached into chests and sundered hearts with terror. 7 were dead, maybe more, their souls wrenched from their fallen corpses to turn on their comrades. Her heroic band fought with blades and muskets, shouting the name of the bearded lady, their loved ones, and even heathen gods of faraway lands.
Bearded lady.
Whatever works, thought Misfortune. Raffen was down on one knee, his face ashen, breathing like a wharfside doxy after a long shift. Scraps of mist clung to him like cobwebs, and the smouldering rouge around his neck burned with a fierce cherry-red glow. On your feet! This fight isn't done, she said. Don't tell me the fight's not done, he snapped, pushing himself to his feet. I've been through more harrings than you could wrap a dead rat's tail round. Before Misfortune could ask exactly what that meant, he leaned to the side and fired his pistol at something behind her. A conjured spirit of wolf and bat screeched as it was banished, and Misfortune returned the favour as a spirit form of grasping hooks and snapping fangs lunged at her second in command. Everyone down! Shouted Misfortune, plucking a pair of splinter bombs from her belt and lobbing them into the howling mist. They detonated in a deafening explosion of fire and smoke. Wood splinters and fragments of stone ricocheted. Broken glass fell in a glittering rain of daggers. Acrid fog filled the square, but it was man-made and entirely bereft of spirits. Raffen shook his head and worked a finger in his ear. What was in that bomb? Black powder mixed with essence of copal and rue, said Misfortune. One from my special stash. And stuff like that works against the dead? My mother believed in it.
Everything works against the
Good
dead.
enough for me. You know, we might just make it through. Don't say it, warned Misfortune. The mist began coalescing throughout the square, first in thin tendrils and wisps, then in glowing outlines of monsters.
Would be cool if there's actually a monster that is controlling this mist, and it's just a 1-year cooldown to do it again. And then they're gonna release this monster onto the League of Legends. It's like a long-ass cooldown to release the mist. That's the ultimate.
Things with conjoined legs, fang-filled jaws, and arms that ended in hooks or pincers. The spirits they thought they'd killed. Reforming, returning. What was it folks said about plans and the contents of the privy? Turns out the dead are pretty hard to kill, said Miss Fortune, trying not to
Turns
let
out.
the fear show. She'd been naive to think petty trinkets
Christ.
and blind faith were enough to face the spirits.
There we go.
She wanted to show the people of Bilgewater
That was annoying. Sorry about
they
that.
could forge their own destiny. Instead, she was going to get herself killed and leave the city to be torn apart. A bass rumble rolled through the square, then another. Percussion thunder strikes.
Well, Viego isn't necessarily controlling the mist, I believe. Right? He's just the ruined king. I don't know if he's actually controlling the mist. He controls the mist, or at least when he wants to, he does. Yeah, but I'm saying like the mist that like gets all of the harrowing going, like this shit that's like everywhere. I don't think that's Viego. I know he controls a mist, yeah, but I don't think he controls the mist, right? Like this part. I know everything started because of Viego. Or like maybe he can only control a part of it usually, but it's like during the harrowing his power multiplies on the top of itself and then he can control all of it. I don't know. Because otherwise, why is the harrowing only once a year? Maybe Viego's rage, or like basically when, you know, he tried to, it's not rage really, when he tried to resurrect her, that was during the Halloween. And once a year, towards the anniversary of his wife's death, that's when, you know, he remembers and the mist becomes stronger. I don't know, maybe.
Rising in a stalking storm. It grew to become pounding hammer blows on an anvil, faster and louder until the ground shook with violence. What in the nine deeps is that? Said Raffen. I don't know, said Miss Fortune as the outline of a spectral horseman in midnight plate emerged from the mist. He sat atop a strangely proportioned warhorse, and his helm was worked in the form of a snarling demon. A dread knight? Said Miss Fortune.
A Hecarim?
Raffen shook his head, his face drained of colour.
Actually, no, Hecarim is the horse.
That's no knight, he said. That's the Shadow of War.
Shadow of War. Could be Hecarim, right? But Hecarim is like, he's connected to his horse, right? So let me see. Hecarim images. Oh, never mind. It is Hecarim. Because she said at the end there, that's no knight, that's no dread knight, that's the Shadow of War. Hecarim's second name is the Shadow of War. So it was Hecarim. That's it for this part. Let's go to the next one. Alright, let's go. Part 100 and part 3 of Shadow and Fortune.
Shadow and Fortune.
Good times.
Chapter 3.
Let's go. Nice. It's also a shorter video.
Paralyzing terror rippled through Miss Fortune's company.
Where is it? Stop it. What is this? Who asks you? Let's go. Hecarim is Viego's left-hand man. Yeah, I can see that.
Shadow of War.
Shadow of War.
His name was once Hecarim, but no one
Oh,
knew
there you
if
go,
that
yeah.
true or some ancient tale teller's invention.
There you go. It is
Only
Hecarim.
fools dared recite his dark legend around the hearth fire. And he-
Which is kind of funny because the previous harrowing story, it said how Hecarim and Thresh are actually not in the Shadow Isles. But obviously they changed that. It's good to not be canon. They said like Hecarim was hunting down between Demacia and Noxus. He was just running back and forth, just killing shit. So I guess they changed it with time.
Even then, only after enough rum to sink a Noxian warbark. As the Shadow of War emerged further from the mist, Miss Fortune saw he was no mere horseman. Cold dread settled upon her like a shroud at the sight of the monstrous creature. Perhaps Hecarim had once been a knight, man and horse separate entities.
Yeah,
But
now it's
rider
the
and
same.
mount were now one, a single, towering behemoth whose only purpose was destruction. They're all around us, said a voice. Misfortune
That must be an updated version of Callisto. Viego's left-hand man. And Hecarim's left hand and Callisto's the right-hand man. Till she was betrayed. Yeah, I did the story of Callisto. It was so confusing, but it didn't really talk about those parts. It might have been updated later. Or at least maybe this guy who's narrating did not say who she was. Because I believe back then you didn't know about Viego. So it could have been updated to closer towards the Viego part.
looking away from the armored sentries.
We'll get there, I hope.
Host of ghostly knights, their outlines lambent.
Let's see.
Radiance. Their level glances and blue swords of dark radiance. Hecarim swept out a hooked and terrible glaive, its killing edge erupting with green fire. You know any secret ways out of here? Asked Raffen. No, said Misfortune. I want to fight that bastard. You want to fight the Shadow of War? Before Misfortune could answer, a hooded...
Yeah, the lore here doesn't go up to Viego. Oh, okay, so yes, after Viego came out, they updated the lore. Okay, makes sense, yeah. Okay. Because yeah, right now he doesn't know about Viego at this point in time in 2015. Viego is like what, 2020-ish release, right?
Figure leapt from the rooftop of a grain store and dropped into the square. He landed gracefully. A storm coat of worn leather splayed behind him. He carried 2 pistols, but they were like no weapons Misfortune had ever seen on her mother's gun table. Bronzed metalwork braced around hunks of what looked like carved stone.
January 2021 was Viego release. But he existed... The character existed since 2012.
Light filled the square as he loosed searing bolts from each pistol in a fusillade that put the destruction of the Deadpool to shame. The man turned in a tight spiral, marking targets and picking them off with whip-fast motion. The mist burned where his bolts struck, and the ghostly wraiths screeched as they were consumed. The mist withdrew from Cutpurse Square, taking Hecarim and the Death Knights with it. Something told Misfortune this was but a temporary respite. The man holstered his pistols and turned to look at Misfortune, throwing back his hood to reveal darkly handsome features with haunted eyes. The thing about shadows, he said, bring enough light, and they disappear. Olaf was not happy with this doom. He hoped men would speak of his epic battle with the Krakenworm, not this ignoble fall to his death. He hoped someone might have seen him charge the sea beast. He prayed at least one observer had seen him lifted high into the air by its ghostly tentacle, then fled before seeing him hurled away like an unworthy man. Olaf crashed down through the roof of the building.
Bro, everyone's fighting the shadows, meanwhile Olaf is fighting the bearded lady. It's like, fuck it. A fight is a fight.
To the side of the cliff. Maybe it was a ship's hull. He fell too fast to make it out. Crashing timbers and earthenware tumbled with him in his headlong plunge through the building. He glimpsed astonished. Shouting faces flashed past him. Olaf smashed through a floor. A support beam drove the wind from him as he tumbled down Bilgewater's cliffs. He bounced from an outcrop of rock and went headfirst.
Bearded lady's like, bro, stop. I'm not here to fight you. I'm trying to stop the shadows from invading Bilgewater. He's like, no, you are target. I fight to death.
Through an open window.
Glorious death.
Through yet another floor.
Oh, God.
Angry curses followed him down. He spun onto a trailing forest of ropes and pulleys, flags and pennants. He thrashed as he fell, tangling his limbs and weapon. Fate was mocking him, wrapping him in a folded shroud of canvas sailcloth. Not like this, damn it!
Not like this!
Not like this!
Not like this.
Who are you, and where can I get a pair of guns like those? Offering her hand to the new arrival. My name is Lucian, he said, warily taking her hand. Damn glad to know you, friend, said Raffen, clapping him on the back as if they were old shipmates. Misfortune saw Raffin's familiarity made Lucian acutely uncomfortable, like he'd forgotten how to be around others.
Yeah.
His eyes scanned the edges of the square, his fingers dancing.
Well, isn't Lucian like not human, kinda? Again, could be changed by now, but yeah.
In the grips of his pistols. You're a welcome sight, Lucian, said Misfortune. We should move, he said. The shadow of war will return. He's right, said Raffin, with an imploring look. It's time to get inside, batten down the hatches. No! We came out to fight. Look, I get it, Sarah. We won Bilgewater and you need to fight to hold on to it, to show everyone you're better than Gangplank. Well, you've done that. We went out into the Black Mist and we fought the dead. That's more than he ever did. Anyone who risks looking out a window is going to know that. Hell, even the ones who ain't looking will hear about it. What more do you want? To fight for Bilgewater. There's fighting for Bilgewater, and then there's dying for Bilgewater, said Raffin. I'm all up for the first, not so much for the second. These men and women followed you down into hell, but now it's time to climb back out. Misfortune faced her company of fighters, every ragged cutthroat one of them. None of them could be trusted not to sell their own mothers for a shiny trinket, but they'd done everything and more she'd asked of them. Venturing out into the Black Mist was just a...
Well, he is human. Like, wasn't he and Senna like born out of like some stone or some shit, like some light stone? And that's also where they got their weapons. But again, this is like in the way original, so it's like it's probably not even canon. Because they also said that his guns were made in Piltover, so at this point it's like, well, the guns weren't created with him, so, you know. But yeah, I know, like, I know he's obsessed with getting his wife back, but in the original, it was that the reason he was so obsessed with her is because they were, one part, like, they were half part of the other. Like, they were literally the other's part of the person, you know? It's like, you know how, like... the whole like love thing where it's like find my missing piece or some shit. No? Fuck, man, I remember there was something with the stone. I'll look into it again after, but I remember they were like carved from a stone or some shit.
About the bravest thing any of them had ever done.
I'll go into that. But again, it's most likely not canon, even if it what I'm saying is true.
Their deaths for the sake of her vengeance. You're right, she said, taking a breath. We're done here. Then may fortune follow you, said Lucian, turning away and drawing his strange pistols once again. Wait, said Misfortune. Come with us. Lucian shook his head. No, there is a mist wraith I need to destroy. The one they call Thresh, the Chain Warden. I owe him a death.
Oh, no, they were always lovers. I'm saying that they were lovers that came out from the same stone. The reason they were lovers, you know, like that whole cliche of like love stories where it's like she's my missing piece and stuff like that. Like Senna and Lucian are literally each other's piece, you know. Found him and trained him, and they just fell in love. Okay, so that might be a different one then. Yeah, I'll check it after.
Saw the lines around Lucian's eyes deepen and recognized the expression she's worn ever since her mother's murder.
I'll find real quick.
He took someone from you, didn't he? She said. Lucian nodded slowly and said no more, but his very silence spoke volumes. This clearly isn't your first tussle with the dead, she said, but you won't survive the night if you stay out here alone. I'm guessing that might not mean much to you, but whoever this Thresh took from you, they wouldn't want you to die here. Lucian's eyes flicked downwards, and Misfortune saw a silver locket just visible around his neck. Was it her imagination or a trick of the mist that made it shimmer in the moonlight? Come with us, said Misfortune. Find somewhere safe till morning, and you'll live to do it again. Safe? Where is safe in this city? Said Lucian. I think I might know a place, said Misfortune. They left Cutpurse Square and were travelling west up towards the...
Why is Lucian looking for a safe place though? Isn't he hunting Thresh right now? Shouldn't he be like, yeah, you guys can keep safe, I don't give a shit, I'm looking for this motherfucker because he has my wife.
Bridge when they found the Freljord. He hung from a crooked spar like a shrouded corpse on a gibbet. Unlike most corpses, however, this one was thrashing like a landed fish. A splintered pile of debris lay scattered all around him, and Misfortune looked up to see how far he'd fallen through the cliffside dwellings. A long way was the answer, and that he was still alive was nothing short of a miracle. Lucian levelled his pistols, but she shook her head. No, this one's actually on the right side of the grave. Muffled cries came from within the shroud, curses that would get a man beaten to death in a host of different lands, shouted in a thick Freljordian accent. She placed the tip of her sword against the canvas and sliced downwards. Like a newborn sea calf pulled from a ruptured birth sack, a hugely bearded man spilled onto the cobbles. The reek of fish guts and offal clung to him.
Where's Samir in all of this?
He climbed unsteadily to his feet, brandishing an axe with a blade like a shard of diamond ice. "Which way to the slaughter docks?" he said, weaving like a drunk. He looked around, confused, his head a mass of lumps and bruises. "Ordinarily, I tell you to follow your nose," said Misfortune, "but I'd be amazed if you've any sense of smell left." "I'll kill that kraken worm 10 times over if I have to," said the man. "I owe it to death." "Lots of that going around tonight," said Misfortune. The Freljordian named himself Olaf, a warrior of the rightful mistress of the ice, and after shaking off his concussion, declared his intention to join them until he could fight the most dangerous spirit within the Black Mist.
The dream team.
Die? Lucian asked him. "Of course," said Olaf, as though the very question was the height of foolishness. "I seek an ending worthy of legend."
Okay, Thor.
Fortune left the madman to his dreams of death. So long as he swung that axe in the right direction, he was welcome to join them as they pushed onwards. 3 times the mist closed in on them, and each time it took an unlucky soul.
I love the way he said it. So long as he swung his axe in the right direction.
Spiteful
That's a good way to
from
say
the
it.
sides of buildings, the sound of a whetstone over rusted steel. Ranks of carrion birds poured from rooftops in anticipation of a fresh banquet by the light of the moon. Welcoming lights danced in the darkness of the mist, like beguiling corpse candles over sucking marshland. "Don't look at them," warned Lucian. His warning came too late for one man and his wife. Misfortune didn't know their names, but knew they had lost a son to ocean ague less than a year ago. They walked from the cliffs following a vision in the lights only they could see. Another man took his hooked hand to his throat before his friends could stop him. Another simply vanished into the mist without anyone seeing him go. By the time they reached Serpent Bridge, their company numbered less than a dozen. Misfortune couldn't feel sorry for them. She told them not to come with her. If they wanted to live forever, they should be shuttered behind closed doors and protected carvings, clutching spiral talismans of the bearded lady and praying to whatever gave them solace. But against the harrowing, even that was no guarantee of safety. They'd passed countless homes smashed open with splintered shutters and doors hanging limply from leather hinges. Misfortune kept her eyes fixed forward, but it was impossible not to feel the accusing gazes from the frozen faces within or sense the terror of their last moments. "The Black Mist will have its due," said Raffen as they passed yet another charnel house, the families within cold and dead. She wanted to be angry at such acceptance of horror, but what good would that do? After all, he was right. Instead, she focused on the hazed outline of the structure across the bridge. It sat in the centre of a gouged crater in the cliff, as if some mighty sea creature had taken a vast bite from the rock. Like most places in Bilgewater, it was constructed from the ocean's leavings. Its walls were driftwood and branches from faraway lands. Its windows the scavenged remains of ships swept up from the seabed. It had a peculiar quality of possessing not a single straight line anywhere in its construction. The curious angles gave it sense of being somehow in motion, as if it might one day choose another place to set down temporary roots. Its spire was likewise crooked, fluttered like the horn of a narwhal and topped with the same spiral symbol Misfortune wore around her neck. A shimmering light wreathed the icon, and where it shone, the darkness was held in abeyance. "What is that place?" asked Lucian. "The Temple of the Bearded Lady," she said. "The house of Nagakaboros."
Okay.
"Is it safe?" "It's better than staying out here." Lucian nodded as they set
Nagakaboros.
off across the winding length of the bridge. Like the temple it approached, the bridge was an uneven thing, its cobbles undulant like something alive. Raffen paused at the crumbling parapet and looked down. Getting higher every year, he said. Reluctantly, Misfortune joined him and looked over the edge. The docks in Rat Town were smothered beneath the black mist, and even the web of Gondolas was barely visible. Bilgewater was choking in the grip of the mist, its tendrils seeping ever deeper into the city. Screams of terror drifted upwards, each one a life ended and a fresh soul for the Legion of the Dead. Raffen shrugged. A few years from now, there won't be anywhere in Bilgewater beyond its reach. A lot can happen in...
I really wonder how they're gonna play this out in the MMORPG. They're definitely gonna have the harrowing during Halloween. Like, all the MMORPGs have like events during certain times of the year. I wonder how they're gonna do it in the MMO with Bilgewater and the harrowing. That could actually be interesting.
In a few years, said Misfortune. This happens
Maybe like
every
world
year.
bosses, Hecarim, Thresh as world bosses coming in.
With a reckless disregard for the
Viego.
drop. Misfortune nodded. Excellent, said the Freljordian. If I am fated not to die this night, I will return here when the black mist rises again. It's your funeral.
Good.
Said Raffen. Thank you, said Olaf,
Yeah.
slapping an enormous palm on Raffen's back, almost knocking him from the bridge. The Freljordian's eyes widened as a host of ghostly tentacles rose from the mist.
My
uncoiling
funeral?
and
Nice.
slashed down on
Let's
the
go.
dwellings of Rat Town. The beast!
Oh
He
god.
cried. And before anyone could stop him, he vaulted onto the parapet and hurled himself from the edge. Mad bastard, said Raffen as Olaf's dwindling form vanished into the mist below.
What?
All the ice dwellers are mad, said Misfortune, but he was madder than most I've met. Get everyone inside, said Lucian. She heard the urgency in his voice and turned to see him facing a towering figure in stitched black robes hung with hooked chains.
Oh, he found him.
Sickly green light wreathed the spectre as it
Short-term events, bosses gear you can get, and a little story to play. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Yeah, but I want the boss to be really... So, like, I don't think in the MMO you're gonna be able to meet all of the champions in game, or if you do, it would be through either timed events or like maybe like sometime quest giver or whatever, or like you helped some of them, but there's no way you can meet all of them. Except for stuff like during Halloween, you're gonna meet Hecarim and Thresh and Viego and stuff like that. You don't have to meet them all the time. Viego honestly can be just a raid boss in Shadow Isles, really. But like Hecarim, Thresh, they don't really have to be. They can be like timed stuff, you know. To make the event even more appealing for people to do, you would want to bring these champions there, you know, stuff like that. Like, what do you call it? What's it? Like during Christmas, they would have Santa Brown, you know? Shit like that. You don't have to have Brown them all the time. What does Brown do in the world, really, except sit there and feed poros? You can have him during the Christmas event, though, as Santa Brown.
lifted a swaying lantern in one pallid hand.
Or something like that.
Fear touched Misfortune. Fear like nothing she'd known since she watched her mother die and stared down the barrel of the killer's gun.
Yep.
Lucian drew his pistols. Thresh is mine. He's all yours, she said, and turned away. Her gaze was drawn upwards as shadows closed around the temple. The breath caught in her throat as she saw Hecarim and his Death Knights at the crater's edge. The shadow of war raised his fiery glaive, and the ghostly horsemen urged their hell steeds down.
It's a long ass night for these
No
guys.
mortal rider could make that descent.
Nope.
These were riders of death. Run! Shouted Misfortune.
Such a much better story than Arcane already. It's like everything is. Okay, alright. Good. That was it. Nice. Alright, so before we do that, I really want to check the Lucian stuff. It's like 3 minutes long, so let me just do that real quick. I'll even like fast forward a bit. This is how old it is, by the way. This is how old I'm talking about. Look at this map. It's like it's so old. Don't even... Shadow Isles are up here instead of down here, right?
Who together wield relic weapons that have been imbued with such ancient power. Together they stood as stalwart guardians against the undead until one day, Lucian's heart was ripped in two. Lucian and his wife Senna were carved from the same stone.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. I liked Arcane. I'm just saying there were so many better stories that I would have cared more about. I just didn't care about Vi and Jinx, you know? I think, honestly, one of the best stories is Shurima, Azim, Zerath, Sivir, into Cassiopeia, into Rennek, into Nasus. All that shit would have been so good. Right? It's like you would start with like the old like 1,000 years ago in Shurima, whatever. The first episode would literally be like how they're preparing for the ceremony to ascend Azir, and then how Zerath betrays him. And then the next episode would be like Sivir and Cassiopeia making the arrangement to go into the tomb, basically. And then at the end of it, they get Cassiopeia betrays Sivir. Then the statue attacks Cassiopeia, the snake thing, right? Renekton comes out with Zerath. Sivir runs half dead into that well. Her blood drips and awakens Azir. Like, there's so much happening, you know? Yeah, the update with Azir. And the thing is, the Azir stuff wasn't even that much updated. It was added onto. Like, a lot, like, for example, this right now, see, like, the Lucian and the Senna were carved from the same stone. I don't think that's true anymore. I don't know. But, like, I didn't follow Lucian's story that much. But he says that they were carved from the same stone. But this is, like, 2013, right? So... yeah, see that part.
Lucian's heart was ripped in two. Lucian and his wife Senna were carved from the same stone. Together they battled evil in Runeterra for years.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. I think Arcane was a great intro into the world. I think in a further season they could go back in time and show that. They can, and technically, as far as I know about Arcane is still even like when Jinx shoots that rocket into Piltover, into the head office, it is still technically back in time. Because it cannot be the same timeline as League of Legends right now, because Caitlyn and Jace are so much younger. Vi looks a bit younger, I'd say, than her current League self. Maybe they just didn't portray it right. But they all look younger than what they should be in League. Right? Like, Caitlyn is still technically, like, she's like a teenager, basically. Meanwhile, maybe like 18 years old, right? And in League, she's like 25, 30. Like, she's an adult, she's a sheriff, right? Meanwhile, in Arcane, she's still not a sheriff. So there's definitely still more time to go before it's our actual timeline in League. But yeah, I just personally just didn't care about those characters. They're too normal, if you know what I mean. As far as characters go, like, they're too human. Meanwhile, Riot's, like, League of Legends is filled with so many... Oh, is it an alternate universe? I thought it's just the history, like, the past. Jinx and Vi aren't actually sisters. It was a fan theory, from what I understand, that Jinx and Vi were like stepsisters or something. It was like a fan theory, and then they made Arcane where they are. I'm sure, like, even in Arcane, they're not blood related, right? The reason they're sisters because, Warwick, I guess, who he becomes, raised them both. Because, like, a lot of stuff does fit still. The only thing is Jinx and Vi being sisters is, you know, but again, they're not actually sisters, right? They're not, like, blood related. They draw from the lore. Yeah. Well, the story itself is alternate. That kind of sucks. I would rather they don't do alternate universe stuff. Like, make it the same as, like, the League lore. I don't see why they wouldn't. Like, explore other possibilities of lore. But anyways, that's what I was talking about with Lucian and Senna. how, like, I believe they were carved from stone or something like that to fight ancient evil or some shit. But yeah, so I don't know if it changed and they're actually humans now, but that one, the part where they're carved from stone, is still canon to the point where, like, Thresh does seal Senna into his lantern at the end of it. Yeah, I don't think the story is necessarily bad. I just think it would mean more to people if the story was not like a possibility or like an alternate universe kind of thing. I think it would mean more to people. Because it's like, it's the actual character that they're playing, not like an alternate version. Like KDA, I'm assuming, is also an alternate universe of like Ari and Kaisa, Kali, all that stuff. Right? KDA is like, same with like, what do you call them? The metal band. Forgot their name. Goddamn. Right, I'm assuming those are all alternate universes, but it's like, I don't know. I don't feel like it should be overall, you know? Anyways, all right, let's get back to this. All right, Shadow and Fortune chapter 4. That's the last chapter for this. Oh my god, it's 30 minutes! It's a big one.
Shadow and Fortune, chapter 4.
That is a big one. 30 minutes. Holy shit.
The end of the bridge thickened with noxious green light.
Yep.
The chain warden hid his corpse features beneath a rotted hood. But the light of his lantern
I agree. But it also makes it less meaningful, I think. Just it can make it more entertaining, but less meaningful. Because it's an alternate universe. If that makes sense. I agree that they have a lot more creative freedom, for sure, if it's alternate universe.
hinted at the remains of ravaged flesh, gaunt and drained of all emotion, save sadistic relish. He moved softly, like all his kind. Pained moans sighed from his robes as he moved. Thresh lifted his head a fraction, and Lucian saw the glint of two sharp teeth widen in a grin of anticipation. Mortal, said Thresh, rolling the word around his mouth like a sweet meat. Lucian knelt, reciting the mantra of clarity to steel his soul for the battle to come. He had prepared for this moment 1,000 times, and now that it was here, his mouth was dry, his palms slick with sweat. You murdered Senna, he said, standing and lifting his head. The only person
murdered is a hard word.
Senna, said Thresh, the sound wet and gurgling, as though squeezed from a throat once crushed by a hangman's noose. My wife, said Lucian, knowing he should not speak, that every word was a weapon the wraith would turn against him. Tears blurred his vision as grief washed away every...
I think they carved from the same stone is the play on words, meaning they were so alike they were carved from the same stone. Could be. That could be. I just remember that part. I don't remember if at some point he talks about like she was his teacher or something like that. I mean, can go back to the video at some point, but yeah. It's like, what do you call it? Two pebbles of the same... what are the sayings of like two of the same kind? There's so many sayings. Just can't think of any. But yeah, could be. Yeah. Alternate universe version of them where they are stone brought to life would be cool. Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. Yeah. I mean, especially it's like a stone imbued with light, because they're both like, you know, used to fight undead and shit.
Preparation at every
and then when Thresh caught her when she got free, she's kind of like still... She's not so much light anymore, you know, she's very, you know, green. Say like that.
He lifted the silver locket from round his neck and snapped it open, needing the wraith to understand the depth of all he had lost. Thresh grinned, his needle teeth glinting as he tapped the glass of the lantern with a yellowed nail. I remember her, he said, a vital soul, not yet barren and cold, ripe for torment. Hope for a new life. It bloomed in her, you know. Fresh, new, like a spring flower, all too easy to pluck and ruin those with dreams. Lucian lifted his pistols. "If you remember her, then you will remember these," he said. The toothed grin never faltered beneath the ragged cowl. "The weapons of light," he said. "And light is ever the bane of darkness," said Lucian, channeling every scrap of hatred into his relic pistols. "Wait," said Thresh, but Lucian was done waiting. He loosed a pair of blinding shots. A conflagration of purifying fire engulfed the chain warden, and his howls were music to Lucian's ears. Then the howls changed to gurgling laughter. A nimbus of dark light faded around Thresh, drawn back into his lantern and leaving him utterly untouched by the fire. Lucian fired again, a storm of radiant bolts, each perfectly aimed, but everyone wasted. Each shot dissipated harmlessly against a shimmering haze of dark energy from the lantern. "Yes, I remember those weapons," said the Wraith. "I tore their secrets from her mind." Lucian froze. "What did you just say?" Thresh laughed, a wheezing, consumptive rasp. "You don't know. After all the Reborn Order learned of me, you never once suspected." Lucian felt cold dread settle in his belly, a horror he had never acknowledged for fear he would go insane. "She did not die," continued Thresh, holding up his lantern. Lucian saw tortured spirits twisting in its depths. Thresh grinned. "I ripped her soul out and kept it." "No," said Lucian, "I saw her die." "She screams still inside my lantern," said Thresh, drifting closer with every choked out word. "Her every moment of existence is sweet agony. Listen, can you hear her?" "No," sobbed Lucian, his relic pistols falling to the stones of the bridge. Thresh circled him, chains snaking from his leather belt and slithering over Lucian's body. The hooks cut into his stormcoat, seeking the soft flesh beneath. Hope was her weakness, love her undoing. Lucian looked up into Thresh's ravaged features. His eyes were voids, dark holes into emptiness. Whatever Thresh had been in life, nothing now remained. No compassion, no mercy, and no humanity. "All is death and suffering, mortal," said the chain warden, reaching for Lucian's neck. "No matter where you run, your only true legacy is death. But before then, there is me." The breath hammered in Misfortune's throat as she ran for the temple. Her lungs fought.
This is gonna be the part in the story where everyone is losing, and then somehow they're gonna win. Like in almost all League cinematic, you see that where it's like everyone's like in a disadvantageous position, and then something happens, and then they start winning. Yeah, it's gonna happen here for sure.
To draw breath, and her veins felt sluggish with ice. Coils of enervating mist reached up to the rock of the temple, drawn by the presence of the two lords of the unliving. Brilliant flashes of light flared behind her, but she didn't look back. She heard the thunder of hoofbeats on rock, seeing sparks above them in the darkness. She imagined the breath of ghostly steeds on her neck. The space between her shoulder blades burned hot where she expected the stabbing thrust of a spectral lance. Wait, how can they make sparks when they're ghosts? The absurdity of the thought made her laugh, and she was still laughing as she slammed into the warped timber doors of the temple. Raffen and her ragged band were already there, hammering fists and palms against the door. "In the name of the bearded lady, let us in!" he yelled. He looked up as Misfortune joined him. "The doors are shut," he said. "I noticed," she gasped, wrenching the pendant Eloy had given her. She placed her palm flat on door, with the coral pressed hard against the wood. "Eloy!" she shouted. "I'm ready to stamp on that damn eel's neck. Now open the bloody door!" "Eel?" said Raffen. "What eel? What are you talking about?" "Never mind," she snapped, battering her palm bloody against the wood. "I think it was a metaphor." The door swung outwards as if it had been unbarred the whole time. Misfortune stepped back to allow her fighters inside first, and finally turned around. Hecarim reared up and swung his fiery glaive for her skull. A hand grasped her collar and hauled her backward. The tip of the weapon sliced an inch from her throat. She fell hard on her backside. Eloy stood in the doorway, holding her stone idol out before her like a shield. White mist clung to it like corpuscent. "The dead are not welcome here," she said. Raffen and the others hauled the door shut and dropped a heavy spar of seasoned oak into place on the rusted anchors to either side. A huge impact slammed into the door. Wood split and splinters flew. Eloy turned and walked past Misfortune, still sprawled on the mosaic floor of seashells and clay fragments. "You took your sweet time, girl," she said as Misfortune climbed to her feet. The temple was filled with at least 200 people, maybe more. She saw a wide cross-section of Bilgewater's denizens, its native population, pirates, traders and assorted sea scum, together with travellers unlucky or unwise enough to seek a berth so close to the harrowing. "Is that door going to hold?" she asked. "It will, or it won't," said Eloy, heading towards a many-tentacled statue at the centre of the temple. Misfortune tried to make sense of it, but gave up when her eye kept getting lost in the many spirals and looping curves. "That's not an answer. It's the only one I have," said Eloy, setting her idol in a concave depression in the statue. She began moving in a circle around the statue, beating a rhythmic pattern on her thighs and chest with her fists. The people in the temple joined her circling, beating palms against bare skin, stamping their feet and speaking a language she didn't understand. "What are they doing?" "Giving some motion back to the world," said Eloy, "but we will need time." "You'll have it," promised Misfortune. Lucian felt the
back to the action.
bite deep into his flesh, colder than northern ice and twice as painful. The chain warden's hand closed on his throat and his skin burned at the wraith's touch. He felt his strength drawn from him, the beat of his heart slow. Thresh lifted him from the ground and held his lantern aloft, ready to receive his soul. The moaning lights within swirled in agitation, ghostly faces and hands pressing against the glass from within. "Long have I sought your soul, Shadow Hunter," said Thresh, "but only now is it ripe for the taking." Lucian's vision greyed at the edges, feeling his soul peel away from his bones. He fought to hold on, but the chain warden had been harvesting souls for countless lifetimes and knew his craft better than any. "Struggle harder," said Thresh with monstrous appetite. "Your soul burns brighter when you fight." Lucian tried to speak, but no words came out. Just a soft stream of warm breath that carried his soul. A glittering scythe floated in the air above Lucian, a murder-soaked reaper of souls, its blade shivered with anticipation.
It's kind of dumb that he just gave up the fight because Thresh told him that his wife is still in the lantern, like alive and shit. It's like, if anything, that should piss you off more to fight rather than just give up. But yeah, that's just me. I don't know.
"Lucian." That voice.
Oh,
Her
it's
voice.
Senna.
"My love." The murder edge of Thresh's blade turned, angled to better part soul from flesh. Lucian drew back his breath as he saw a face resolve in the glass of the lantern. One among countless thousands, but one with more reason than any to push herself to the fore. Full lips, wide, almond-shaped eyes imploring him to live. "Senna," gasped Lucian.
Senna.
"Be your shield." He knew
Oh.
what she meant in her heartbeat. The link between them was as strong as it had been when they hunted the creatures of shadow side by side.
Anyone else thinks that Senna really looks a lot like the chick from Arcane, the one that was making out with Jason shit? Looks a lot like her, I'm just saying.
With the last of his strength, Lucian reached up and snapped the locket from around his neck. The chain glittered silver in the moonlight. The chain warden saw something was amiss and hissed in anger. Lucian was faster. He spun the chain like a slingshot, but instead of loosing a lead bullet, he lashed it.
Didn't want to hurt her. If she's still in there, there's a chance he could fear. Yeah, but him giving up the fight is kinda... Like, he literally just, like, he lost all will to fight. Which is, like, not something you want to do. Like, maybe stop shooting the lantern, sure, but, like, I don't know about, like, you know, kneeling down and letting go of the pistols. I don't know, that doesn't sound like a good strategy.
Just around the arm holding the lantern. Before Thresh could shake it off, Lucian drew the silver awl from its sheath in his long coat and plunged it into the spectre's wrist. The Chain Warden screeched in pain, a sensation he had not likely felt in millennia. He dropped Lucian and thrashed in agony as the myriad souls trapped in his lantern suddenly found a means to strike back at their tormentor. Lucian felt his soul snap back into his body and drew in heaving gulps of air like a drowning man breaking the surface. Hurry, my love, he is too strong. His sight returned, clearer than ever before. Lucian snatched his pistols from the ground. He caught the briefest glimpse of Senna's face in the lantern and etched it on his heart. Never again would her face grow dim in his memories. Thresh, he said, aiming his twin pistols. The Chain Warden looked up, the voids of his eyes alight with outrage at the defiance of his captive souls. He held Lucian's gaze and extended his lantern, but the rebellious souls had dispelled whatever protection it once offered. Lucian fired a blistering series of perfect shots. They burned through the Chain Warden's ghostly robes and ignited his spirit form in a searing inferno of light. Lucian marched towards Thresh, his twin weapons blazing. Shrieking in agony, the Chain Warden retreated from Lucian's unending barrage, his wraith form now powerless to resist these weapons of ancient power. Death is here for you, said Lucian. Embrace it, safe in the knowledge I will ensure it is final. Thresh gave one last howl before leaping from the bridge, falling like a burning comet to the city below. Lucian watched him fall until the black mist swallowed him. He slumped to his knees. Thank you, my love, said Lucian, my light. The temple walls shook with the violence of the assault. Black mist oozed between ill-fitting planks and through cracks in the scavenged glass of the windows. The door shuddered in its frame. Grasping claws of mist tore at the wood. Screams echoed as a howling gale battered the mismatched timbers of the roof. Over there! Shouted Miss Fortune as a host of mist creatures with burning red eyes poured through a broken section of wall that had once been a series of tea chests from Ionia. She leapt into the midst of the wraiths. It felt like jumping naked into an ice hole cut in a glacier. Even the lightest touch of the dead leached warmth and life. The coral pendant burned hot against her skin. She slashed her looted sword through the creatures and felt the same bite she'd felt before. Her bullets might be useless against the dead, but this Demacian blade hurt them. They fell back from her, screeching and hissing. Could the dead know fear? It seemed they could, for they fled the sword's glittering edge. She didn't let them go, stabbing and slashing the mist wherever it poured in. That's it! Run! She yelled. A child.
Excuse me, but where's the melee version of Misfortune in the game? I don't remember her having a sword. Okay.
Screamed
That's Samira.
over as the mist reached to claim him. She dived and snatched the boy in her arms before rolling to safety. Chill claws plunged into her back and Misfortune gasped as numbing cold spread through her limbs. She stabbed behind her and something dead howled. A woman sheltering behind an overturned pew reached for the boy and Misfortune let him squirm to safety. She pushed herself to her feet, weakness spreading through her body like a raging infection. Everywhere was gunfire and clashing steel, deathly howls and screams of terror. "Sarah!" shouted Raffen. She looked up to see the oaken locking bar securing the door split along its length. Raffen and a dozen men had their backs braced against the bludgeoning assault, but the doors were bulging inwards. Cracks spread and grasping hands of mist reached inside. A man was snatched backwards and his piteous screams were abruptly cut off as he vanished into the mist. Another had his arm ripped off as he reached to help him. Raffen spun and rammed his dagger through the gap. Clawed hands tore the useless weapon from his hand. A howling body pushed itself in through the disintegrating door and plunged its hands into Raffen's chest. Her second-in-command roared in pain, his face draining of colour. She staggered over to him, her strength all but gone. Her blade hacked through spectral arms and the creature shrieked as it vanished. Raffen fell into her and they collapsed back into the blade together. Raffen gasped for breath, his features as slack as hers. "Don't you die on me, Raffen," she wheezed. "It'll take more than the dead to kill me," he grunted. "Bastard thing just winded me." Glass broke somewhere up above. Coils of black mist coalesced overhead, a boiling mass of snapping teeth, claws, and hungry eyes. Misfortune tried to get to her feet, but her limbs burned with exhaustion. She ground her teeth in frustration. Barely a handful of her company remained, and the people sheltering in here weren't fighters. The dead were getting in. Misfortune looked back at Eloy. The priestess was surrounded by her people, all of them still circling the statue and performing their fist-thumping, palm-slapping ritual. It didn't appear to be achieving anything. The strange statue remained unmoving and impotent. What had she expected? That it would come to life and drive the dead back like some clanking iron golem from Piltover?
I can't get over this music, man. It's so good. It reminds me of Skellig in Witcher 3.
Whatever it is you're doing, do it faster! Shouted Misfortune. A section of the roof ripped loose and spun off into the tempest surrounding the temple. A swirling column of spirits boiled inside and touched down like a tornado. Wraiths and things that defied understanding spun from the unliving vortex to fall upon the living. Finally, the door gave out and exploded inwards, the timbers dry and rotted by the touch of the dead. The skirling blast of a hunting horn filled the temple, and Misfortune's hands flew to her ears at its deafening echoes. Hecarim rode into the temple, crushing the men who'd been bracing the door with their bodies. Their souls were drawn up into the shadow of war's flaming glaive, and the cold fire of its edge illuminated the temple with loathsome radiance.
Unlucky.
Death Knights rode at his back, and the spirits already within the temple drew back in recognition of Hecarim's terrible glory. I said the dead are not welcome here, boomed Eloy. Misfortune looked up to see the priestess towering over her, stout and majestic. Pale light clung to her limbs and sparkled on the stone tablet she held in trembling hands. Veins stood out like horses on her neck, and her jawline was taut with effort. Sweat ran in runnels down her face. Whatever Eloy was doing was costing her greatly. These mortal souls are mine, said Hecarim, and Misfortune felt herself recoil from the iron syllables of his voice. They are not, said Eloy. This is the house of Nagagaboros, who stands in opposition to the dead. The dead will have
Does
their
it?
due, said Hecarim, lowering his glaive.
Fish of the water isn't really...
The priestess shook her head. Not today, she said. Not while I still move. You cannot stop me. Deaf as well as dead, grinned Eloy as a swelling radiance built behind her. I didn't say I was going to stop you. Misfortune turned and saw the spiraling statue bathed in blinding radiance. White light smoked from its surfaces and shadows fled from its touch. She shielded her eyes as the light billowed outwards like writhing tentacles, and where it met the black mist it stripped it bare, exposing the twisted souls within. The sinuous light pulled the dead onwards, purging the baleful magic that cursed them to undeath so very long ago. She expected screams, but instead the unbound dead wept with joy as their souls were freed to move on. The light spread over the cracked walls of the temple, and as it touched her, Misfortune cried out as the deathly numbness in her flesh was banished in a rush of heat and life. The light of Nagakaboros closed on Hecarim, and Misfortune saw his fear at the thought of what transformations it might work upon him. What could be so awful that it was better to remain cursed?
Coming back to life. It's like I'd rather be cursed than be alive again.
You can be free, Hecarim, said Eloy. Her voice strained to the limits of endurance by what she had unleashed. You can move on. Live in the light as the man you've always dreamed of being before his grief and folly remade you. Hecarim roared and swept his glaive at Eloy's neck. Misfortune's blade intercepted it in a clashing flare of sparks. She shook her head. Get out of my city, she said. Hecarim's blade drew back for another strike, but before the blow could land, the light finally pieced his veil of darkness. He bellowed in pain and fell back from its burning touch. The Dark Rider's outline shimmered, like two picture box images wavering in candlelight on the same backcloth. Misfortune caught a fleeting glimpse of a tall rider, armoured in silver and gold. A young man, handsome and proud, with dark eyes and a future of glory ahead of him. What happened to him? Hecarim roared and galloped from the temple. His death knights in the darkness went with him, a shrieking host of tattered spirits following in their wake.
Okay.
The light of Nagakaboro spread over Bilgewater like the coming dawn. None who saw it could ever remember so sweet a sight. The first rays of sunlight after a storm, the first hint of warmth after a bitter winter. The black mist withdrew before it. Royal.
What I found interesting is this was probably, because I don't remember exactly how Senna got free. Just hit 50 on my Black Mage. That twist, shocking and amazing Black Mage story that is. Not sure what you mean by that. Oh, you mean in Final Fantasy, I'm assuming. I have no idea what the Final Fantasy Black Mage story is. I know there's cool stuff happening with it at level 60 though. Kind of, like a callback to it. Yeah, what I don't understand here is this was probably the perfect story to release Senna from Thresh. I know they released her like 4 years after this. I'm just wondering, because I have no idea how they released her later. Because this was so good to release her here. Yeah. Yeah, I figured Final Fantasy.
Panicked spirits. The dead turned on one another in a frenzy, some fighting to return from whence they had come as others actively sought out the light's release. Silence fell as the black mist drew back over the ocean, drawn to the cursed island where it claimed dominion. True dawn broke over the eastern horizon, and a cleansing wind blew through the city as the people of Bilgewater let out a collective breath. The harrowing was over. Silence filled the
Black
temple.
Mage story.
The utter lack of sound
Twist
in
and
stark contrast
shocking.
to the mayhem of moments ago. It's done, said Misfortune. Until the next time, said Eloy wearily. The black mist's hunger burns like a sickness. What did you do? What I had to. Whatever it was, I thank you. Eloy shook her
The
head
climb.
and put a
Video
powerful
story
arm
starts.
around Misfortune's shoulder. Thank the goddess, said Eloy.
I'll check this. I'll check it right after this.
I will, said Misfortune. You better. My god dislikes empty promises. The veiled threat rankled, and for a moment she thought of putting a bullet through the priestess's skull. Before she could do more than inch her hand to the pistols, Eloy crumpled like a ripped topsail. Misfortune grabbed for her, but the priestess was too enormous to hold upright alone. They went to the seashell floor together. Raffen, help me get her up, she said. Together they propped Eloy up against a broken pew, grunting with the effort of shifting her colossal bulk. The bearded lady rose from the sea, said Raffen. Don't be stupid all your life, said Eloy. I said Nagakaboros doesn't live under the sea. So where does she live?
Climb.
Asked
Ends
Raffen.
with
In the
Senna,
sky?
Shadow's Embrace.
Eloy shook her head and punched him in the heart. Raffen grunted and winced in pain. This,
Surprised you know, like, the name of the videos and stuff like that. I don't know if you looked it up when I said it, but that was pretty fast.
is where you find her. Eloy grinned at the obliqueness of her answer and her eyes drifted close.
Does he call Ilawi
dead?
Eloy?
Asked Raffen, rubbing his bruised chest.
Or is that someone else?
Eloy reached up and slapped him, then started snoring like a stevedore with lung blight.
Never mind, Eloy's the guy. Okay.
Lucian sat on the edge of the bridge and watched the city emerge from black mist. He'd hated Bilgewater on first sight, but there was a quality of beauty to it as the sunlight bathed its myriad clay tile roofs in a warm amber glow. A city reborn, like it was every time the harrowing receded. An apt name for this dread moment, but one that carried only a fraction of the sorrow of its origins. Did anyone here really understand the real tragedy of the Shadow Isles? And even if they did, would they care? He turned
Yeah,
as he
they have their
heard
own
steps
problems.
approaching.
Oh,
Kinda
okay.
pretty from up here, said Miss Ford.
But still, you remember the climb.
It's only from up here.
So that's impressive.
It's a viper's
Damn,
nest, all right,
respect.
said Miss Fortune.
I'll need to find I need to find a whole, like, I don't know if compilations, right, but like a playlist, a chronological playlist of all the League of Legends cinematics, because that's what I'm gonna do after I finish these stories. Reacting to every cinematic.
people and bad people, but I've been making sure there's a lot less of the bad. The way I hear it, you started a war, said Lucian. Some might say that's like burning down your house to kill a rat. He saw her anger touch her, but it passed quickly.
It's a big rat.
I thought I was making things better for everyone, she said, straddling the parapet. But they're only getting worse. I need to do something about that starting now. Is that why you were out in the black mist? The woman thought for a moment. Maybe not at first, she said. I let a razor eel off the hook when I killed Gangplank. If I don't take hold of it and get it back on, it's going to bite a lot of good people. A razor eel? What I mean to say is that when I brought the Pirate King down, I had no idea what would happen when he was gone. I didn't much care, she said. But I've seen what's happening down there without someone in control. The city's tearing its own throat out. Bilgewater needs someone strong at the top. No reason that someone can't be me. The war's just starting. The only way it'll end quickly is if I win it.
Yeah. Necrit. So after I finish these ones, as far as I've seen, it doesn't cover latest of the lore. That's when I started watching Necrit. Once I'm done with Necrit is when I want to do all the cinematics and stuff. But yeah, I want to fill up my all my knowledge as much as I can with League lore, and then when I watch the cinematic, I can kind of understand what the hell is going on.
The silence between them.
Except the KDA. KDA is like, whatever. It's like, who cares?
Stretched. My answer is no. I didn't ask anything. You're going to, said Lucian. You want me to stay and help you win your war, but I can't. Your fight isn't my fight.
I have a wife to save,
said Misfortune. Pay's good and you get to kill a lot of bad people and save a lot of innocent souls.
There's only one. Ah, I knew it,
said Lucian, and I won't save it in Bilgewater. Misfortune nodded and held out her hand. Then I'll say farewell and good hunting, she said, standing and dusting her breeches. I hope you find what you're looking for. Just know you can lose yourself to revenge. Lucian watched her limp back to the sagging ruins of the temple as the survivors within emerged, blinking into the daylight. She thought she understood what drove him, but she hadn't the first clue. Vengeance? He was far beyond vengeance.
Oh yeah.
His beloved was held in torment by an undying wraith, a creature from ancient days that understood suffering like no other. Misfortune did not understand even a fraction of his pain. He rose and lifted his gaze out to sea.
I'm sure they will have KDA cosmetics you can buy in the store in the MMO. For sure, there's no way that they don't. Caravans of Time like dungeons, and I'm totally down with Caravans of Time type dungeons. I don't see KDA fitting into that though. KDA would probably be something like a random festival in the world. It's like during summer, so like a summer fest, and like they would bring on the KDA onto it or some shit like that. I don't see KDA being actual part of the universe, like where it matters.
The ocean was calm now, an emerald green expanse. People were already moving.
It's like, how would it even play? It's like, it's as if those characters have nothing better to do than to be idols, right? So it would be like, idol by day, superhero by night. Yeah. It's so weird.
On the docks, repairing ships and rebuilding their homes. Bilgewater never stopped, even in the aftermath of the harrowing. He scanned the forest of swaying masts, looking for a ship that wasn't too badly damaged. Perhaps one desperate captain could be persuaded to take him where he needed to go. I am coming.
Sounds good to me, I'm sure.
Said, and I will free you.
Olaf, yes, what up, dude?
He worked the stern windlass to haul the big man from the water and onto his boat. The rope was frayed and he sweated in the cold air as he worked the crank. By the bristles of her bearded chin, you're a big bastard, right? Sure you are, he said, snagging the big man's armor with a gaffing hook and pulling him around over the rolling deck. He kept a wary eye out for predators above and below the surface. No sooner had the black mist withdrawn over the horizon than scores of boats put out to sea. The waters were awash with plunder, and if you weren't fast, you ended up with nothing. He'd spotted the floating man first and already fought off 6 Sowerjacks trying to reach him. Damned if wharf scum like them were going to steal this ocean bounty from him. The big man had been drifting on a bed of what looked like the remains of a giant kraken worm. Its
Poor guy
tentacles
can't
were
die.
pulped and bloated with noxious gases, which was all that had kept the big man's armoured form afloat.
Oh fuck. No, what the fuck? Oh
Shadow and
my
Fortune.
god, what are you doing to me,
Shadow
man?
and Fortune. Shadow.
Jesus
Its
Christ.
tentacles were pulped and bloated with noxious gases, which was all that had kept the big man's armoured form afloat. He dropped his catch to the deck and laid him out along the gunwale before casting an appraising eye over the body. A heavy iron hauberk of ring and scale, rugged, fair-lined boots, and, best of all, a magnificent axe tangled in the straps of his
Only
armor.
one X? Where's the second
Oh yes, make a few krakens out of you, me beauty, he said, dancing a happy jig around his boat. A few krakens indeed!
one?
The big man coughed up brackish seawater. Am I still alive? He asked. The fisherman stopped his happy jig and slid a hand towards the long knife at his belt. He used it to open fish bellies. No reason he couldn't use it to open a throat. Wouldn't be the first time a salvager had helped someone on their way to the bearded lady to claim a prize. The big man opened his eyes. Touch that knife again, and I'll cut you into more pieces than that damn kraken worm.
Poor Olaf cannot die. That's kind of funny. Okay, so I will be right back and do something real quick. 2 or 3 minutes. So yeah, see you then. Alright, there we go. Okay, cool. So, forgot about that part, alright.
Welcome back.
Okay, so, let's see. The Climb. Let me watch it real quick. I'm not gonna watch all of it, I just want to see if I know of it. The Climb. Miley Cyrus, The Climb. Oh, I definitely did not see this one. Is that Misfortune? Or Ilawi? Should be Misfortune, right? Yeah, I guess Misfortune. Oh, there's the head. Oh, there he is. Okay. Alright. Okay, so there's no mention of Senna yet here. Where is he climbing this, though? She's underwater. Are they in Bilgewater or are they in... Okay, whatever, yeah. Like, why is she in the water? Then it's Misfortune in the water for some reason. Okay. Because I feel like maybe this is... Because this can be the Harrowing, really. And there, but again, well, no, there he's probably on the island. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Alright, alright. Relax, buddy. Season 2018 season is here. Take the first step and begin your climb. This cinematic keeps getting better and better. Ironic how Thresh and Lucian work so well in bot lane. Yeah, yeah, it is kind of ironic, isn't it? It is kind of ironic. Oh boy. Alright, cool. Okay, we saw this as well. Alright. Takes place all over, but Lucian is on the... Yeah, Lucian's on the Isles. I was wondering where Misfortune is. Like, because well, the way I thought about, maybe it's like reproducing the Harrowing we just saw. So they're both in Bilgewater and he's just fighting them and then gets to Thresh. But based on the surroundings, it looked like he was on the Isles for sure, yeah. Alright. That's that. And let's go to Ilawi, the Kraken Princess. Alright.
Ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of League of Legends. In this episode, we're going to be heading back to Bilgewater to cover a champion we first encountered.
What do you mean heading back to Bilgewater? We never left. It was like 2 hours of Bilgewater.
During Shadow and Fortune.
Even more.
Without further ado, I present to you the lore of Ilawi, the Kraken Priestess. Enjoy.
See, it was Shadow and Fortune, Shurima, Kindred, and then before that was Burning Tides, which was also Bilgewater. There was a lot of Bilgewater.
Physique is dwarfed only by indomitable faith. As the prophet of the great Kraken, she uses a huge golden idol to rip her foes' spirits from their bodies and shatter their perception of reality. All who challenge the truth-bearer of Nakaboros soon discover Ilawi never battles alone. The god of the Serpent Isles fights by her side. All who encounter Ilawi are struck by her presence. An intense woman, the priestess is fully committed to the experience of living. She takes what she wants, destroys what she hates, and
in that video, the climb didn't look like it was literally like this tentacle next to Misfortune. She fell into the water and you saw this tentacle. Was she fighting Ilawi?
in everything she loves. However, to truly know Ilawi, you must understand the religion she has devoted her life to.
Yep.
Nakaboros, the deity of her faith, is usually depicted as an enormous serpent head with a tentacle spiraling around it in endless motion, with no beginning and no end. Also called the Mother Serpent, the Great Kraken, or even the Bearded Lady. Nakaboros is the Serpent Isles god of life, ocean storms, and...
Oh yeah, I didn't want to watch like all of it. I want to get like an idea of the cinematics. I'll watch Shadow's Embrace like when I'm done with this. Oh, because like it's kind of chronological. Like this is 2015. Senna or Shadow's Embrace is like 2019. So
Emotion. Central to
we'll
the
get there.
Church's theology are three tenets.
In 4 years.
Every spirit was
I'm
born
just
to serve the universe. Desire was built into every living being by the universe. The universe only moves towards its destiny when living creatures chase their desires. Lesser priestesses are tasked with maintaining temples, calling holy serpents, and teaching people the
Fuck is
ways
this
of
skin?
Nagaboros. As the religion's truth-bearer, Ilawi's role is to serve the god directly by unblocking the flow of the universe. To this end, she has two sacred responsibilities. The first duty of a truth-bearer is to be the spearhead in the war against undeath. Having fallen outside of the normal flow of the universe, the undead are considered an abomination against Nagakabora.
More likely get blown off their boat, and that fan theory is that is Nangaboros in the water pulling the ship down. Oh.
While it is the responsibility of every priestess of the Kraken to protect the indigenous population from the
I guess I'm missing a lot of context behind that, though. Why is Nagaboros taking her shit down? Why was her ship blown? I'm assuming it has to do with Gangplank's revenge, but I can't say for sure.
A truth bearer directly engages its most powerful spirits and drives the black mist back. Second, Ilawi is tasked with seeking out individuals of great potential and challenging them with the test of Nagakaboros. This task is the burden Ilawi's title reflects. With her massive holy relic, the Eye of God, the truth bearer strips the subject's spirit from their body, then forces them to stand against her to prove their worth. She does this knowing those who fail will be completely annihilated, for the great Kraken has no tolerance for cowardice, doubt, or restraint. But destruction is never the goal. Survivors of the ordeal are forever changed and often find the will to pursue their true destiny. Though Ilawi is the most powerful and respected truth-bearer in 100 generations, it is where she has broken the traditions of her faith that speaks the most about her. Having completed her training as a truth-bearer, and at the height of her power, Ilawi left the golden temples of Buru for the squalor of nearby Bilgewater. The pirate city is the only place foreigners are permitted on the Serpent Isles. Viewed as a fetid gutter by Ilawi's people, previous truth-bearers ignored the city and viewed the arriving foreigners as little better than untouchables.
Oh, you can't tell me she doesn't do steroids, bro. Look at her. Come on.
Ilawi broke the tradition when she chose to protect residents of Bilgewater from the harrowing, or even more controversially when she decided that some of its residents had souls worthy of the Great Test. Despite this, only a handful of temples have been opened in the city, and very few Pelangi have ever been permitted inside. Regardless, it is Ilawi who has brought the widespread awareness of the Mother Serpent to Bilgewater, and it is her indomitable spirit that has brought her religion into favour there. Rumours persist that Bilgewater's most bloodthirsty and infamous pirate had his heart broken by the towering priestess. To anyone who has ever met her, this is no surprise. Ilawi's rough manner belies
Heartbroken, literally, probably.
subtle intelligence, strength, and a magnetic confidence. Many seek Ilawi's favour and welcome her to Bilgewater, yet everyone fears being tested by the Kraken's prophet.
Except Gangplank, apparently. Gangplank wants a piece of that ass. I'm just saying. It's a mighty ass to get a piece of, but maybe he just likes his chicks very, very thick. Alright, let's go to the next one, I guess. Oh, Jin. Alright, Jin should be interesting. In a 5-minute video. I highly doubt he covers Jin very well, but fuck it. I remember Jin from the... Oh, what is that cinematic with Camille? It's the same cinematic as Riven versus Draven. Oh, it's my favorite cinematic, and I always forget the name. It's not Awaken. It's the other one. It's not Warriors. Is it Awaken? Might be Awaken. No, it's not away. Fuck, which one is... whatever. Let's
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of League of Legends. In this episode, we're going to be heading back to Ionia to cover the lore of Meticulous Psychopath. Without further ado, I present to you the lore of Jhin.
Awaken's also good, though. I love the song. GP and Ilau, yeah, they were an item, I know for sure. Well, at least I know he had the hots for her.
Have been plagued by a creature known as the Golden Demon. Throughout the province of Zion, a monster had slaughtered scores of travellers, and sometimes even whole farmsteads, leaving behind twisted displays of corpses. In their desperation, the Council of Zion sent an envoy to the Great Master Kusho for his aid. But upon hearing of the region's plight, Kusho refused. However, a week later, the Master, his son Shen, and apprentice Zed moved to the province disguised as travelling merchants. In secret, they visited the families that had been emotionally shattered by the killings, dissected the horrific scenes, and looked for possible connections and patterns to the murders. For 4 years their investigation continued. It had left the three men changed. The famous red mane of Kusho had turned white. Shen, who was known for his wit and humour, had become sombre, and Zed, the brightest star of Kusho's temple, began to struggle with his studies. Eventually they found a pattern to the killings, and the Great Master is quoted as saying, "Good and evil are not truths. They are born from men and each see the shades differently." Depicted in a variety of plays and poems, the capture of the Golden Demon would be the seventh and final great feat of the illustrious career of Lord Kusho. And on the eve of the Blossom Festival in Jayon Pass, Kusho disguised himself as a renowned calligrapher so as to blend in with the other guests. The wait began. Everyone had assumed that only an evil spirit could commit these horrifying crimes, but Kusho had realised the killer was nothing more than an ordinary man. The famed Golden Demon was actually a mere stagehand in Zion's travelling theatres and opera houses, working under the name of Kada Jhin. When they finally caught Jhin, the young Zed marched forward to kill the cowering man, but Kusho forbid it.
Why?
Despite the atrocities and horror of Jin's actions, the Master decided that he should be taken alive and left at Tula prison.
Bro, no wonder Zed turned to the dark side. His master's a fucking bitch. Just kill him.
Shen disagreed but accepted the emotionless logic of his father's judgment. Zed, who had become disturbed and haunted by the murder scenes he had witnessed, was unable to accept the decision. Because of this, resentment had begun to bloom in his heart. Though imprisoned in Tula for many years, the polite and shy Kada Jhin had revealed very little of himself to those he came into contact with. Even his real name continued to remain a mystery. But while a prisoner, the monks noted he was a bright student who excelled in many areas, including smithing, poetry, and dance. Regardless, the monks and guards could find nothing to cure him of his morbid fascinations. Outside the prison, Ionia had fallen into turmoil as the Noxian Empire's invasion had led to political instability. War had awoken the tranquil nation's appetite for bloodshed, and the peace and balance that Kusho had famously fought to protect had been shattered from within as dark hearts rose into power and secret alliances competed for influence. Desperate to counter the power of the ninja and Wuju swordsman, a cabal within the ruling council had conspired to secretly free Jhin and turn him further into an instrument of terror. Now, with access to the Kashuri Armory's new weapons and nearly unlimited funds, the scale of Jin's performances has grown. His work has brought fear to many foreign dignitaries and to Ionia's secret political underground. But how long will a serial killer who craves attention and admiration for his work be satisfied with just working in the shadows?
That is one messed up story, if you ask me. Like, what the fuck? So Kusho, Shen, and Zed finally catch him. Obviously, Zed wants to kill him. Smart man. They bring him in, and then the swamp, the political party, sets him free, gives him weapons, and unleashes him. I'm assuming their goal is on the Noxians, but like, clearly that's not what's gonna happen. I don't know, man. Ionia becomes dumber and dumber by the video. At first I was like, yeah, Ionia is kind of cool. Now I'm like, what the fuck? It's like, hello? Alright, well, it is what it is. Yep. Okay. Okay, Twin Dawns. What is Twin Dawns? Pantheon. Okay, it's 20 minutes. Pantheon, Leona. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. No. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Just Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Let's have those ones. Okay, let's see. Twin Dawns, Pantheon, Leona, Diana. Leona, Diana is kind of interesting. Tarek. Okay, so and then 110 is the Bird and the Branch, so that's not gonna. Oh, Bird and Branch goes for a while, huh? Holy shit. Okay, so that's the Twin Dawns, Pantheon, Leona, Diana, and Tarek. I think I have enough time to cover these guys. Okay, let's go. Twin Dawns.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of League of Legends.
Yep.
This episode is going to be an accompaniment to the latest lore that was released of Aurelion Sol. So far, we know that Aurelion Sol was captured eons ago with the use of magic and deception by the denizens of Targon. This continues that story, but brings some insight into the struggle that Aurelion Sol endures whilst trying to gain his freedom. Without further ado, I present to you the Lore of League of Legends, Twin Dawns. Enjoy. This world's familiar sun still hides below the horizon. Crude and unpolished earth unfurls below. Mountains contort into barriers that stretch like fingers across empty scrublands. Palaces, or rather, what pass for palaces, fail to loom over anything but the squattest of hills. The curvature of the planet meets the stars with a serenity and grace few of the dwellers below will ever witness.
But just imagine that Aurelion Sol was actually the size he's meant to be while playing League of Legends. It's like fucking, you can't see anything. Just Aurelion Sol.
They are so scattered across the globe and grasp so blindly for any sort of understanding that it's no surprise they've been conquered and don't even comprehend their predicament. The fiery sheen I've gathered as I streak toward my preordained destination illuminates the world beneath me. Pockets of warring, fearful, rejoicing life tucks itself into any fertile nook it can find below. Oh, how they gaze and point as I streak over their heads. I've heard the names they call me. Prophet, comet, monster, god, demon. So many names, all missing the mark. In a vast stretch of desert, I feel the twinge of familiar magic emanating from the seat of the premier civilization amongst these savages. Lo and behold, a massive sun disk is under construction. The poor and slave labourers beat their heads and rend their clothes in my wake. Their cruel masters see me, a streaking bolt of fire as a portent of good omen, no doubt. My passing will be etched in their uncouth pictograms upon common stone, and homage to the great comet. The blessing of the sky god gracing their holy works and so forth. The disk's sole purpose is to funnel the sun's majesty into the most renowned of these fleshy humans, transforming them into exactly what this planet needs. More insufferable demigods. This effort will undoubtedly backfire, but I suppose they might last a brief while, perhaps 1,000 years or so, before they fall and are supplanted by others. The desert below fades into the night, trailing behind me as I streak onward across lonely steppes. Then, over rolling brown hills gently flecked with greenery, the pastoral scenery belies a field spattered with blood and littered with the dead and dying. Survivors hack away at each other with rough-hewn axes and scream battle cries. One side is losing quite badly. Stag skulls rest atop pikes stuck into the soil next to writhing warriors. The few still on their feet are encircled by soldiers riding great shaggy beasts. Those defeated surrounded few see me, and valiance seems to surge through their veins. The wounded rise and grasp their axes and bows in a final stand that throws their foes off guard. I don't linger to see the rest of the little clash play out, because I've seen this scenario unfold 1,000 times. The survivors will scratch my comet likeness onto their cave walls. In 1,000 years, their descendants will fly my image on banners and undoubtedly ride into a tediously similar battle. For all their efforts to capture and record history, one ponders why they do not learn from their mistakes. That is a lesson even I have had to suffer. I leave them to perpetuate their bleak cycle. My trajectory reveals more inhabitants.
Look at those tiny legs, though. Like compared to his body, they're so tiny. Imagine him standing. Like he's like the opposite of a T-Rex, basically. Like long arms but tiny legs.
Repertoire of reactions span the typical gamut: pointing, kneeling, sacrificing virgins upon stony altars. They look up and see a comet and never ask what lies beneath the blazing facade. Instead, they stamp it onto their own self-centered worldviews, muddying the splendor of my visage. The few more advanced life forms, and I use that description loosely, gaze up and jot down my coordinates in scientific almanacs instead of using me as a prophecy fodder. It's mildly refreshing, but even their developing notions of intellect seem to indicate I am regularly appearing phenomenon with a predictable orbit. Oh, the feats they could accomplish if only. Well, no use dwelling on the wasted potential of a single-minded terrestrial born. It's not entirely their fault. Evolution does seem to have a difficult time gaining traction on this world. But alas, the novelty of such infantile antics is worn thin. The grasping energies of my magical bondage have...
This guy's looking down on these people and it's like, bro, you were the one who got captured, you fucking Dumbo.
Dragged me from one paltry world to another for centuries. Now it has led me back to this familiar and unpleasant rock. The star that floods its surface with light was one of my earliest creations, a confidence wrought of love and radiance. Ah, that cherished moment when she flared to life with colours only her creator could see. How I miss a star's crackling new energy warming my face and trickling
Everyone is afraid of the reverse T-Rex.
through my fingers. Each star gives off a unique energy, precious and reflecting its creator's soul. They are cosmic snowflakes burning in defiance.
Cosmic snowflakes.
Unfortunately, the memories I long to dwell upon are tainted by betrayal. Yes, this was the place where Targon lured me into servitude, but now is not the time to linger on past mistakes. Those musty aspects want me to seal yet another breach, in their name, of course. Then I see her. This world's imbued warrior is alone at the peak of one of the smaller summits, brandishing a starstone spear. She watches me through a veil of annexed flesh, a mere spark masquerading as lightning. A thick braid of auburn hair is draped over her shoulder, falling over a gold...
There's an eye over here, which is interesting. Anything else though? No, not really. Just this eye.
breastplate that covers pale, freckled skin. Her eyes, the only bit of her face not shielded by a battle-worn helmet, flash a jarring shade of red. She calls herself Pantheon, the warring fury of Targon incarnate. She is not the first of this world to wear the Pantheon mantle, nor will she be the last. Her glittering cape flaps out behind her as she raises her muscled arm and makes a motion like she's pulling on a great chain.
Hold up. Yeah, no, Pantheon's a dude. Does he inherit? The name Pantheon from the chick? Was she Pantheon before? It's a really cool cape though. Anyways.
The tug of my cruelly enchanted tether wrenches me off course toward the mountain upon which she stands, and she's yelling at me. She cries out with a voice that booms inside my head, transmitted through this insufferable star-gem coronet. All sounds fade as she invades my mind. Dragon, she says, as if I'm a weak-winged beast of base orange flame, lucky if it can ignite a tree. Seal their gate, she commands, gesturing to the bottom of a rocky crevasse with her pointy little spear. I don't need to see the violet erosion of reality swirling below. I could smell the festering miasma that poisons this world before I even arrived. I fix my eyes on Pantheon instead. She expects me to fall in line like a dog on its leash. Today will be different, for I've learned from my mistakes. Dragon, I purr. Are you sure commanding me with such a low name is wise? Pantheon's grip on her spear loosens just enough for her to fumble the weapon for a fraction of a second. She takes a step back away from me, as if a single stride's distance could protect her from my ire. Seal the gate, she says again, barking louder, as if perhaps the previous command went unheard. Her volume does little to mask the quiver in her voice. She thrusts her spear towards me, as if such a tiny weapon could pierce me.
His name is Etrius or something like that, but when the aspect of war overtook him, he became Pantheon. But yeah, but he says Pantheon refers to Pantheon as a she, so that's why I'm wondering.
This is the first time I've ever seen an aspect of Targon shaken. She's not used to having to tell me twice. I will deal with those chittering horrors in due time, dear Pantheon. Do as you are commanded, dragon, this Pantheon shouts, or this world is lost. This world was lost the moment Targon surrendered itself to arrogance. I feel Pantheon's seething mingle with confusion as she struggles to grab hold of my immaterial reins. She's only just now sensing what I've come to learn. Targon is distracted and she does not sense its magic faintly ebbing from my bonds. Pantheon bellows once more, and this time I cannot resist. The crude enchantment regains sovereignty over my will. I turn my attention toward the source of the breach, nestled in the basin of the once verdant valley, now strangled with creeping purple miasma. I sense the Voidborn, perversions of light tunneling through reality's firmament, sending tides of unseen energy coursing through the ether. They shred the veil that separates nothingness and form with their unwelcome passage. They're drawn to me, those multi-eyed, carrot-paced abominations. They seek to devour me, the greatest of their threats. From the reaches of my mind I conjure an image of the solar furnaces I kindled, before my fettering, which once ignited the hearts of stars. I lance out beams of pure starfire, incinerate wave after wave of those gnashing horrors, driving them backward into their oblique infinity. Smouldering husks rain from the sky. I'm a little surprised they aren't wholly disintegrated, but then again, the Voidborn don't know how things work in this universe. A pulsing sickness lingers in the air from the epicenter of the corruption. I feel a will, hungry and indomitable, and far from the typical mindlessness I'm accustomed to from these Voidborn aberrations. The pulsating wound on reality yawns and buckles, distorting and warping all it touches. Whatever exists on the other side is laughing. Pantheon shouts another command at me, but I ignore her words. This anomalous fissure in the universe entrances me. This is not the first of its kind I've had to deal with, but this one feels different, and I can't help but admire the marvelously terrifying manipulation of the barriers between realms. Few beings could fathom its complexities, let alone possess the sheer magnitude of power needed to rend the fabric of existence. In my heart, I know a wound so exquisite could never be orchestrated by scuttling creatures. No. There must be more behind this intrusion. I shudder at the thought of what kind of entity is capable of inducing such a volatile rift. I don't need Pantheon's barked orders to tell me what to do next. Her array of requests has always been of a rather limited imagination anyway. She wants me to hurl a star at the rift, as if one can simply cauterize such mouldering interdimensional aberrations and be done with it. These obtuse demigods are my captors. Fine. At least they're not too far off in their logic by thinking a few Syrian cosmic wonders will remedy this problem. I will play the role of obedient servant just a little while longer. I enjoy what I do next, partly because they'll remember it, partly because it feels good to let a little of the old power loose, but mostly because I wish to remind whatever intelligence that controls this void incursion that nobody laughs at me in my plane of existence. The base elements in the atmosphere rally to my cause.
I mean, you're kind of a joke. It's like it's your realm of existence, but you were made captive by people who you look down upon. I mean, you're not that impressive, Aurelian Sol, I guess.
To a plasmic anomaly. The swelling stardust detonates at my unspoken command. The result is a dwarf replica of one of my majestic glories burning in the depths of space. After all, I can't fling a full-fledged star at this fragile world. The young star's shimmering brilliance flies from my hands. It's joined by two sisters, always by my side. They careen around me in radiant ballet, their white-hot cores devouring the gathering clouds of dust and matter I draw towards us. We become a storm of stars, the night sky incarnate, a maddening gyre of starfire. I conjure eddies of searing stardust, exhaling a heat so pure and dense it collapses the aura of this world just the tiniest bit, forever marring the planet's curvature. Coruscating strands of stellar flame pirouette from the centre of the rift. Gravity melts in undulating waves of colour most eyes will never be able to witness. My stars warp matter as more fuel coalesces into their cores, causing them to shine brighter, burn hotter. The whole spectacle is breathtaking, a cascading dance of blinding light and searing heat, so hot that for a fleeting moment, new spectra are birthed into existence. My spine tingles just a little bit at how good it feels. Trees splinter, rivers evaporate, the mountain walls of the valley crumble in smoky avalanches. The tireless labourers erecting their sundisk, the soldiers...
Aspect of Twilight gave them knowledge on how to bind them. Yeah, it's still like... He says that basically it's like you would not laugh at to the void people, to the void creature, whatever. That's like you won't make fun of me in my dimension, my realm, whatever. And it's like, bro, you're a captive in your own realm. I mean, it's kind of pathetic, you know? It's like, imagine like you're the master of the universe, but you're made to serve. Like, not that big of a master. You know, it's like, it's kind of, you know,
taking the hill.
Like you're thinking a bit too highly of yourself.
Stargazers, the worshippers, the terrified, the doomsday prophets, the hopeless, the rising kings, all those who beheld the streaking comet with selfish eyes witnessed the ensuing supernova as an early dawn. Across this pitiful globe, my radiance...
Oh wait, Aspect of Twilight is Zoe. So Zoe, this fucking damnable creature, gave them the trap of how to bind Aurelian Soul. Interesting.
Turns darkest night to blinding day. What fictions will they conjure to explain
Lost a little girl.
phenomenon?
Pathetic
Even
dragon.
my Targonian masters have rarely witnessed such a display of my power. Certainly no terrestrial world has ever borne scars as severe as what is left of that once verdant valley. When I am finished, nothing remains. Not even this incarnation of Pantheon. I can't say I'll miss her or her mindless barking. In the glowing aftermath of my carnage, the smouldering once mountains collapse into the molten rubble streams now flowing through the valley. This is the scar I have left upon this world. A surge of damning pain shoots through my body, radiating from that infernal crown. I am about to pay. My head snaps up and my eyes drink the bitter sight of a dying star. My heart clasps shut. My mind's reel. An overwhelming sense of despair ricochets through my very soul, emanating from a deep and immediate sorrow, like the pulsing realization you've lost something precious and know it's all your fault. Some curious life forms I met long ago once asked how it was possible for me to remember every star I created. If only they could feel what it's like to create a single star, they would understand the sheer irrelevance of that question. That's how I know when even one of my darlings wink out from existence, ejecting jets of energy and with it, the very substance of my own spirit. I see her death knell in the heavens above. She shines brightly one last time in a pack.
Oh, so the star where this happened, it's not our star. It's not like the game star. It's a different star where there was a different aspect of Pantheon. Interesting. And the Void guys there were not from our side. They're not our Void guys. Interesting.
That momentarily drowns her.
Just blew up a different star.
My heart shatters as the heavens are diminished in a brutal retribution for turning my power on one of Targon's own. A sun is the price of a single pantheon. This is the cost of my unfettered wrath. This is the kind of boorish sorcery I must deal with. Within seconds they have regained control of my reins and call me to a new task. On no other world have I exhibited such a display of freedom, no matter how fleeting it was. What's more is that I have learned from their mistakes. A bit of me is free now, and in time I will return to this world, tap into this mysterious well of energy, and cast off the rest of my tether. I tune into that essence of war, twisting and contorting with fleshy vessels scattered across the cosmos. It wasn't happy about losing its mortal avatar on this world. Already a new doomed host has been chosen to transform into the next iteration of Pantheon.
Yep,
A
there we go.
soldier from the Record, a tribe who cling to the base of Targon's mountain, siphoning off its power like barnacles. One day I shall meet this new incarnation of Pantheon. Perhaps he will learn to find a new weapon and abandon that ludicrous spear. I sense Pantheon's celestial kin scattered across the cosmos. In a single instance, all of their attention is focused on this world, where one of their earthly aspects was vaporized by their own weapon. Their confusion is mingled with a growing desperation as they contend with each other to regain their control over me. How I wish I could see their faces. As I launch myself from the gravity of this world, this Runeterra, I sense an emotion I have never felt from Targon before.
Wait, so it was Runeterra.
Fear.
Yes. Did he blow up Runeterra or did he blow up a part of Runeterra? What the fuck?
Coruscating strand taking of stars, the night sky incarnate, a maddening gyre of starfire. Trees splinter, rivers evacuate globe. My radiance turns darkest night to blinding day. It is left with that once verdant valley. When I am finished, nothing remains. Not even this incarnation of Pantheon. I can't say I'll miss her or her mindless barking, because the terrified, the doomsday prophet, selfish eyes witness the ensuing supernova as an early dawn. Ending day. What fictions will they conjure to explain? I've rarely witnessed such a display of my power. What fictions will they conjure to explain this phenomenon? Even my Targonian masters have rarely witnessed such a display of my power. Certainly no terrestrial world has ever borne scars as severe as what is left of that once verdant valley. When I am finished, nothing remains.
Yeah.
Not even this incarnation of Pantheon.
Okay.
I can't say I'll miss her or her mindless barking. In the glowing aftermath of my carnage, the smouldering once mountains collapse into the molten rubble streams now flowing through the valley. This is the scar I have left upon this world.
Oh, okay. He left a scarp on the world. He didn't destroy the world. Okay. Alright, cool. Aurelian Sol. I mean, what can I say? He can blow shit up, I guess. Oh, God. Funny guy. Looking down on the people who control him. I mean, I don't know. I find him to be kind of meh. Like, he's cool, but he's also like, he's too dumb for what he is, kind of thing, you know? How do you fall for a trap? How do you get enslaved by like tiny people that live on a star you created? Like, it's so weird to me. Like, I can't even like, I don't understand the proportion. Be afraid of the reverse. Basically, yeah. The reverse T-Rex is gonna get you. Oh my god. I'm gonna call that episode instead of Twin Dawns, I'm gonna call it Reverse T-Rex. Alright, let's go for the next one. Alright. There it
Welcome,
is.
ladies and gentlemen.
There it is. Pantheon, the Artisan of War updated. Let's see.
To another episode
Ooh, nice timing. 1333.
of the lore of League of Legends. In this episode,
He's too arrogant
we're
and
gonna be
most things in
continuing on
fantasy with power are. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. It's like, it's sheer arrogance. To the point where it's like, bro, like, how can you be arrogant after you are enslaved to tiny people that are living on a massive star you created? It's like, how can you still be arrogant?
the renewed lore of
Idiot.
Mount Targon, beginning with a peerless warrior born among the Rakor but deemed worthy to be blessed with inhuman power.
Hey, thank you for the
representing
sub,
Lord
man.
Pantheon, the Artisan of War. Enjoy.
Acceptance at long last. I love that.
Named after one of the 4 stars that formed the warrior constellation in the night sky, Atreus was a proud young Rakoran. He was not the fastest, nor the strongest of the warriors on Mount Targon, nor the most skilled with the bow, spear, or blade.
And why was it
But
chosen?
Atreus was among the most determined, single-minded,
Oh,
and his endurance was beyond legendary, even among his peers. Each day before dawn, while others slept, Atreus rose to run the treacherous paths of Mount Targon, and was always the last to leave the training grounds at night. As with
It's
most
quite
young
a life.
warriors, Atreus developed a fierce rivalry with another young Rakoran, a boy by the name of Pylus. Born into a line of renowned warriors, Pylus was skillful, strong, and popular, the complete opposite of Atreus. There were none his age who could best him in the fighting circle. Only Atreus refused to back down. Every time he fell, he pushed himself back up to fight on, bloodied and bruised, even after being knocked down again and again. This determination from Atreus earned the respect of his instructors, but also the enmity of Pylus, who took Atreus' unrelenting defiance as a lack of respect. Atreus ended up shunned by his peers and suffered at the hands of Pylus and his followers with numerous beatings.
bro, man, he got bullied. Bruh, this guy got bullied. Look at him. How do you get bullied looking like this?
He kept his growing ostracism from his family, knowing it would only cause them pain.
That's by far my favorite skin on Pantheon.
During a winter
I don't know
patrol,
why,
days
it's just so
travel out from
badass.
their village, the young warriors and their instructors came upon the smoking ruins of a Rakoran outpost. Blood stained the snow beneath them, and bodies lay strewn across the ground. Orders were barked to retreat, but it was too late. The enemy launched themselves upon them. They were clad in furs and heavy iron armor, springing from beneath the snow, axes flashing in the cold light. None of the young Rakoran warriors had completed their training, and their superiors were all greybeards, well past their prime. But for every one of their own that fell, several enemies met their end. Nevertheless, the enemy outnumbered them, and the Rakor were cut down, one by one. Pylus and Atreus fought back to back, the last of the Rakor still standing. Both injured and bleeding, this battle would be over in moments, yet they knew they had to warn their village. Atreus plunged his spear through a barbarian's throat, while Pylus cut down 2 more, creating a momentary gap in the circle of enemies. Atreus told Pylus to go, ready to hold the enemy off so that Pylus could get away. With no time to argue the case, Atreus was already charging the enemy. Pylus took his chance and ran. Atreus fought hard, but as an axe slammed into his chest, he finally fell, slipping into unconsciousness. He awoke later, not in the celestial afterlife as he had expected, but upon the mountain where he had fallen. The sun had set, and a fresh layer of snow covered him. Numb and barely lucid, he pushed himself to his feet. He picked his way between the bodies of his brothers, but all were dead. Worse still, he found Pyrrhus lying some way off, a throwing axe embedded in his back. He had failed in reaching the village to warn them. He stumbled over to Pyrrhus' side, finding his rival alive, but horribly wounded. Atreus hefted the young warrior to his shoulders, and together they began the long trek home. It took 3 days, but finally they made it to the outskirts of their village, and Atreus finally allowed himself to collapse. Atreus awoke to find Pyrrhus watching over him, his wounds stitched and bound, and while he was relieved to find that the village had not fallen to attack, he was also surprised to learn that neither the Rakor nor the Solari elders had sent out the Raharak to find and kill the intruders, choosing instead to remain and defend against any possible onslaught.
Okay.
In the months that followed, Atreus and Pyrrhus had become close friends, all earlier antagonism forgotten. They had thrown themselves into their training with renewed vigour and purpose. All the while, Atreus' resentment toward the Solari Order grew.
Death is a hell of a drug.
To seek out and destroy these enemies in order to best protect the Rakor. But the new leader...
What is this? What are you wearing? Some BDSM bullshit.
Leader of the Solari's warriors, a former member of his own tribe, Leona, preached a different form of protection, which Atreus felt was weak and passive. As with all young Rakorans, Atreus and Pyrrhus had grown up hearing stories of great heroes climbing to the peak of Mount Targon and being blessed with unspeakable power. They had passed the arduous Rakoran warrior rites together, and the two began training in earnest toward making the ascent up the mountain themselves. Atreus hoped to gain the power he needed to seek out and defeat the enemies of Rakor himself. Only the strongest attempted the climb, and fewer than 1 in 1,000 even glimpsed the peak. Nevertheless, the two of them joined a larger group gathered from all the Rakoran villages scattered around the foothills of the mountain and began their ascent. As they set off, the sun turned dark as the silver moon passed up before it. Some saw this as an ill omen.
That would be the He-Man skin that could not be called He-Man. Yeah, copyrights and shit, for sure. Oh god. Actually, yeah, you're right. Here's the thing he wears on his chest. The shorts are pretty much the same. The boots are different, the helm is different, but I think he had wristbands too, right? So yeah.
The moon passed up.
Makes sense.
It. Some saw this as an ill omen, but Atreus took it as a sign that this was the right path. After weeks of climbing, the group had become half its original size. Some had turned back, while others had been claimed by the mountain, falling in crevices, being buried beneath avalanches, or frozen to death in the night.
It wasn't meant to be, guys. Sorry.
They were high above the cloud line, and the sky had become filled with strange shifting lights and illusions. But still, they pressed on. The
Gotta keep on keeping on.
And the cold even more bitter as the weeks turned to months. Several of the climbers had stopped to catch their breath, never to move again as their flesh froze to the mountain. Others had been driven insane by the lack of air and exhaustion, throwing themselves from the cliffs. One by one, the mountain claimed those who attempted to master it, until only Pyrrhus and Atreus remained.
Oh boy.
They were exhausted, frozen, and their minds addled. But the pair made the final ascent to the summit, only to find...
nothing. Of course.
They saw no fabled city at the peak, nor any Sky Warrior heroes waiting to embrace them. Only more ice, death, and rocks that had been twisted into strange circular shapes. Pyrrhus collapsed, the last of his strength finally giving out, and Atreus roared with frustration. He knew Pyrrhus didn't have any strength to make the descent, and so...
intense
Atreus
background music, by the way.
Cradling his head in his lap as he watched the life drain away from his friend.
Fuck him, he bullied you.
The heavens opened. The air shimmered like liquid, and a gateway opened up before Atreus. Rays of golden light spilled out upon him, warming his face, and a city beyond the veil could be glimpsed. A place of inconceivable architecture and grandiose vision. A figure stood amongst the light waiting for him, its hand outstretched. Tears of awe ran down Atreus' face. He would not have left his friend, but as he looked down, he saw that Pylus had died in his arms, a smile upon his face. He stood, closed his friend's eyes, and laid him gently on the melting snow. Atreus stepped forward to meet his guide, walking through the veil of reality to the real Targon. Months had passed, and on the lower flanks of the mountain, it was assumed that Atreus and Pylus had died along with everyone else who had attempted
Makes sense.
the ascent. They were mourned. This wasn't unusual, nor was it unexpected. Only once in a generation did someone return with the power from the top of the mountain. Another raiding party of northern barbarians had mysteriously appeared on the mountain, almost a year to the day since the
Surprise! We're on the mountain. What the fuck?
butchering at the outpost.
Mysteriously appear on the mountain.
They attacked a number of isolated villages, slaughtering and pillaging what they could before pushing on toward a Solari shrine high upon the mountain. The guards were outnumbered but stood firm, ready to die defending the relics and mystics that lay within. As the marauders closed in, an unnatural keening wind descended, whipping the snow around in a glowing fury. The clouds parted a swirl, exposing the full majesty of Mount Targon at the epicenter of the storm. Warriors on both sides struggled to maintain their footing and shielded their eyes.
Bro, look at this guy's toes. Why is his big toe so fucking massive? Separate from the rest.
Against this ice storm as a ghostly, glowing white city appeared in the heavens at the mountain's apex. The 4 stars of the Pantheon constellation pulsed brightly, then turned dark overhead, and at the same time, the burning light of a falling star appeared within the ethereal city and streaked towards the ground. The falling star screamed toward the temple, moving at astonishing speed, and the barbarians prayed to their heathen gods in quivering voices. The streaming light slammed down, striking the ground between the two forces with an earth-shattering impact. This was no star, but a warrior, mantled in starlight and bearing a gleaming golden shield and spear of legend. He had landed in a warrior's crouch, one knee lowered to the ground, and as he looked up at the enemy defiling the lands of Mount Targon, the Rakorian saw it was Atreus, and yet not Atreus. The aspect of the warrior had infused him. He was now both mortal and immortal, the incarnation of war made flesh. He was now an avatar of battle. He had become the Pantheon. He rose from his crouch, eyes blazing with a celestial light. The enemy knew death had come for them. The battle was over quickly. None could stand against Pantheon. The outsider's blood ran from his armor and weapon, leaving them pristine and gleaming with starlight. His enemies had been defeated, and Pantheon marched into the war.
The Dragon Slayer. It's pretty cool too.
From sight. Atreus' family had mourned their son and held a funeral for him, for they had suspected he had died after not returning from the expedition. Now his demise was confirmed. The Pantheon aspect had obliterated his personality, memories, and emotions. Atreus' flesh was nothing more than a shell inhabited by the supernatural aspect of war.
Oh.
His mortal soul had joined those of the ancestors.
That's some bullshit. What the hell did you make that trip for anyways? Still ended up dead? Now you have, like, you gave them a shell? Bruh. So I hate religion.
Celestial afterlife. Atreus was not the first appearance of Pantheon on Runeterra. There have been others, and there will likely be more. They are not immortal, limited by the human flesh they inhabit, and can be killed, though it takes great effort to do so. Pantheon's latest appearance has been greatly debated by the Solari, for his arrival is both a blessing and a curse, as it often heralds a time of darkness yet to come.
Yeah, I can't wait till Aatrox stabs him so hard it kills the fucking ass. Actually, I don't know if the Aatrox stabbed this guy, but yeah.
And that's all.
Alright, so that was Pantelon. Alright, next we have Leona, Deanna, and Tarek. And I think that will be it for today's stream. So let's go.
Welcome.
Alright, welcome back to Leona, the Radiant Dawn. Updated.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see what's different between this Leona and previous Leona. Previous Leona was... Well, it was previous Leona, really. Oh yeah, she was just righteous. She didn't want to sacrifice somebody. There was like a battle to the death, and she refused to kill her opponent. And then the Mount Targan guys came and took her, and she became like a Radiant Shield Maiden, whatever they're... I don't know what they're called, but yeah. Let's see what's different here.
Of the lore of League of Legends. In this episode, we're going to be continuing on with the champions of Mount Targan, and one in particular who is imbued with the fire of the sun, a warrior Templar of the Solari who defends Mount Targan with a zenith blade and the shield at daybreak. Without further ado, I present to you the lore of Leona, the Radiant Dawn. Enjoy. To live in the lands surrounding the towering peak of Mount Targan is to embrace a life of hardship. The many that are willing to do so prove the power of human spirit is strong enough to endure anything in search of meaning and higher purpose. As harsh as the foothills of the mountain's base are, though, it is nothing compared to the hardships borne by those who dwell on the mountain itself. Living high on Targon is fraught with danger. The glittering mist that wreathes the summit descends, bringing with it all manner of otherworldly and radiant creatures that kill at random, and muttering voices that whisper unspeakable secrets that drive mortals mad. The Rakor tribe dwells at the very limits of human endurance. They spend their entire lives honing their warrior skills to fight the war at the end of the world. The word Rakor translates as tribe of the last sun, and the people believe that many worlds have existed before Runeterra, each of which being destroyed by some great catastrophe. The tribe's seers teach that when the sun is destroyed, there will be no more, and so the tribe's warriors must be ready to fight those who would seek to extinguish the sun's light. Battle is an act of devotion to the Rakor,
Mainly the Void, I
offering
guess.
to keep the sun's precious light shining. All members of the tribe are expected to fight and kill without mercy or hesitation. Leona was no exception. As soon as she could walk, she was taught to fight, mastering sword and shield as if they were a part of her own body. She was fascinated by the mist that wreathed the summit and often spent time wondering what might lie beyond. That fascination, however, did not stop her fighting the ferocious beasts, inhuman entities, and pallid, eyeless strangers that came down the mountain. She fought and killed them as she had been taught, until one day, the young Leona encountered a golden-skinned boy with horns and bat-like wings wandering down the mountainside. He did
Golden-skinned boy with horns and bat-like wings. The fuck is that?
not speak her language, but it was clear to her that he was lost and frightened. His skin shimmered with soft light, and though everything she had been taught since birth told her to attack, Leona could not bring herself to murder someone so obviously helpless. Instead, she led the boy to a pathway leading to the summit, watching as he walked into a ray of sunlight and vanished before her eyes. She returned to the Rakor and found herself accused of failing in her duty to the sun. A boy by the name of Atreus had seen her leading a creature off the mountain to safety.
Pantheon, you fucking snitch, bro. What the fuck, man? I thought you were a manly man, works hard, gets bullied but doesn't care, man, and then like, now you're a fucking snitch, bro. No wonder you got stitches.
Instead of killing it. Atreus had told his father what Leona had done, and he in turn denounced her as a heretic for going against the beliefs of her people.
Yeah.
She didn't dispute the claims, and
Yep.
the laws
It is
of
what
the
it is.
Rakor allowed only one sentence for such a transgression.
Trial by
Trial
combat.
by combat.
Fuck. It's like I
Leona
know
would
this.
face Atreus beneath the noonday sun, and by its light,
Oh,
her
God.
judgment would be rendered. Leona and Atreus were evenly matched. Her warrior skills were formidable, but Atreus had always been single-minded in pursuit of martial excellence.
Okay, so she's fighting Atreus. Let me guess, she's gonna win but not kill him.
None who gathered around the fighting pit could predict the outcome of the battle. The two fought beneath the blazing sun, and though both bled freely from dozens of wounds, neither could land the death blow. As the sun set into the horizon, an elder of the Solari marched into the Rakor camp with 3 gold-armored warriors and ceased the duel. The Solari were adherents of a martial faith built around the worship of the sun, and those unforgiving tenets dictated life around and upon Mount Targon. The elder had been led to the Rakor by dreams and an ancient prophecy that spoke of a warrior whose fire burned brighter than the sun, a daughter of Targon who would bring unity to the celestial realm. The elder believed that Leona was that daughter, and upon hearing of her transgression, his belief became strengthened. Leona was to be fully instructed in the beliefs of Solari, and her wounded body was lifted from the pit and bore from the Rakor toward her new life.
That's one of the cooler skins too.
The Solari Temple was a towering citadel on the eastern slopes of Mount Targon, a glittering spire of gold-veined marble and polished granite. Here Leona learned the ways of the Sacred Order, how they worshipped the sun as the source of all life and rejected all other forms of light as false. Its strictures were absolute and unyielding, but fueled by her belief in the elders. Leona excelled in this disciplined environment, devouring her new faith's teachings as a parched man would upon fresh water. Leona trained every day with the warrior order of the Solari, the Raharak, meaning followers of the horizon, honing her already fearsome skills with a blade into something sublime. In time she rose to command the Raharak, becoming known as a just, devoted, and as some would put it, zealous servant of the sun. Her path changed forever when she was called to escort a young member of the Solari to the heart of the temple, a girl whose hair was the purest white and a shimmering rune glowed upon her forehead. Her name was Diana,
Yep.
a troublemaker well known to Leona from the example
A troublemaker.
of the temple elders.
Just doesn't like your faith.
Months before, but now returned, clad in a suit of pale armor that glinted with strange silver light. Diana claimed to bring great news, revelations that would shake the Solari to its very foundation.
Oh, this is after she turned.
She would only reveal to the temple elders.
Hey, look at that.
Leona brought Diana in under armed guard. Her warrior instinct had sensed something awry in the girl's demeanor. Presented to the elders, Diana spoke of the Lunari, an ancient and prescribed faith that venerated the moon, and how all the truths the Solari clung to were incomplete. She described a realm beyond the mountaintop, a realm where the sun and moon were not enemies, where new truths could show them fresh ways to look at the world. Leona felt her anger build with every word Diana spoke, and when the elders rejected her words, naming her a blasphemer, Leona knew it would be her blade that ended the heretic's life. Leona saw Diana's fury at the elders' denial, but before she could react, Diana had hurled herself forward. Blinding light exploded from Diana's hands, and orbs of silver fire burned the elders to dust in the blink of an eye. White flames surged in a hurricane of cold lightning and blasted Leona from the chamber. When she regained consciousness, Diana had gone and the Solari had been left leaderless. As its remaining members struggled to come to terms with this attack on their most sacred space, Leona knew there was only one path she could take. She
Path
would
of
hunt down
vengeance.
and destroy Diana for the murder of the Solari elders. Her trail was easy to find.
Well, it was kill or be killed. I mean, come on, it's kind of fair. She didn't kill them, she was dead, so, you know.
Diana's footsteps were like shimmering mercury to Leona's eyes, leading ever higher up the slopes of Mount Targon. Leona did not falter, climbing through a landscape that seemed strange and unfamiliar, as though she'd followed paths that had never existed until this moment. She didn't stop to eat nor drink, letting fury sustain her beyond what should have been humanely possible. Leona eventually reached the top of the mountain, breathless, exhausted, starved and stripped of all thoughts save punishing the heretic. There, sitting on a rock at the top of the mountain, was the same golden-skinned boy whose life had been spared as a child. Behind him, the sky burned with blazing light, a borealis of impossible colours and suggestion of a majestic city of gold and silver and its footed towers and glittering minarets. Leona saw how the Solari temple echoed its magnificence and fell to her knees in rapture. The golden-skinned boy spoke to her in the old Rakor tongue. He told her that he had been waiting for her to follow him since the day they met years ago, and that he hoped she wasn't too late. He held out his hand and offered to show her miracles and to know the minds of gods. Leona had never turned from anything in her life. She took the boy's hand as he smiled and led her into the light.
Oh, that's the boy,
Column
yeah.
of searing illumination stabbed down from the heavens and engulfed Leona. She felt an awesome presence filling her limbs with terrifying power and forgotten knowledge from the earliest epochs of the world. Her armor and weapons burned to ash in the cosmic fire and were in turn reborn as an ornate warplate, a shield of sunlight wrought in gold, and a sword of chained dawnlight. The warrior who came down the mountain looked the same as the one who had climbed it, but inside, much had changed. She still had her memories and thoughts, was still master of her own flesh, but a sliver of something vast and inhuman had chosen her to become its mortal vessel. It gifted her with incredible powers and awful knowledge that haunted her eyes and weighed heavily upon her soul. Knowledge she could only ever share with one person. Now, more than ever, Leona knew she had to find Diana.
What was that knowledge then? What knowledge was she granted by the aspect or whatever that took over her? Hey there, I'm a new sub and just want to say, as a Smite player, your videos make me want to play LoL. Yeah, that's that's the trap of watching these videos. Alright, cool, let's go next to Diana. Welcome back to Lore of League of Legends Part 108, Diana, Scorn of the Moon, updated.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of League of Legends. In this episode,
Close
we're
enough.
carrying on with our final champion from Mount Targon, fighting as a warrior of the Lunari, a faith quashed in the lands around Mount Targon, and yet another...
I think I know the answer if you want to know.
from beyond.
Ow! Ow, ow,
Without
ow, ow.
further ado,
1 sec. Yeah, of course I want to know. Come on. You kidding me? Of course I want to know. What do you think I'm watching these? I'm gonna say it's something that has to do with the sun, the moon, but she might not no longer hate Diana for what she did. Now she knows that Diana is the only person she can talk to about what she knows. So it has to be obviously something about the sun and the moon, and maybe how they're related. Maybe they're sisters or some shit like that. Luna and what's the other name for sun? Yeah, forgot it. Lunari and the Solari used to be on. Yes, that's what I'm. Solari. Luna and Sola. Yeah, makes sense.
I present to you the lore of Diana, Scorn of the Moon. Enjoy.
Was Luna betrayed or overshadowed by Solari? That's why they hid the temple of the Lunari? And they decide it's like, oh no, only Solari is good. And then the Lunari wanted vengeance. Something like that. I don't know. We'll see. I'm assuming we're gonna find out here.
Sheltering from a storm on the unforgiving slopes of Mount Targon after being drawn there by dreams of a mountain and the promise of revelation, Diana's mother and father were exhausted, overwhelmed by blinding storm winds. It was there, beneath the cold, pitiless moonlight, that Diana came into the world as her mother breathed her last.
Oh.
Hunters from the nearby Solari Temple.
The Solari became fanatics and so the Lunars heretics. Yep. Kind of what I thought. Yeah, overshadowed by them, whatever.
Diana was wrapped in bear skin and
I mean, I didn't think necessarily fanatics, but like basically, yeah, like there's only one path and that's the Solari, therefore the Lunari are wrong. Like probably fanatism, yeah, but yeah.
in the arms of her dead father.
The usual, nothing new.
Where the foundling child was presented to the sun and given the name Diana. She was raised as one of the Solari, becoming an initiate and raised to venerate the sun in all aspects. She learned the legends of the sun and trained every day with the Raharak, the Solari's warrior Templars.
Mm-hmm. I used to play Diana so much when she came out. It was so like I've been maining cast since beta, right? Like one trick pony cast, but Diana almost made me not be a one trick pony. That's how much I enjoyed the champion when it just came out. It's probably even better now. I just never got back into her.
Solari taught that all life came from the sun, that the light
it just looks so cool.
False, offering no nourishment and crafting shadows in which only creatures that lurked in the darkness found succor. Yet Diana found the light from the moon entrancing and beautiful in a way that the harsh sun could never match. Every night the young girl would wake from dreams of climbing the mountain to pick night-blooming flowers and watch freshwater springs turn silver in the moonlight. The years went by and Diana found herself ever at odds with the elders and their teachings. She couldn't help but question what she was told, always suspecting there was more that went unsaid in every teaching. As she grew, Diana's sense of isolation only became stronger as childhood friends distanced themselves from her.
It's kind of funny how it's updated, but it's pretty much the same story that the original Diana had, which is fine. I think the story was okay.
At night, watching the silver moon rise at the impossibly distant summit, she felt more and more of an outcast.
Yeah.
The urge to climb the mountain flanks was almost an itch that could never be scratched. But everything she had been taught since birth told her the mountain would claim more than just her life should she ever try. Only the most worthy and heroic dared make such an ascent. With every passing day, Diana felt more alone and more certain that some vital aspect of her life remained unfulfilled. Her first clue as to what might be came when she was sweeping the temple library as a punishment for arguing with one of the elders. A glint of light behind a sagging bookcase drew Diana's eyes, and upon investigation, she discovered the partially burned pages of an ancient manuscript. Diana took the pages and read them beneath the full moon that very night. What she discovered unlocked a door into her very soul. Diana learned of an all but extinct group known as the Lunari, whose faith saw the moon as a source of life and balance. From what she could understand from the fragmented text, the Lunari spoke of the eternal cycle, day and night, sun and moon, essential for universal harmony.
Makes sense.
This was a revelation, and as she looked beyond the moonlight temple walls, she saw an elderly woman wrapped in a bearskin cloak, trudging up the far path that eventually led to the mountain's summit. The woman saw Diana and called for help, saying that she had to reach the mountain top before morning, an ambition that Diana knew was utterly impossible.
Ooh.
Diana's desire to help the woman and climb the mountain warred with everything the Solari taught. The mountain's ascent was for the worthy, and Diana had never felt worthy of anything. Again, the woman asked for her help, and this time Diana did not hesitate. She scrambled over the walls and took the woman's arm, leading her up the mountain, amazed that someone so aged had made it this far. They climbed for hours, above the clouds and into the chill air where the moon and the stars glittered like diamonds. Despite her age, the woman kept climbing, urging Diana onwards when she stumbled or when the air grew thin and cold.
Okay, so that's a bit updated. The previous one was like that she found the hidden temple somehow, which again, if you think about it, doesn't really make sense. Like how did like a child find it, whatever. But this woman, which I'm assuming is like, you know, a loon, right? Like a goddess of the moon, found her chosen one and is leading her on to the hidden temple. That makes a bit more sense. I mean, as far as like sense goes in this universe, you know.
As the night wore on, Diana lost track of time as the stars wheeled overhead and all but the mountain faded from view. Together Diana and the woman climbed ever upwards, and each time her steps faltered, she drew strength from the pale glow of the moon. Eventually Diana fell to her knees, exhausted and weary beyond imagining. Her entire body was strained to the limits of exhaustion, but when she looked up, it was to see that somehow they had reached the mountaintop. A feat that should not have been possible in a single night.
They're always stumbling into things. Yes, basically, yeah.
Illumination, veils of brilliant light, spirals of vivid colour, and the glimmering ghost of a vast city of silver and gold hovering in the air. She searched for her companion, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. Only the bearskin cloak that mounted Diana's shoulders suggested that it even existed in the first place. Looking into the light, Diana saw the promise of the emptiness within her being fulfilled, the promise of acceptance and the chance to be part of something greater than she could ever imagine. This is what she had sought all her life without truly knowing it. Fresh vitality flowed through her limbs as she rose to her feet, taking a hesitant step towards the incredible vista, her resolve growing stronger with every breath. The light surged and Diana screamed as it poured into her. A union with something vast and inhuman, impossibly ancient and powerful. The sensation was painful, but also joyous. A moment or an eternity, it was both revelatory and hallucinatory. When the light faded, the sense of loss.
Bro, it sounds like one of the best fucking acid trips ever. Just saying. Straight.
Loss was an ache like nothing she had known before. Diana stumbled down the mountain, oblivious to her surroundings, until she found herself before a cleft in the mountainside, a cave mouth that would have been invisible but for the moonlight shadows. Cold and needing shelter for the night, Diana sought refuge within. Inside, however, the narrow cleft widened into the crumbling ruin of what might have once been a temple or vast audience chamber. Its crumbling walls were painted in faded frescoes depicting warriors of silver and gold fighting back to back against an unending host of grotesque monsters as the sky rained comets of searing light. At the centre of the chamber stood a crescent sword and a suit of armour unlike any other, a mail shirt of spun silver rings and wondrously crafted war plate of polished steel. Reflected in the gleam of the armour, Diana saw her once sable hair now as purest white, and a runestone on her forehead with incandescent light. She recognised the symbol so exquisitely etched into the plates of the armour, the same symbol depicted in the pages of the burned manuscript she found in the library. This was Diana's moment of truth. She had a choice before her: turn away from her destiny, or choose to embrace it. She reached out, and as her fingers touched the cold steel of the armour, her mind exploded with images of lives she had never lived, memories she had never experienced, and sensations she had never known. Scraps of ancient history raged like a blizzard in her mind, secret knowledge she but dimly grasped, and innumerable futures scattered like wind-blown dust. The visions faded, and Diana saw she was now fully clad in the silver warplate, which fit her as though wrought especially for her. Her mind was still afire with newly acquired knowledge, but much of it remained frustratingly out of reach, almost like a picture half in shadow, half in light. She was still Diana, but she was also something more, something eternal. Feeling vindicated with this new knowledge, Diana left the mountain cave and made her way back towards the Solari temple. Knowing she had to tell the elders what it was she had learnt.
And that's where shit goes south. Yep.
She was met at the temple gates by Leona, the master of the Raharak and the Solari's greatest warrior. Diana was brought before the temple elders, who listened with mounting horror as she told them what she had learned.
Mounting horror.
She finished her tale, and the elders immediately denounced her as a heretic, a blasphemer and peddler of false gods. She was sentenced to death.
Kill or be killed, champions.
Had projected what was so
it is kill or be killed, champions.
They had turned their backs on revelations that had been brought from the very summit of the holy mountain. Diana's fury built at the willful blindness, and blazing orbs of silver fire spun in the air around her. With a scream of rage-fueled frustration, Diana's sword swept out, and where it struck, Silver fire burned with killing light. Again and again, Diana lashed out, and when her fury had ebbed, she saw the carnage she had unleashed. The elders were dead, and Leona lay on her back, her armor smoking as though fresh from the forge. Appalled at what she had done, Diana fled the site of the massacre, escaping into the wilds of Mount Targon as the Solari reeled from the savagery of her attack. Now, hunted by the warriors of the Raharak, Diana seeks to piece together fragmentary memories of the Lunari hidden within her mind. Driven by half-remembered truths
I can't find it.
of ancient knowledge,
Annoying.
Diana has only one truth to cling to, that the Lunari and the Solari need not be foes, that there is a greater destiny for her than that of a simple warrior.
Yep.
What her destiny might be is unknown, but Diana will find it, whatever the cost.
Well, just look for Leona. She'll unite you guys. You guys gonna be best friends forever, BFFs, you know, and you can fight the whatever evil that you find. It feels like it's kind of funny, but like it feels like there's a lot of united fronts preparing for something, right? So like Leona, Diana is gonna be, and I guess Pantheon is gonna be a united front against, I'm assuming, the Void, the Bilgewater, which is basically Lucian, Olaf-ish, Misfortune are gonna unite against Shadow Isles and stuff like that. Yeah, it feels like there's gonna be building unity. Same with like Freylord unity is against the whatever they locked under the ice there. That's what's her name? Goddamn, Lysandra locked under the ice. All that stuff. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, that was Diana. All right. Okay, before we do the last one for the day, Tarek, I just really gotta pee, so I will BRB. All right. Let's go. Last one for the day. We made it. That was like 16 episodes only. I was so positive. I'll be like, yo, today I'm gonna get through 50 of them. Close enough, 16.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of League of Legends.
Derek, Shield of Valoran.
That has been redesigned since first covering him.
Oh yeah, he was redesigned.
He's been shamed by a dereliction of duty, exiled from his homeland, and sentenced to ascend the slopes of Mount Targon to find redemption.
Really?
Without further ado, I present to you the lore of Tarek, the Shield of Valoran. Enjoy.
Valoran. Oh, wow.
Expected to serve as a stalwart guardian of Demacia, Tarek's life was meant to be the...
On a positive note, he's substantially less flamboyant than he was before. He's still Fabio, don't get me wrong, but he's less flamboyant Fabio.
Model of focused, selfless dedication to the ideals of king and country. Always seeing himself as a protector, he, however, never felt the need or limit to define whom and what he protected.
Okay.
Most of Tarek's contemporaries were focused on the martial principles of battle, which came naturally and effortlessly to him. The young warrior was drawn instead to the fragile wonders that gave life meaning. This was a potentially treasonous philosophy to have, especially for one of Tarek's standing and role within the military hierarchy. But he chose to dedicate himself to understanding the simple truths of love, beauty, and life, so he could become their champion. Admired by all, Tarek used his disarming manner and innate warmth to charm his way past most obstacles, and on the rare occasions that they failed, his skill with hammer and sword would be counted on to settle the matter. As his quest...
Like, I know what you mean, he's more colorful, but it feels, okay, like, flamboyant is not the right word, but I can't use the right word to describe what I mean, you know what I mean? He's more peacock, sure, I'll give you that. But he's less LGBTQ. Say it like that, I guess. He still is, don't get me wrong, he just feels less. He feels more manly LGBT rather than... Before he was kind of like a sissy LGBT, you know? I don't know how to say it, man. Oh, God. I'm trying to be kosher here, man. I'm trying to be, Oh, God. I know what you mean, and I'm telling you. Really? You think they upped it? Let's see. Tarek before and after. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Like, he's flamboyant in both of these, right? Don't get me wrong, he is. But these crystals look a lot better than whatever this is, you know? Is there like an in-game before and after? Okay, old and new. Kind of looks the same. Is there like a regular one, old and new? Like, I don't know, man. I look at this and I'm like, this is super flamboyant. This is not flamboyant at all. Where's a good comparison? Did he hide it before, though? I feel like before it was like pretty much at the closet's door, you know? Now he's like depends on the skin, he's like Prince Charming from Shrek, in between that and like LGBT, you know? It depends on the skin. You know, like this, you know, this looks like a Prince Charming type thing. This looks overall just like a pretty boy. You know? But like before, even like the default skin, I feel like at this, like obviously, like the pink one always feels like, yeah. But like this, yeah, he looks, you know, he looks more normal. Well, normal is a bad word, but he looks, you know, just like a pretty boy. Right? This one will always look flamboyant as fuck, okay? This one you can't help it. Right? But it's like all the other skins, he doesn't look as what he was, let's just say that. You know? Look at this, right? I don't know, man. I always looked at this, like the original Tarek, and he looked very flamboyant. Even like just regular skins. Now it just looks more manly. Could be wrong though. Like this looks like a Chad, you know? Slightly LGBT Chad, but still a Chad, you know, or like it just looks like this is what he looks like, right? This is Tarek. This is what he looks like. And I bet this is what they used to make him as well. You know? I guess, yeah, in-game is flaming. Oh my god, this is what he looks like right now in the pictures. Straight up. Before, I don't know, like, I can't... This is him. Right there. This is Tarek. Okay? But before, like, I don't know, like, can I think of something? Morning workouts. 80s. I need a man. He reminded me of this before. Just say it like that. A version of this, slightly beefier. That's what it reminded me before. That was Derek. Oh my god, bro, the 80s were weird. Oh god, is there another one? Oh man, no, they're all females. God damn. Oh man, but it's, yeah, that's what he reminded me of before, and now he reminds me more of Fabio. Both you can be like, yeah, maybe it's gay, maybe it's LGBT, you know, but like, it's like just what he reminds me of. I don't know.
Search of a rare animal. Neglect parade drills to sit in a tavern.
Even this, look at this skin, right, which is like the most flamboyant one. Even as flamboyant as the skin, I'm talking about just the picture. In the game, it doesn't look as good, right? But even here, I would say he looks less homosexual. Okay? Like, straight up. Even this, it looks less.
Simple ballad, and skip regimental meetings to take horseback rides to observe the silver cloak of night settle across the countryside. Tarek knew in his own way he was training in a manner that just as dedicated and focused as his fellow Damascians, yet it wasn't seen that way by his superiors. Tarek's casual nature, disregard for orders and disinterest in his patriotic calling finally put him at odds with nearly everyone in authority. His family, his king, and especially his longtime friend.
Bro, he sounds like me when I was in the army. It's crazy. Like, me and him are like super. Yes, the artwork is Fabio, Chad, Sigma. Yeah. Sigma male. Oh my god. Don't start with the Sigma male. Sigma. The lone wolf.
Garen recognized him for what he truly was. A man with the potential to become one of Demacia's greatest heroes. The fact that Tarek seemed to be thumbing his nose at his destiny as well as his country enraged Garen.
One man wolf.
Eventually, even his former friend could no longer protect him, and Tarek's military.
Wait, who was his former friend? Garen?
Garen recognized him for what he truly was, a man with the potential to become one of Demacia's greatest heroes.
Yeah.
The fact that Tarek seemed to be thumbing his nose at his destiny as well as his country enraged Garen.
Buddy, story of my life right there, man. But in game, he's run away all the way.
Eventually, even his former friend could no longer protect
Oh
him.
god, bro. Yeah, it doesn't translate well in game.
Demotion after demotion pushed Tarek further from Demacia's heart until at last he found himself commanding a small squad.
But then you see these, but the newer skins, right? Oh my god, bro. This skin, the heavy metal looking one, like the Dragon Slayer, I think it is. Those look sick, man. You can't even say he was flamboyant in those ones.
Trying to guard an inconsequential ruined fortress out in the borderland wilds. After weeks spent standing in the rain and mud as ordered, and with no threat evident, Tarek decided to let his men sleep while he wandered to a nearby temple to take in its cyclopean architecture.
This one's the fave? Yeah, it's really nice.
As morning dawned and lit the temple's overgrown cloisters, Tarek finally decided to head back and check on his men. He was greeted by a scene of carnage. His troops had been butchered in their sleep, their corpses bearing the jagged hallmarks of the Void's monstrous predators. Tarek had failed his men, his country, and perhaps most painfully, his self-avowed mission to protect life. He returned to Demacia in shame, stripped of his rank and sentenced by his old friend to endure the crown of stone, a ceremony that demanded a dishonored soldier to ascend Mount Targon. This was known to be considered a death sentence, as few mortals who ascended the slopes ever returned. While the crown of stone was traditionally used by the dishonored to simply flee Demacia and make a new life in exile,
Elf King.
Tarek decided to actually atone for his mistake and set out for the towering spire of Mount Targon.
Look at that fucking chin, bro. It's like this chin is literally like that Chad picture, the Instagram Chad. The Chad meme.
The ascent nearly claimed him, body and soul, numerous times, but Tarek pushed past the pain, past the memories of his mistake, the ghosts of his dead men, and other tests inflicted upon him by the mountain. As he approached the summit, Tarek was challenged by a seemingly never-ending myriad of conflicting realities, each warped existence offering a new horrifying vision. Tarek experienced the infinite fates that could befall those who had no one to protect them in their time of crisis. He saw the Alabaster Library engulfed in pitch and flame, and still he died.
All the elves in the league are amazing. I wish there was an elf race. Who else is an elf skin though? Who else? Closest we ever got was Janna. Janna is like, yeah, but she's like by default elfish, I guess.
Smashed into the rolling.
Oh, that's what you mean. You wish there was an elf race. Closest we ever got was Janna. Yeah, Janna looks very elfish. Yeah, for sure. Who else is the elf skins though?
To retrieve the poetry of tongue. He screamed in rage as the frost guard ran the last dream stag off a blind cliff, and then leapt into the abyss himself in a desperate attempt to save it. Before the even gates of
Ash. I mean, not the Christmas elves, I'm assuming.
Tarek slumped to his knees at the sight of.
I guess Ash has the elf skin too.
Aloft as a warning. Between Tarek and his friends stood the sum total of Noxus's might.
The Varys.
And yet still without hesitation,
Varys elf skin.
Tarek raised his shield and drove all before him. Claiming Garen from the gates, the young warrior marched towards Demacia, heavy with his burden, knowing full well that his return would ensure his execution. As he walked, Tarek looked upright, and the blood-strewn fields of Noxus gave way to the star-filled expanse of Mount Targon. His trials complete and freed from all illusions, Tarek.
Wait, is Viridian Kale an elf? Really? I never even thought about that. I know she was green, but like, didn't even think about that.
Himself stood at the pinnacle of the mountain, and he was not alone.
Kale in Israel, Emerald Kale,
Cut from the
Janna.
sackcloth of night itself stood something wearing the shape of a man, its features composed from.
You're forgetting Ash.
Stars, yet he was struck by the familiarity of its nature.
The Nottingham Israel, I mean, I guess, but like, where's the Nottingham? Let's see. I mean, I guess, yeah. I guess that's an elf. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's an elf then. Yeah. Actually, I don't think I've seen it in game, maybe once ever. Like in game, it doesn't even look like an elf, right? Well, this is the old one, I'm assuming. Oh, okay. This one looks more elfish, I guess. Okay, fair enough.
Open 1,000 whispers that
Yeah.
cut through
In game, you can't really tell though. Like, if you know, you know, but it's like in game, he just looks like a green guy. Same with the Viridian Kale. She just looks like a green Kale, you know?
like a mountain and wind, and though he had heard no recognizable words, he understood the figure's intent with utter clarity. It called itself the Protector. Impressed by the steadfast resolve that Tarek had shown throughout his trials, the otherworldly being deemed the fallen Demacian hero a worthy avatar, imbuing him with ethereal powers. The Protector spoke the truths that Tarek had known his entire life, and of the mantle that he had unknowingly been preparing for with every decision that brought him to the top of the mountain. As the Protector's whispers faded, Tarek received a final warning. that he would stand as the shield of Valoran, but crashing against him would be a wave of howling madness, an ocean of gnashing teeth intent at consuming all, a squalid horror born of the void. Reborn with purpose and power, Tarek gladly accepted the seemingly impossible challenge, and now dedicates himself to his sworn duty as the steadfast guardian of the entire world.
Basically, Demacia was just not enough for him to actually like be like, man, I don't want to protect Demacia, it's too easy. Now, protecting the world. Now you're talking. It's like he's an overachiever. If you don't give him enough motivation, enough like a high enough goal, body ain't gonna bother. All right, yeah. So that's Tarek, and then yeah, hopefully tomorrow I'll have time and I'll do the Bird and the Branch stuff. That's like 10 episodes. Yeah, 110 to 119. No, it's 112 to 113 to 119. So 7 episodes. Okay, so that will be good. Hopefully, yeah, I'll have time tomorrow. Is there more Azir? There's more Azir, bro. By far my favorite story so far. As biased as I am with Kassadin, dude, they're not even covering Kassadin anymore. I mean, I'm sorry. Give me some Kassadin, guys. Like, fuck's sakes. But yeah, seems like I won't be getting any Kassadin ever because they don't. I think like League is just ignoring his existence. I would say Azir is my next favorite story by far, like the Azir stuff with the Empire and shit like that. But yeah. Hey, all right. Well, I think that's it for today. Yeah, Sivir, Renekton, Cass is gonna be Cass. No, Talia. Okay. What's the Bird and the Branch about? I'm assuming it's about Quinn. Maybe. I mean, what other birds are there? I mean, Anivia, I guess, but she's not a branch chick. I'm a sucker for the Sentinels of Light. Sentinels of Light. Wait, is that Riven? Or the champions? Oh, Action Sen, Illusion Vein. After Viego's defeat, the fallen Sentinels left the organization, picking up their former life. Okay, yeah, so there is Riven. Wait, which Riven skin is the Sentinel of Light? I don't think I've seen. I would like some more story with Kassadin, especially with him interacting with... Bro, big fucking true. Oh shit, this is like rather new, to 2021. Let's see what this is. Oh yeah, I have not seen anyone using this. Oh, that's interesting. That's a cool recall. Ooh, that does look nice. Okay. Show me the R. Yeah, he looks sick. Ooh, that's a cool blade. The R, the second R is whatever. Where's the crit? That's it. Just over dramatic. I hate that most of the chromas don't look too good. This looks nice. That looks nice too. I kind of like this one. This was probably my favorite though, which I believe is the basic skin, isn't it? Yeah, it's the base skin. But yeah, I definitely would like more Kassadin. Kassadin, Malzahar, Kaisa would definitely be fantastic. But okay, my favorite Riven skin. I forgot the name of it. Dawnbringer, bro. Dawnbringer is by far the best Riven skin they've ever made. Like, it's not even close. Look at this skin, so beautiful.
That's better.
Like, the Qs feel so smooth on it, just the interaction of abilities, it just feels so much better. Which doesn't make sense that, like, her abilities feel smoother, but damn, it actually just really does. And this flying animation's pretty cool when she's, like, sprinting. Look how good that Q looks, god damn. Oh, man. Yeah, by far my favorite Riven skin. Fan theory is that the next big event will be Void. Ooh. Why would it be Void, though? Oh, yeah, makes sense. Isn't Warriors the last... what's the last cinematic? This was fine. Warriors was not it. 3 months ago, all there will ever be. Belveth. No, there are certain skins on champions that smooth out animation. Yeah. So I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the Riven skin is practically pay to win. Where is the... That's Kaisa and Belveth? You know, Legend of New Dawn cinematic? No. I didn't even realize how bad this looks. Oh my god, this looks so bad. I can't wait to watch this and laugh at it. What is the latest cinematic? Belveth was the last. No, before that, the one with Talia and Kaisa. Wasn't that like the call? It was the call. Wasn't it? Yeah, the call. Yeah, this one where she goes underground, under. Yeah, this guy, whatever. Yeah, where Kaisa goes back into the void. But before this part with her with Talia, she was with Israel in another Shurima tomb, fighting void creatures, right? So yeah, a lot of it is leading towards void. Anyways, I need to watch all of these later on for sure. Yeah, the call. Anyways, yeah, so thank you very much for sticking around. Thank you very much for all the chat and all the information that you also added to the channel, to my videos and stuff like that. I will need to remake the Tariq one a bit later, but on that, yeah, man, I gotta go. Sleep in an hour, which really sucks. It's like only 7 p.m., but that's how it is when you wake up at 3 a.m. to go to the gym and then work. But yeah, anyways, thank you very much. And yeah, I'll see you later. Peace out.